Oh, shit. Should probably get some music going here as well. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Accolon here, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, but most importantly, hit the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. That literally goes without fucking saying. You will enjoy it more if you come over live, because you can have discussions. You can partake in the discussions. You can actually challenge my opinions, which, of course, I have many of, and I'm not above admitting that sometimes my opinions are wrong, and sometimes you're more than welcome to challenge them. Of course you are. So yeah, for those of you that have the time, that can, it is currently 1 in the afternoon in South Africa. So yeah, you're more than welcome. Jesus, there's so much dust, dude. Fucking hell. My vacuum cleaner can't arrive earlier, early enough. Oh, let's just fucking set this up. Clean mouse mount. This place, dude. CDJ, how you doing, brother? How you doing, man? Good morning to you. Good afternoon, actually. Although you're in England, so pretty much still morning, right? I say, how you doing, brother? Too early, bro? It's not too early. It's literally the same time every single day. What are you talking about? Josh, how you doing, bro? Not bad here. Are you boiling alive still? Yeah, it's pretty hot. It's pretty hot. But I've made a decision not to buy an air conditioner. So, we'll see how that decision comes back to bite me in the ass. Mike Tains, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I mean, right now the fan is working. The fan is doing its job. So, yeah, it's also much cheaper than getting an air conditioner. So I'll probably just buy another fan. So I have a fan for my bedroom and a fan for this one, for this room, and then that's it. You know, that's where I'm gonna stick for now, and we'll see how it goes down the line if I need an air conditioner, because apparently it's still just this month. And then a bit of next month that's going to be, like, super hot. And then things will calm down quite considerably. So, yeah, hopefully. I'm fucking hopeful. My central heating didn't come on this morning, so it's colder than a polar bear's tits in my house. Oh, Jesus. I'm doing a mid flight, minus 14 Celsius. And been outside a half an hour. Got to stand another hour out there. Wait, why? You're doing a mid flight? I don't get it, Josh. Why are you supposed to stand outside for all that time? It's Jackery, how you doing, brother? Nix, how you doing, bro? Minus 14 outside, I think would be too cold. I would probably tell whoever my boss is to go fuck himself. I'm a security guard and I watch the helicopter. I would tell my boss to go fuck himself. I tell him, look, bro, it's minus 14 degrees. Ain't no one stealing shit in this weather. Bootenek, how you doing, bro? I would, yeah, fuck that. What criminal is active at minus 14 degrees Celsius? People are inside. They're warm. It's way too cold to be outside right now. So yeah, I'd probably tell my boss just to use his logic here. Ugh. Fucking hell, dude. Oh, Jesus. What a day. What a day. It's Wednesday today, isn't it? Noma, how you doing? It is Wednesday, yeah? Or am I completely fucking high? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Okay, cool. Gypsies are active all the time? I don't know about that. Although, aren't gypsies just like traveling folk? Good. How are you doing? Oh, I have literally zero complaints. It's another day, another stream. We're going to play some Final Fantasy today after, you know, I lost my shit a little bit with some of the content creators for World of Warcraft. You know, gonna flame a couple of people, I suppose, but then we're playing some Final Fantasy. Oh, shit, Mr. 471. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. Bunjay Gaming. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Holy shit. Fucking hell, really appreciate you guys. Thank you. It is much appreciated. that you guys give me your money. And Nick, comrade, motherfucker, spreading the wealth. Thank you so much for that redistribution, bro. Thank you, thank you. Can we get some hearts in chat for Nick and the 5 community subs? Really appreciate each and one of you for giving me money. I promise to use it as unwisely as possible. Deal? I promise to waste it. Because why not? Who needs to be responsible with money? No, I genuinely need to be responsible with my fucking money, I guess. Bungie Gaming, how you doing, bro? Thank you so much for the first time chat as well, man. Really happy to have you here, man. How's life? How's the week going? I mean, we're right on the edge, you know? It's just this little bump. Soon we'll be over this bump, and then it's fucking smooth sailing from there. B-, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Mr. 471, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I mean, Wednesdays is always like, at least in South Africa, Wednesdays are considered to be Little Saturday. Because people go out and drink like a motherfucker on a Wednesday evening. You know, kind of to celebrate it's almost weekend where we can go drink like nobody's business. So Wednesdays have always been sort of a nice day for me. Why do you hate Wednesdays? Do you have like unnecessary meetings on a Wednesday, Nick? Wednesday is sort of like you're almost there, you know, just 2 more days and you're fucking done with that bullshit. I find you because of Asmongold and I love your videos, so I thought I will look into the stream. Bro, thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate it. There's been a massive influx from people from Asmongold's stream, and, you know, it's very much appreciated. I think the evidence as to whether or not content creators respond or content creators reacting to videos, I think the evidence for that is overwhelmingly positive. Sadly, there's always going to be people that bitch and moan, even on the video. I mean, I laid out the case for why it's good so fucking well, and you still had people bitching and moaning. You still had people in the comment section going, really, there's downsides to it too. And I'm like, I don't think there is. I don't think there is. But anyways, you know, I'm Blissful. How you doing? Good morning to you. Yeah, it has been a while. It has been a while. I haven't seen you around these parts in quite some time. So yeah, it's good to be back, you know. We're going to wait, by the way, for those of you that is brand new that don't know exactly how this works. I usually wait around for a good half an hour or so for people to start filtering in before we tackle the topics of the day. So we're just going to hang out for like 20 minutes, half an hour or so. It is too middle in the week, too far from the weekend in both ways. Nick, come on, man, bro. It's not. It can't be too far from the weekend in both ways, because Monday is super far from the weekend. Because you can't go both ways. You can't say both ways because you can't travel back in time, unless, of course, your weekend was so epic that you're still sort of reeling from it on a Monday. So you made a beautiful girl and you were fucking her brains out on a Saturday, and it spilled over into the Sunday and you were doing it again, and then on Monday you have all the memories still with you. Then I can understand you going, yeah, you know, Monday is a good day. But if you just had a normal weekend, Mondays cannot be a good day for anyone. What is the name of the video where Asmongold comments on your video? I think it's just how one NPC destroyed World of Warcraft. Asmongold reacts or something like that. Isaac. It's a pretty good reaction video. Like, the points that Asmongold makes is quite good. There's things that I fucking hate actually watching when someone reacts to my content, because especially when Asmongold does it, because he brings up a point and then I'm going like, why didn't I think of that? I should have thought of that. Why did I say that? So it gets really fucking annoying. Like, you're just like, Jesus, why was I saying all these things and I didn't think of that? Like, fuck my life. Need to check that one out too. I'm way behind. Yeah, a lot of people sort of chill. Can I ask people in chat right now, how many of you notice a considerable dip in your content, like content sort of consumption on YouTube in January's? Because it feels like a lot of people, myself included, I watch far fewer videos on YouTube in January than I do any other month of the year. I'm sort of like busy, you know, I've got stuff to do. I can't really hang out on YouTube as much. It's just a weird time of the year. Well done, guys. You completed level 2 of the hype train. So really appreciate all of you. Thank you. So fucking early in the stream as well. Like, Jesus. It's only 24 of you and you already completed a level 2 hype train. Sometimes we have 100 people here and they can't even complete a level 1 hype train. So it seems like the Twitch commands worked. Some of you must be new here. There is nothing good to watch, so I just scroll through the feed while my food is getting cold. Jackery, I know the feels of that. Jesus. Flinderoinkies, welcome back. Don't worry about the ads, all right? Usually at the beginning of the stream, I play the ads. I won't discuss anything important while the ads are playing. I just do it so the people who come in don't get fucking berate. Oh, what's the word that I'm looking for here? Barraged? Barraged? Yeah, Zakuza, thanks for the first night chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Barraged. Yeah. So people don't get barraged with, like, fucking ads as they're coming in and checking it out. Because that's the quickest way. There was people who actually did a study on this. Like, they looked at stream dips, and they looked at how often new viewers leave a stream, and as it turns out, it's something like 80% of all new viewers will leave when an ad plays when they click on a new stream. I do it myself as well, so that's why I believe it. If I click on someone's stream and an ad pops up on the stream, I just click off the stream and go to someone else. If it's not someone I know. Like, if it's Asmongold's stream and an ad plays, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Right? Because I want to watch Asmongold or Mr. GM. I want to watch Mr. GM. Or Nobble. You know, take your pick. There's like a bunch of fucking content creators that I will watch through the ad. But if it's someone new, like they just popped into my feed and I'm like, oh my god, let's see what this is like. That first ad is like me going, yeah, all right, peace out. I'll go watch someone that I know is good. I'm not going to sit through a fucking ad and hope someone's good. But you should actually, Flinderoinkies, just to give you a bit of advice, get yourself an ad blocker. Because I genuinely do not play the ads for money. There's literally no money to be made. I can actually tell you guys. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you, so I'll give you a ballpark figure instead. But all right, so for this month, my ad revenue, consider the fact that we have an average viewership of about 150, yeah? My ad revenue, and I play quite a few ads on my streams just to make sure that people don't get ads. But my ad revenue is more than $10, less than $20. Already have an ad blocker? Never seen an ad on your stream? Yeah, just get an ad blocker. It blocks that shit out. No one gives a fuck. What I usually do, it does work on YouTube. My ad blocker works. So I have a couple of people that I have whitelisted in my ad blocker, Nick. So Asmongold is one of them on Twitch, Mr. GM. All of my like follows, the people that I follow that I actually enjoy, I don't block their ads. Yeah, because it's a little bit of money. Why not? You know. But anyone new, anyone that isn't on that whitelist, those ads just get immediately fucking blocked. I'm not even like wasting my time with it. And on YouTube the same. So I have a couple of content creators, well, South African couple. I have a few content creators that I have whitelisted on YouTube where those ads can come through, no problem. I don't mind giving them money. But the vast majority of my YouTube viewership, there's no ads. I don't see ads. I don't care for ads. But then again, at the same time, I don't really need it anymore because I have YouTube Premium. But I don't always have YouTube Premium. I only watch Twitch if I want to watch specific streamers, so I don't have a problem with ads. But yeah, I mean, that's Twitch, yeah? Very few people, myself included, ever go to Twitch to browse Twitch. You know, I'll open Twitch, I'll look literally at my follower list, and I'll see if any of the people that I want to watch is live. If none of them are live, then I just go to YouTube and I go watch YouTube. I don't make an effort to find a streamer. Because streaming is only fun if you like the person that you're watching. For the most part, streaming is incredibly boring. Especially most streamers on this fucking platform. I genuinely I saw a streamer the other day. They had like 80 viewers, and I sat there watching them. Vardragon, how you doing, brother? I watched them for almost 20 minutes. Yeah, in 20 minutes, they did not react to chat once. Not once. In 20 minutes. They were on Discord, I'm assuming with a mod or a friend, talking to the friend. Not like interviewing the friend, not like talking about anything specific, just chatting about the game that they're playing. And they were playing Valheim, I believe. And I was sitting there going, you have 80 viewers. You could glance over to chat once a minute and answer something. Because chat's like, chat's trying to participate. You know, there's people chatting and asking questions. And this person is just fucking literally ghosting chat. It's as if chat doesn't even exist. And I'm like, wow, okay. I don't think that's what streaming was meant to be, but, you know, fuck it. I was playing when I discovered you. Nice, Toma. Playing Valheim. I enjoyed Valheim for a bit, but then it went the way of all of the other fucking survival games that I play. I genuinely... I'm not big on survival games. Survival games comes and goes for me. Flinderonkies, yeah, I agree. When you're that small, you sort of want to spend time with your audience, you know? You want to be able to talk to your audience, because that's why most people go to smaller streamers. For example, when you go to Asmongold's stream, you don't really go. You do get Asmongold reacting to a lot of content and people saying stuff, but you don't really go there to have a conversation with Asmongold, right? Because you can't really have a conversation. At best, you can hope that he's going to respond to one of your messages. And that's it. So you don't really, you know, care about anything else. But in all other, like, smaller streamers. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't think anyone ever goes to Twitch. Maybe I'm just different. But I don't think anyone ever goes to Twitch to watch someone else play video games, you know? Adelia, how you doing? Tali was saying it could be more like New World, or how it was in Alpha. Apparently, it was more survival, so I'm hoping the new Blizz game is going to be like that. Well, we're going to discuss the new Blizz game. Don't worry about it. That's definitely going to be up for discussion. Because I feel like I have some thoughts on it. Some good, some bad. So we'll go through the post. We'll see what Blizzard said about it. And then I'll give you my opinions on what I think of it. Too bored. How you doing, brother? I streamed Sunday. I had nobody in chat. I'm always talking. Not promoting myself, by the way. From the Rankies, no. That's fine. You've been a part of this community for a long time. So, I'll give you the shout out. You guys should absolutely go follow Flinderoinkies. I don't think Flinderoinkies, you're not a permanent streamer. You don't like full-time stream. You just do it for fun, right? You're getting a new Blizzard game? Oh yeah, Isaac. You don't know? Yeah, Blizzard announced a brand new survival game. So we'll talk about that. And then I'm going to talk about, there's a couple of content creators, WoW content creators specifically, that has had some absolute dog shit takes. That I feel is my duty to put down, you know. I'm done pussyfooting around. I used to allow these content creators to get away with their bullshit. KLG, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I used to just scroll past on Twitter whenever they tweeted absolute abject nonsense. And I've had a change of heart. I've decided, look, if no one is going to do it, then I will fucking do it. But someone has to get the WoW content creator community back on fucking track. Alex B, how you doing, bro? They've been running rampant for far too fucking long. Left unchecked, no one actually challenging each other. Everyone want to handle everyone else with respect. And now you have these content creators tweeting out absolute dog shit in defense of Blizzard games, in defense of the gaming industry in general. And I'm just like, no. If no one else is going to speak up and actually take these fuckers on, then I'll do it. And I'll be the unpopular cunt that no one wants to talk to because he keeps calling them assholes. Robotic Unicorn, how you doing, bro? Thanks so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Two-board, no, I'm not going to spoil it. You'll see when we get there. You'll see when we get there. Alex, did I say hello to you? How you doing, bro? King Julian, how you doing, bro? Did you hear the flying changes in 9.2? Yeah, we'll talk about that too. There's much to discuss in the Blizzard world. Chance, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alex, how you doing, bro? No, too bored. Wait. All good things comes to those who wait, so I've been told. I've been waiting my whole life and I'm still not a millionaire, so I don't know if that's bullshit, but that's what I've heard. Lady Daisy, how you doing? Good afternoon to you. Happy to have you at the stream. But yeah, no, I think the time for like kid gloves is gone. Like, I'm so fed up. Marathai, how you doing? Adam, how you doing? I'm so fed up with the content creators in the World of Warcraft, in the Blizzard sphere, sucking Blizzard's dick when really they should be speaking out. I'm so sick and tired of it. I'm so sick and tired of people saying, well, you know, they're just balanced. They don't like offending people. It's like, fuck off. Sometimes you should offend people. Like, sometimes you should absolutely offend people. And if that makes me unpopular with these content creators, I genuinely couldn't give a fuck. If that makes you butthurt because I'm attacking your favorite World of Warcraft content creator, I couldn't give a fuck. Someone has to do it. And if no one else will, then I will. But I'm sick and tired of it. They're running rampant on Twitter. They're running rampant on YouTube. And what's worse is they're making things worse. They're basically signaling to Blizzard that everything is fine, that everything is good, and that they don't have to change. And it's like, that's not helpful. You're not helping. You're effectively watching someone inject bleach into their veins and going, oh my god, that's such a good idea. Of course, you should inject bleach into your veins, but, you know, don't do it publicly. And by the way, that was sarcasm for anyone that's thinking, oh my god, Akalon just said bleach, I'll go get some. Don't fucking do it. Don't be a moron. What do you mean? Of course they can make an open world survival game. Have you not seen how well their other titles have done? Look at what WoW is doing. COD selling 40% less copies. Overwatch dead player base. Warcraft refunded. Of course they can concentrate and make an amazing survival. Their track record is amazing. Oh, Adam, I agree. I agree with you. What was I thinking? I should absolutely go pre-order that. I should go pre-order. Lady Daisy, you shouldn't follow me then on Twitter, because I very much contribute to the toxicity of that platform. In fact, I revel in it. Like the fact that it's so toxic, I think, makes me love it so much. Because Twitter is one of those places where you can say absolutely whatever the fuck you want. Like, you can just say stuff, and no one can really do anything because they can like tweet back at you or some shit. But usually that just signal boosts the tweet anyways. So you just get more likes. So it's sort of like toxicity unchecked. No, I mean, look, it's my job, so I won't play the fucking game from Blizzard, right? But that doesn't mean that I don't have thoughts on it, you know? To be a better role model for the kids? Fuck the kids. Actually, no, not fuck the kids. The kids have to learn how to be more thick-skinned. So, no, I don't have to be a better role model for them. I'm a brilliant role model for children. Because I am fucking teaching kids that, hey, life isn't fair. Life isn't nice. It's a fucking rough world out there. Grow up. Don't complain. Don't sit and cry. Don't ask the adults in the room to always come to your aid. Deal with your own shit and move the fuck on. So, and I think kids need to hear that. Expect you are in Germany. You can't say everything on Twitter or you get cancelled. I mean, how are they going to cancel you? Unless you get arrested by the government. Who gives a shit if you get cancelled, you know? I really can't wait to see their financial report next month, just to see how much WoW plummeted. The thing is, WoW doesn't actually plummet, because World of Warcraft has been coaxing for a long time on its cash shop. So it will still make a boatload of money. Perhaps even more, because you actually now have a bunch of people, I've seen it on Twitter. You have a bunch of people that now buy every single thing that Blizzard adds on the cash shop, even for games that they don't play, because they're supporting Blizzard. And supporting the developers that work for Blizzard. And I'm like, I don't think most of those developers deserve your support, because most of them couldn't give two fucks whether you live or die. We have a law against hate speech in Germany, so yeah, you got a problem with the government. No, I mean, hate speech is something that I don't really do, you know? I don't think I've ever said anything hateful. Depends probably on what you mean when you say hate speech, but I don't have any thoughts of hate towards any group. So hate speech wouldn't, I don't know how I would do like a hate speech post, you know? Like, I wouldn't go on Twitter and go, you know, fucking Hitler wasn't wrong or some shit like that, right? Because I don't actually believe that. But I don't shy away from a fight, if that makes sense. I was just pugging some normal SOD earlier today. First time I logged in for like a month. Was pleasantly surprised at how many people are looking forward to 9.2. But part of me feels like it's just copium. But then again, people that are pugging normal raids this late into the patch are casuals and aren't invested as much time-wise as I am. But I wish I could feel the same. But I'm not expecting the worst from 9.2. No, I think 9.2 is going to be fine. If you liked 8.2, and if you liked, well, actually, I should say, if you liked 7.3 and you liked 8.3, you're gonna love 9.2 because it's literally more of the same. There's literally nothing new to 9.2 that wasn't in 8.3 and that you can't find in 7.3. It's all the same. So, yeah, the people that are addicted to World of Warcraft that will play literally non-stop no matter what, they're gonna love 9.2. It's gonna be everything that they fucking asked for. Because they don't ask for much, you know, so it's fine. The cash shop is too expensive for me. If things were cheaper, I might buy something, but more than €5 for a mount? Nah, not happening. So I don't actually... I refuse to buy anything from a cash shop. Ever. I will not support cash shops in games that already charge a subscription fee. In Final Fantasy, I don't really mind its cash shop because the game is already very good and they are bringing new content constantly. So the cash shop really seems to be one of those things where they're putting out cash shop items, then using the money from the cash shop in order to bring more content to the actual main game. I don't mind that at all. Whereas in World of Warcraft, the cash shop items never feels like that profit makes its way back into the game. It feels like that profit goes straight to Bobby Kotick. Microsoft will say, wow, that's a lot of copium, dude. Do you have refills? Because you're going to need it. I don't know if it's going to say, wow. It's the game. You were supposed to have a 9.0, so of course 9.2 will be good. True. Fucking true, bro. Squats on your plate. I'm not shitting on your plate. This shit isn't even out yet. Why before Blizzard released their new game? Are you already shitting on it? Game isn't even out. Do you know? It's not going to be good? I'll explain that in a bit, King Julian, but track records are important. History is important. That's like saying, how do you know that this guy has been convicted, of beating his previous girlfriends? How can you say that he will beat me? You know, we haven't even started dating yet. And I could be like, considering the fact that he's literally been to jail for abuse of previous girlfriends, I'm going to say it's a pretty safe bet that you're about to turn into the world's prettiest fucking punching bag. Like, it's just a thought. No, track records aren't always correct, but that's all I have to go on. I'm not going to sit here and tell everyone, oh my god, I can't wait for Blizzard's new game. It's going to be so fucking awesome. You should all pre-order it. No, I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to say I think this game is going to be dog shit. It might not be. I might be pleasantly surprised, in which case I would be happy to walk back my criticism. If the game launches and it is as good as it should be, I'll be happy to say, wow, I was completely wrong. Completely wrong. I'm loving this game. But if I'm not wrong, I have the added benefit of going, I told you guys it's going to be shit. And I'm not saying this happens often, yeah? I'm not saying that this happens often, but a lot of the time, viewers and community members will buy games based on the recommendation of the streamer, based on the recommendation of the YouTuber. So I feel like I have a responsibility to be as honest and forthcoming as I can, in the hopes that if someone were thinking, hey, I should pre-order this, my criticisms of the game and what it could potentially turn into will deter them from pre-ordering, so that we can actually wait and see. Raidman Pig, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Prepare to eat your words, Echo. Hey, I have been wrong many a time, and I have admitted every single time when I was wrong. I have no issues admitting when I'm wrong. Being wrong is actually kind of nice, to be honest. I don't... Can I ask a question, please, man? Jeff Lord, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Yeah, of course. Ask away, man. How about this? Why are you guys so sure it won't suck? That is also a very good question. Is there a game ever made by Blizzard that you loved, except WoW? Cookie dough or real dough? Jeff Lord, we don't have cookie dough in South Africa unless you're making it yourself. You can't buy cookie dough, so it's sort of difficult to answer that, because you can buy real dough, but for what? What are you doing with the dough? If you're asking for me personally, then neither. I don't eat shit like that. But if you're asking what's the best for pizza, I'd say real dough. If you're asking what's the best for cookies, I'll say cookie dough. But it would depend on what are we using this dough for. But they haven't released a trailer for it. If you were going to criticize it, at least wait until the trailer is out. And if that looks like shit, why would I wait for the trailer? Trailers are never shit. The vast majority of gaming companies make their trailers always look better than what the actual game is. So... It's still not real? Yeah, but I get that you're just posing a question. But in order to answer your question, I need more information. Because you could say real dough or cookie dough, and then the reason you're asking that is because you want to know what's best to shove up your ass. Yeah? What would be the best to finger myself with? I don't know. I would need more information. What is it that you want to use this imaginary dough for? Because I can't really answer that. Most trailers look better than the real game by a large amount. True. No homemade all the way. Always best. Made from scratch. That is true. Whatever dough it is, it's always better when it's made at home. Jeff Lord, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, bro. I'm glad I passed your test. Well, you kind of have to ask yourself, are some of the devs who made the current games the same devs that are going to make the new game? Yeah, I think so. D-Rocker, thanks for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 8 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you, brother. How you doing, bro? I think... It's so annoying. The gaming industry have been battered into believing that that pre-orders isn't bad. And so that's why we said, yes, you did. And I'm glad you did not ban me. Why the fuck would I ban you? Why would I ban you? I ban very few people on this stream. Very few people. The people that I do ban, let me put it this way. I have never had a single unban request. Not a single one. In all my years of streaming right now. Which is all my years, fucking hell. I've been streaming like permanently, full time for like 2 years. Yeah. Seriously streaming for about a year, let's say. And I've never had I've never had a single unban request, because every single person that's been banned from my chat knew that they deserved it. Like, they 100% knew that they fucking deserved it. We've had a couple of racists that we had to remove, and when I say racist, I mean people who used the N-word, or wanted to get me or anyone else to say the N-word. You know, so those people get banned immediately. Then we have people that just come in here with absolute abject fucking sexism, which will also usually result in a ban if I can't change their mind. But for the most part, I'm more than happy to have fucking absolutely everyone here and hanging out. Dino, how you doing, bro? Like a pun for the sex toy. I don't even know that was a sex toy. There's a new game. We'll have a good trailer, no gameplay, and it's all mobile. Game retention grinds, calling it. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that. Why would people ban you because you're talking about a dildo? As you're often in chat, but I never seen banned Akil on anyone. No, it's very rare that I will ban you. Very rare. I before I ban you, I'll call you a moron and an idiot and tell you to fuck off. And then I'll just leave it up to you, you know? You can fuck off on your own accord, or you can sit here and let me abuse you. But that's really the two choices. You really have to do something that is just absolutely horrid in order to get banned here. We ban quite a lot of bots whenever we can find them. That's true. All right, wait. I have a video that I have to upload. So before we can do any of this Blizzard stuff, we first have to do YouTube videos, and then we can worry about crap like that. Looks like you have a nice breeze today. Oh, Lady Daisy, it is wonderful because it's very hot. You go outside in the sun, the heat is noticeable, but the wind is so fucking amazing, just cooling shit off quite nicely. I think tomorrow the wind ends, which is gonna be hatred for me. Dr. Brom, dude, what's going on, Dr. Brom? Talk to me, bro. Talk to me. Tell me what's going on. Unforgiven one, how you doing, brother? The future is now, old man. Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. Can we get a ban on Delia, please? I also don't allow stupidity on my channel. Both. Doc Savage, both. It's 2 degrees Celsius. Jesus. Whoa, Alex, that's a long fucking, that's a long time out. Jesus. You can remove that. You can remove that. All right, so tomorrow is 26 degrees. Friday is 25 degrees. Then Saturday, we're going to have a lovely 31 degrees. Sunday, 33 degrees. Monday, 33 degrees. And Tuesday, 32 degrees. I hate those days. Did you hear they time-gating crafting your tier sets now? Wait, really? They're actually time-gating tier sets. What? How? It's a good pepperoni and jalapenos. Yes, pineapple does belong on pizza sometimes. Not sometimes. Pineapple makes all pizza better. Anything with 25 is bad. Agreed. Okay, so Cape Town is very, very strange. A lot of the time, nighttime, the temperatures actually go up. So when it's a really hot day, you'll have, say, for example, 29, 30 degrees during the day. And then at night, the real feel. So we're not talking about the actual temperature. So the actual temperatures do go down. Yeah, so it will go from, say, 33 to 30 at night. But the real feel goes up. So it actually goes from, say, 36 real feel to like 40 real feel. Because humidity sets in at night. So as soon as the sun starts going down, you feel this fucking blanket of humidity just pressing down on you. I don't speak Celsius. Yeah, well, your freedom units make no sense, Isaac. So learn how to speak Celsius. I love the new tier set drops. They didn't want stuff to be, oh, that's the weapon boss. Yeah, that's exactly what they've done. We have to go through that post as well. No, I can get an AC. I've decided against getting an AC. So I made a decision yesterday. I was sitting yesterday, literally with my finger on the buy button, ready to buy an air conditioner. And I sort of went, I stopped, and I sort of went through my, like, I walked myself through the steps, and I said, okay, wait a second, Aklon, let's think about this. You're now in the second month, kind of summer, right? Summer ends next month. Out of the whole of all of those days, there were a few days that was absolutely incredibly fucking hot, yeah? But most of the days were okay. Most of the days were okay-ish. So for most of the days, you know, it was 25, 26, the wind was blowing, so it was actually quite nice. So my thinking is, buying an AC for a couple of days a year, so basically buying it for, let's say, 20 days a year, is that useful? Is that going to be a useful way of spending that money? I could invest that money instead, and then maybe buy an air conditioner with the proceeds that I get after investing it, after a few years. But buying that right now for only about, let's be very, very liberal here and say 30 days a year, is that worthwhile? Also, I don't, specifically with shifting content, making new types of content now, I don't feel comfortable. That was actually my biggest issue with not buying an AC. I don't feel comfortable spending that money right now because I don't know what the future is going to hold. Buying an air conditioner for 6,000-7,000 rand and then, you know, not making money for the next 3-4 months, that's going to be rough. That's going to be really fucking rough. So I just thought, no, I'd rather wait. What's 7k rands in dollars? Jesus. $400? $500 maybe? D-Rocker? Maybe. I think so. Jeez, I'd have to Google that for you, bro. Because it changes so often. 7,000 rand in dollar. $461.53. Although that is, if you look at what my currency is worth right now, it could probably drop, you know, into the floor. You got ACs here in Vegas for like $100. Yeah, but you guys live in America. You have to understand. I live in South Africa. Everything is more expensive in South Africa. Druckens, why don't you just get heaters then? Yeah, we don't really have companies that make air conditioners here. We don't have any sort of tertiary production lines in South Africa. Almost all electronics that South Africans use are imported from other countries. Very few factories exist here. And the factories that do exist here, the labor laws in South Africa makes it incredibly expensive to produce things in South Africa. But the way my government fights that, so the way my government makes sure that companies that would like to produce things here can't, or companies that would like to produce things in general, can't even say we're offshoring our production. So we're moving our factories to China or whatever the fuck, yeah? Because, Strum, thanks for the 2 months up, did really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You'll do fine. We watch for you, not the game. Hey, I do appreciate that, Strum. I really appreciate that. So, my government has this weird thing where, first and foremost, taxes are incredibly high. The labor laws make it almost impossible to hire and fire people because, so if you employ someone in South Africa, you're basically stuck with that person. Getting rid of someone in South Africa, firing someone in South Africa is almost impossible. It's like virtually impossible to fire someone. So most companies don't hire people because they don't know what they if they're not happy with that person, they can't get rid of that person. So young people don't get hired, most people don't get hired. Plus, then there's the minimum wage. That means that companies won't hire someone without the experience because the minimum wage is too high. And now you have minimum wage that's too high, so you may hire someone that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing and you're overpaying them. You can't fire them, so you're overpaying someone that isn't doing anywhere near enough work to actually earn the money that they're making. So the result is 45% unemployment and rising rapidly. And also most companies don't produce anything in South Africa, because even if you said, right, we're a production company, we're making air conditioners, but we're going to move our manufacturing overseas. Holy shit, Abyss, thanks for the 2 months up, did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Happy to have you here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So even if you decided to do that, my country's import taxes are stupidly high. So if you look, for example, if I go on Amazon right now, and I've streamed this a million times. If I go onto Amazon right now and I order, say, a $500 AC, the import and shipping for that item. Now, shipping for that item, usually around $40 to $50. If you add shipping and import taxes, it will more often than not cost about $500 to import something of $500. And how do you know this? Because you literally go look at items of varying costs. So I was looking at PC parts, and I looked specifically at graphics cards, and one of the graphics cards were like $550 for the graphics card. It was like a 1660, I believe, or some shit like that on Amazon. And the import of that, right, the import and shipping was like $645. That's on top of the $600 that I'm already paying, yeah? Then I looked at a 3090 for $1,500, and the shipping and import cost for that is $1,690. So clearly, I mean, these two things weigh pretty much exactly the same. It's not as if there's like 100 kilograms difference, so that makes up the shipping. The shipping would be similar. It's the import tax. My country's import taxes are crazy. They jack those prices up to ensure that people don't move manufacturing offshore. As a result of labor laws, people don't do manufacturing here. So the result is no one manufactures fucking anything in South Africa. They just don't. There's no point. It's too expensive. It's impossible. So you just don't waste your time with it. You just hope that someone else in the rest of the world manages to do it so you can start importing it and selling it at incredible prices. So yeah. GoFundMe AC for Akko. Isaac, no. You guys don't have to fund the AC. Just enjoy the stream. Let me sit here and be hot as fuck, and you guys enjoy your snow and your good life. You know? Did you ever get the Grimoire? Isaac, I did not. No. I'm still waiting for it, but I no longer live in Pretoria, so the place that I ordered it from just did a refund for me. I was just like, you know, just fucking refund it. If by now you don't have it, I'll buy it sometime. Like, I'll buy it sometime else. Just before you rant on time gating, the tier set in 9.2, crafted tier set, is meant for bad luck protection. You can get the tier set. Oh, Alex, yeah. Okay, I won't raid too hard because I actually don't mind I don't mind the fact that they're bringing in crafted tier sets. Are you in an area with a lot of load shedding? Guilty of mine is. She hates that. Makes it that she cannot be online reliably to raid. Well, it's not like you can be in an area without a lot of load shedding. Load shedding affects the whole country. There's a little bit of bad luck protection for me, at least, because I live in Cape Town. So in Cape Town, whenever the rest of the country is, say, on stage 2 load shedding, we are on stage 1. And if the rest of the country is on stage 1 load shedding, we don't have load shedding. So we're always one stage lower than the rest of the country, in Cape Town specifically. So because Cape Town has... They've sort of spent a lot of money to get independent power suppliers to start providing power for the city. So and they're actually spending billions more to now get full-on independent power suppliers so that they can eliminate load shedding entirely in Cape Town. So hopefully within the next 2 years, load shedding will no longer be... It will be a non-issue in Cape Town. Major Pippo, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some screenshots that Akko said something nice about WoW. Is he feeling well? No, Look, I have always said... By the way, Alex, have you uploaded the... Because there's only one thumbnail on the drive. Oh, no, never mind. There's two now. I refreshed. Thank you, Alex. Really appreciate that. Good luck walking the dog. I always say exactly what I think, good or bad. This is what most people don't understand. I am not just negative with World of Warcraft. I am not just positive with World of Warcraft. I am honest. If World of Warcraft does something bad, I say, this is fucking dog shit. If they do something good, I say, hey, well done, this is good. The sad part is it pisses everyone. Actually, I shouldn't say the sad part. I enjoy the outrage on both sides. But the issue with that is you piss everyone off. Because when you say something good, people go, oh my god, you're just shilling because you're scared of losing money. And then you say something bad, oh my god, you're just a negative fucking Nelly. Fuck you. And it's like, oh, well, you know. Everyone's going to be angry at some point, so may as well piss everyone off at the same time. And the graphics cards are insane price-wise right now. Truth. Whoa, Lady Daisy, I'm pretty surprised and impressed that you call it Copstat. Well done. Abyss Octopus, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Hello, Akalon. How are you today? I'm doing very well this area. How are you? Chat, you're fucking distracting me. I have to upload videos. Stop distracting me. Everyone talk amongst yourselves. I have work to do, alright? I have work to fucking do. And you guys are coming up with way too many interesting conversations. Leave me alone, let me do my job, and then you guys can bother me again. Fuck off, King Julian. Why are you right? I agree, Akko. Like, I'm not very happy with WoW, but I gotta admit, their changes to flying do make me happy. True. Very, very, very true. Aklon gets into heated debate with viewer over WoW time gating. Was this you and me, King Julian? Major Peppo? No, I have not, but we will absolutely react to it. Someone linked it to me on content suggestions on Discord. So I will be reacting to it. Oh, it was the other guy. All right, I get it. I get it. How do we make this more? How do we make this more clickbait? Come on, chat. Use your heads. How do we make this more clickbait? So ek het nou gous 'n hele paar Nederlanders in my chat. Although ons sal eerder sê Hollanders as wat ons sal sê Nederlanders. Bobby at it again. No, this was literally me and a viewer losing. Like, I lost my fucking shit with a viewer. Viewer proposes? Doc Savage Twitch, how you doing, bro? Is the guy that comments in your comment section? Absolutely destroyed viewer, clickbait. Lays the smackdown on a viewer. Just that fright when you started speaking Afrikaans. Thought somebody was behind me. Oh shit. No Nederlanders. Hollanders is just part of the Nederland. No. In South Africa, you guys are called Hollanders. Like, no joke. In South Africa, the whole of the Netherlands is called Holland. Like, straight up. You can use Holland of Nederland. It's fine. Either way. We don't say Nederlanders, we say Hollanders. When we speak about the Dutch. Watch till the end. Insane stuff. You won't believe the argument. Oh shit, that is a bit too much clickbait, I think. Same year in Brazil. Hollandia. Same. It's so much fun talking with South Afrikaners and Afrikaans. Hey, I'm glad you enjoy it. Hollander equals Nederlander. Leave it to us to find insulting nicknames for people from other countries? True. True. You don't want to know what we call the English. Like, the English are called Soutbiele. So if you're from England, you're called a Soutbiele. Or a Soti. Although the Soutbiele actually comes from English people who live in South Africa. But it also just moved over to just be English people as well. Or Rooinek, yeah. It's either Soutbiele or Rooinek. Boeren? No, well, Boer. So Afrikaans-speaking white people are Boer. English-speaking white people are Soutbiele. That's spitting facts somewhere. What about Americans? I'm trying to think now. South Africans don't have a word for Americans. A lot of South Africans will say Yanks. So some South Africans, not a lot, but some South Africans will say the Yanks. For the most part, it's just Amerikaners. I'm trying to think if there is an actual word for Americans in South Africa. I mean, obviously, if you ask the politicians, they call you guys the imperialists. But I'm talking about normal South Africans. Don't use that word. Most just normal South Africans say Yank. The Yankees or the Yanks. And they don't like you. FYI. They don't like you. Most normal South Africans. It's not that they hate you. I should probably clarify. It's not that they hate Americans. It's that Americans are loud. So, for example, we always joke, how do you know there's an American in a restaurant? You hear them. Americans are loud. They talk way too fucking loud. They can be sometimes obnoxious, like to varying degrees, but you do get quite a lot of really, really fucking obnoxious Americans that come to South Africa. And most importantly, they never fit in. Like, you can spot an American a mile away. They're in the middle of the city in full safari wear. Like, they're getting off in their fucking khakis and their hats. These guys are kitted out to go hunting and never be seen in the bush. And it's just sort of like, bro, you realize you're in the middle of the city. The only people here that is at all confused is the rest of us, because you think you're going to blend into the buildings with your fucking bushwear. Like, genuinely speaking, there's people that get off the plane at the international airport dressed as if they're in the bush. It's like, holy Jesus, bro. You've got about 3-hour drive before you're anywhere near the fucking bush. So good luck with that. Europeans are usually just lost. Like, you can see European visitors as well. They look very lost. They just sort of wander around and fucking look, and also very hot. Like, you can see the European visitors. They always look as if they're overheating in South Africa. I'd say the worst. I'd say the best tourists in South Africa are English people. So the people from England. They're like the best tourists to have. Mainly because a lot of British people treat South Africa as if it's Britain. Like, they literally still view it as if it's the Commonwealth and it's just one of their countries that they can go to, you know? So I'd say the Brits is probably like the least invasive, I think, tourist. Now, what I'm giving you guys here is sort of like the general sense from people. For myself, I love meeting foreigners, no matter where they're from. I just enjoy meeting foreigners. Yeah, they're just fun. What about Australians? Because as a fellow Australian, I'm curious to hear what you call us, Akko. Aussies, and we hate you. With everything in us. You will very rarely meet a single South African that doesn't despise the Aussies. But only because of your rugby. Like, outside of rugby, they don't really have a problem with you. Like, most South Africans want to move to Australia to live among you, so it doesn't really matter. But your rugby makes it so that we can't fucking stand you. So you ask any rugby supporter in South Africa. So what do you think of the what do you think of the Australian rugby team? They're dog shit. Their people are dog shit. They're a bunch of fucking criminals. They shouldn't even be playing rugby. I would say there's less hatred for New Zealand. So at least in my, like, where I was born and where I'm from, whenever Australia plays against New Zealand, people will support New Zealand. However, and this is true again from where I'm from, whenever anyone in the Southern Hemisphere plays against anyone in the Northern Hemisphere, they will support the Southern Hemisphere. Like, fuck everyone in the North. KLG, thanks so much for the Prime Sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, brother. Hey, South African rugby, little tough bastards. Yeah, we're bred differently here. But yeah, so I think it really depends. It really fucking depends. I can say without a doubt that the most hated people in South Africa. So this is not tourist based. This is just people. So the people from a specific country, the most hated people in South Africa is the English. So the Brits is the most hated people. Kay, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Don't get to see rugby in the USA? Wait, you guys have a rugby team. It's not a good rugby team, but you do have a rugby team. Yeah, South Africans love their fighting. Like, no Saturday night drinking is complete without being absolutely fucking sloshed and fighting. For almost all South Africans. When Kevin Peterson played for England, how mad were South Africans? Oh, they hated him. They still hate him. They literally call him a traitor. I remember my uncle screaming at the television set when I think he hit a century. Like, he got, like, really good fucking runs. And my uncle was so fucking angry. He's like, you fucking traitor. I hope you die, you bastard. It's like... It's so weird to listen to those people just getting absolutely pissed. My uncle is saying shit like, when the war is on, I'm coming for you first and crap like that. I just fucking laughed. Like, it was so funny to hear him just lose his crap at this South African playing for the English team. Do we have a rugby team? Literally never heard of one. Yes, you have a rugby team. It's called the Eagles. The USA Eagles. I don't think you've ever won against any of the main teams in the world. So I don't think you've ever beaten New Zealand, Australia, or South Africa. You've come close. Well, when I say close, I mean you've managed to lower the amount by which you lose considerably. So I think the last time you played against the United States, against New Zealand, you only lost by, like, 93-7. Like, 93-7. That was actually... Yeah, that was actually your first ever try against the New Zealand rugby team. Was, like, last year, I think. It was the first time that you scored a try. It's a nice way to put it, Akalon. Finneroinkies, what is a nice way to put it? Not too strong. We in DK don't hate the English. If anything, we like you guys more than most Southern European countries. USA's claim to fame in rugby is that they scored a nice try against South Africa in 2007. Are you, like, is America good in sevens rugby? I don't even know. I know South Africa is pretty good. I know Fiji used to be very good. But I don't know if America is actually that good in sevens rugby. Like, I have to say, like, my dad, for example, is very excited about the United States rugby team. Do you guys love Lethal Weapon 2 in South Africa? I think everyone loves Lethal Weapon, I guess. Alright, top 617 for sure. Wow. That's interesting. Why do their 15 suck so much, though? I don't know anything about rugby. I think of rugby as a more flowing football. You can't throw the ball forward at all, ever. You can kick the ball whenever the fuck you feel like it. And there's no stoppages. Like, not as many. There are stoppages, but not as many. And it's more, I'd say at least, it's more physical. Long story, but I need mellowed out. Oh shit, old Grumster. Well, I don't know if you came to the right stream to be mellowed out. There is a good chance that things are gonna get heated here too. I still haven't really. Wait a second. All right. I still haven't found a title for this. Let's just stick with that title and see how it goes. Let's just stick with that one. Oh, I haven't downloaded the fucking thumbnails yet, have I? There we go. Have you watched videos that I linked in content suggestions? I had to go yesterday while you were still watching video about NFTs. No, I have not watched the videos yet that you've linked in the content suggestions, but I will. I promise. Real football in the USA football, as we call it, is called soccer, which USA seem to be pretty good at as well. I don't think the USA is that good at soccer. Are you guys, like, I don't think so. I think worldwide, the USA is okay-ish at soccer, but nowhere near good. Like, have you guys ever made the World Cup final? Yeah, but women's soccer, like, sure, okay, women's soccer, America rules. But very few countries spend a lot of money on female soccer. When Klinsmann was coaching for the US team, they were good in the World Cup. The female team is the only good because the rest just suck. Yeah, like, for example, I don't even know if South Africa has a female football team. We may do, but I don't think they've ever made the World Cup even. Women's football is good, but they barely get past group stage. Most people in America look down on soccer. Soccer is a beautiful game if enjoyed in moderation. Our own team is very good, better than the men. Wait, no, Flinderoinkies, are you saying that the Netherlands female football team is better than the male football team? Because I highly doubt that. The male football team is very fucking good. The Netherlands do not suck at football. Zigzix, thanks for doing what's up, dude. Really appreciate that. 11 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, the Dutch football team is pretty fucking good. Women are better. The men are wimps? Oh, shit. Wait, actually, soccer is an English word that that was used for the sport. So why did they change it? Doomscream. Banyana. Oh, right. I've never seen them play. To be fair, I've never even seen the South African football team play. They play the worst type of football in the world, dude. They literally the type of football they play, I want to kill myself watching it. It's the most selfish game of football you can ever watch. Like, every single guy that gets the ball thinks he's the one that needs to score. And I'm saying, bro, just not. Fucking not. Can we please not? Can you pass a little bit? It'd be nice if you could pass a couple of times, you know? Get the ball to someone else. No, I can score. You're in your own fucking goal. No, don't worry about it, bro. I've got this. I can score. I can run through all of these world-class defenders. I'll get the ball in the back of the net. Oh, you just got tackled and you lost the ball and now they scored. Good job. This is exactly what I was fucking afraid was going to happen. But you do you, bro. Don't let me interfere. Foul Smoke, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I can't watch South African football. It is fucking disgusting. My team is Bayern Munich. I am a huge Bayern fan. And then, of course, on the international stage, my team will always be the National Fußballmannschaft. What's your opinion on Vuvuzelas? I fucking hate them. They are loud. They're moronic. I despise them. Mewcotiman, how you doing, bro? Thank you much for 2 months up. Did really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you. Really appreciate it, guys. 2010 World Cup on TV because I couldn't hear anything besides those horns. Yeah, we hated them as well because we could hear them in our fucking places of living. Believe me, I hate Vuvuzelas. They're loud, they're obnoxious, they're disgusting. Can we remove these ads, please? Thank you. No, I'd say they're not going to work for most... At least most people from my culture won't like Vuvuzelas, but that's because my culture is very heavy on sort of... I want to call it secretive, but I don't know if secretive is the right word for it. So... if you're Afrikaans speaking, you're meant to be... I guess you could say quiet. Right? Discreet is probably, yes, Stream Shifter, thanks so much, fucking hell. Inglando is hard sometimes. Discreet's probably the right word. You're meant to be discreet. You're meant to speak in such a way that other people don't hear you, that you don't bother other people. There's sort of unspoken rules about answering your phone in public. If you are going to answer your phone in public, then leave and go to a less populated area, so that you can talk on the phone. Don't scream at each other, you know? Don't scream and yell. This, of course, goes out of the window as soon as they watch sports. Like, the second they watch sports, or they get drunk, or they're amongst friends, all of that goes out the window. Then they become the loudest people in the world. So also, I think you could say very hypocritical. It's a very hypocritical bunch of people. Because they have rules, and they hate when other people break their rules, but they don't have as much of a problem when they break the rules. Which they do quite often. But at least my family, I was raised to be more quiet. Then, of course, you have... if you go to, for example... I don't think this is true of all of the African cultures, but I do know the vast majority of them actually have... And this is actually kind of cool. They have this... so, whispering is actually considered very bad. Or speaking quietly is considered very bad. It's considered bad manners. Because if you're speaking quietly, someone else or other people in the room may think that you're gossiping about them. And so it's considered incredibly rude to speak in a tone that doesn't let everyone else hear what you're talking about. Because people could think that you're gossiping. And that's obviously considered bad. So that was sort of very interesting when I first learned that, because I asked one of my friends in high school. I was like, why are black people always so loud? Like, why do you guys speak so loudly to each other? And he was like, because we need to make sure that no one thinks we're gossiping. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, if you're speaking quietly and no one can hear you, other people might think that you're speaking about them, because why would you speak quietly? So you have to speak in such a tone that everyone hears what you're saying. Therefore, everyone knows they're safe. You're not talking about them. So in America, and that's why we yell on the phones or at each other. Seems to that culture in Northern Europe too. Yeah, I'd say I don't like it that much. Rather speak quietly. Let me think you're gossiping about me, but don't let me hear your whole fucking conversation. Could care less if you think I'm talking about you. Yeah, I'm very much the same. Like, if you think I'm talking about you, I'm probably talking about you. You know? Yeah, foul smoke is 100% correct. Neither and both. It's okay. So I was watching this video the other day. This was actually very interesting. I was watching this video from a guy who's talking about people moving to Japan and how they might experience Japan and some of the unspoken rules about Japan. You know, so some of the things, the do's and the don'ts, and apparently Japan has some incredibly deep do's and don'ts when it comes to public life and what you can and can't do and shit like that. And I try to think whether or not South Africa has something similar. Here in Greenland, people prefer not to whisper, but they do not speak loudly either. But as you yourself say, when you are with veins, you can easily speak louder. True. Seconding. Very true. But I was trying to think if South Africa has similar things, you know? Things where these are things that you're not allowed to do in public at all. And I thought, like, I couldn't think of a single thing that you would actually stand out for. You know, where if you did stuff like that, people may avoid you or people might, like, not want to be near you. I genuinely can't think of a single thing that we in South Africa, like, something that no South Africans do, because that's sort of a rule. You're not allowed to do it. I can't think of a single thing like that. I can tell you the different cultures will have different things that they like and dislike. For SA, you are not allowed to publicly say you don't like a braai. Well, why wouldn't you like a braai? Who doesn't like a braai? Hello, Soaps. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I mean, the reason you wouldn't be allowed to say that you don't like a braai is because that would mean that you're mentally unstable. Everyone likes a braai. You have to. Although it also depends what you mean by braai. Because if you're talking about those Afrikaans people braais, I'm not a massive fan of those either. Because those are the braais where it's like 12 o'clock at night and the fire isn't even fucking lit yet. And like, Jesus, I just want to eat. I just want to eat. Can we maybe start the fire? And I was like, no, it's drinking time now. It's like, fucking hell, I just eat, bro. We can drink some more later. I just want to have a meal. What is a braai? Braai is what you guys in America would call barbecue. Only not with an offset smoker. So we don't often do offset smoking, but a braai is effectively what you guys would call barbecue. I mean, you have stoves and ovens, but why would you eat food that comes out of the oven or on a stove if you could braai it? My dad braais like that. Hello, stoves. Mine too. When is ear licking ASMR stream? Why would I do an ear licking ASMR stream? Thanks, didn't know what braai is. Braai was. Yeah, okay, so yeah, braai is literally barbecue. It's where you take wood, you burn the wood, and then you cook meat on the coals that is produced by the wood that's burning. That's a braai. It's very popular in South Africa. Almost every single person I know does it and loves it. It's like a whole event, and most people I know at least do it at least once a week, maybe even twice a week. I think I'm here for the ASMR. I would not do ASMR. But yeah, we're very big on barbecues. Very big. It's like the #1 sport in South Africa is barbecue. I see your fan is on. Is it hot there? Jesus, Kay, you have no idea. It's not as hot today. It's more just humid. But so I lived in the north of the country my whole life. Yeah, I lived in Polokwane. I lived in Pretoria, and I always thought it's hot there. I always thought to myself, this place sucks, bro. It's so fucking hot always. And now I've moved to the south of the country, and I yearn for the heat of the north. The heat in the north has fuck all on the heat in the south. It is ridiculously hot here. It is super humid. It's uncomfortable. It's really disgusting, the kind of heat that this place produces. Your forehead is shiny as hell, Akko, or are you sweating a lot? No, that's sweat. That's sweat. It's hot, bro. I'm telling you, it's fucking hot. But I also have very oily skin, so that is sweat. That's not oil. But yeah, I also have pretty oily skin. Not like overtly oily, but oily enough to where it's kind of healthy. Randy Orton skin? Does he have oily skin? You mean when he's wrestling, right? Where they put the oil on them to, for some reason, make their muscles look bigger, even though their muscles are already too fucking big. Thanks for the first time chat. Big bad stinger. Really appreciate that, bro. It's snowing here where I live, and my guy is chilling with a fan in the back. Yep. I wish it was snowing here. I fucking wish it was snowing here. Sadly, we don't really get a lot of snow where I live. I think the oil makes the light reflect more, so it's more defined rather than bigger. That is definitely what happens. Randy Orton is so gross. WWE. Is there any WWE viewers in my chat? Anyone that watches the WWE? And I mean watches as in religiously. See, I watched that when I was young. When I was like a child. You know, when I was like maybe 12, 13, I watched that. I mean, I always thought people outgrow that shit. I always thought that people will eventually outgrow it because it is super fake. Like, 100% fake. And people are watching it as if it's an actual sport. And I fucking loathe that. I love that there are people that are so into it. Like, people that get so excited for it. Okay, can I tell you guys, can I quickly age myself here? And my favorite wrestler, when I was still, like, into wrestling, my favorite wrestler was Shawn Michaels. I believe his name was Shawn Michaels. The brother of Bret Michaels. That was like that's how long ago I was into I was into wrestling. Was when Shawn Michaels was still wrestling. So yeah, I'm genuinely not sure how people still watch that. Like when you're a grown up and you watch that, I think it's just cringe. Heartbreak Kid, he was mine as well. Oh yeah, I still remember where he won the Royal Rumble. Was it the Royal Rumble where you have all those people in the same in the ring and last man in the ring wins? And I still I remember watching the one where Undertaker, like Shawn Michaels is sort of beaten, lying here in the fucking corner, and you have Undertaker. He literally just grabbed someone by the throat and threw them out of the ring, and he's sort of standing there, fucking, I won sort of thing. And you see Shawn Michaels standing there, fucking slamming his foot on the mat, and it's like, yeah, he's absolutely not hearing that. Don't worry about it at all. He's not hearing you slamming your foot on the fucking mat. Pictor, thanks for the Prime sub. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And he just kicks him out of the ring. And I remember being so fucking happy that Shawn Michaels won the Royal Rumble. And nowadays, thinking back at that, it's sort of like he would have won. He was supposed to win. Do you guys think the matches are fixed? I'm pretty sure the match. So I'm just trying to figure out how fake is it. The matches must be fixed. They must, like, prior to the fight starting, decide this is who's going to win this fight. This is who's going to win this fight. You guys are going to put on a massive show, but this is the guy that must win. This is the guy that must win. Because I can't see how else you would decide it. Considering they don't actually hit one another. Considering they don't actually do anything to one another. You can't say that whoever wins, because then it's just going to be a never-ending fight. You see, but that's where I go, why would you watch that? The fight has been predetermined. You're literally watching just people play acting. They're just playing. Like a male soap opera? that is probably the best way to think of it. It is a male soap opera. That's very true. It gets the main going. Yes, they're fixed. But you can't fake falling from the top of a 20-foot cage into a breakaway table. Yeah, but there's ways to drop down from there that really you won't get hurt. Asking people, why do you watch Seven Lawn? Oh my god, Seven Lawn. Dude, fucking hell. All right, let's quickly finish this. I feel like this can actually be better. What do you guys think of this thumbnail? Do you think it's a good thumbnail, or do you think it can be better? Stone Cold Shaven's head. It's so funny. I'm trying to think. Putting Zuval behind him. I don't know if the picture is really the way. Like if it's the picture or the writing that bothers me. Something about this bothers me. Like something just makes it not, pop. if that makes sense. For me, the picture. Put your face over the alcohol. Lol. Maybe if the picture was sort of brought to the foreground, if you guys know what I mean. So you do a cutout of Arthas there, and you put Arthas in front of the letters. But then you also have to So I'm trying to think now. The wording needs to be so perfect. The wording needs to stand out. And I have in my mind wording like the end or Jesus, this is so hard because I'm not good at making thumbnails. So I'm trying to think. I think we're all in agreement that the picture needs to be brought forward more. Like, the picture needs to stand out more. Yeah? I think we're all in agreement with that. Because right now the picture sort of blends into it. So if you... I can't really zoom out on this, but if you imagine this thumbnail, the size that it would be on YouTube, it sort of, none of it stands out. The Fall of WoW. I like that. Not World of Warcraft, the Fall of WoW. That I like. That I like. Okay, let's quickly message Alex here and ask him if he could. All right. I think it's really good. You see, the problem just with the picture as it is now, the thumbnail as it is now, is when it's that small on YouTube, it's not going to stand out. The other thing that kind of bothers me, I might be a little bit overreaching here, but it bothers me that there's no distinction between the Lich King and the background. It's like the same color, you know? Does that make sense? So the Lich King almost gets lost inside the background. You basically just see the background. It doesn't stand out. So if you could do a cutout of Arthas there, and you could try to maybe work on a different border, like giving it a black border or a white border, or even a yellow border, similar to what the text is, that's going to allow it to just be removed from its background, rather than just like what it is now, where it's like 100% in the background. It's part of the background. Maybe Savannah, somewhere there around. Too many pictures then. You don't want to overdo pictures, because you end up with just too much going on. Most World of Warcraft thumbnails that work is usually a case of one picture of one character, a background, and some writing. You could do the Broken Sky as well. I can see the Broken Sky. That would be a nice sort of contrast, you know. Maybe a hazy white to simulate the death of WoW. Something to that effect. Let's see what Alex comes up with, and then then we can critique the next thumbnail. So as soon as he brings out the next thumbnail, we can critique that one. Let's see what he comes up with. For now, I'll use that as placeholder. And then we can see. Alex just go wild. Oh yeah. Normally Alex's thumbnails is really good. But every once in a while there is like a thumbnail where I go, and it sort of helps just to have a second pair of eyes looking at it. So that's why I like uploading videos nowadays during stream, because getting all of you guys involved sometimes just helps me also go, oh my god, that's right. That could change. Use the picture of the water tiger. What? What water tiger? So what has to say for like Warcraft 3 FT cover? Huh. That could work. The new tiger mount. Oh right. Yeah, I didn't even know there was a new fucking mount. And now boobs in the thumbnail. Boobs in the thumbnail will almost definitely these days get your video not pushed. The China version is $200 fucking dollars. Wow. Wow. Alright. Let's get the Spectral Tiger also. Will you get Swift Spec Tiger with it as well at that price? I don't care what you get with it. $200 for a digital item is too much. You can give me 100 digital mounts, and $200 is too fucking much for it. That is true. Luckily, that's not here. I real, but a lot are mad because it was TGC. Now it's 200. I mean, then again, it is China, right? China doesn't give a fuck about stuff like that. You don't really get to argue with the Chinese government, do you? And considering all of the companies that are owned by the Chinese government, arguing with any of the companies means you are effectively arguing with the government. This is up. What do you mean, Echo? China is the bastion of freedom and human rights. True. True. I mean, the Chinese government really do care about freedom and shit. That is their mantra, right? Liberty and the pursuit of happiness. So, I shouldn't be so harsh on China. They're alright. Alright, are you guys ready to talk some Blizzard stuff? Alright. Alright. We'll have some discussions about Blizzard news. Let me just find all my Twitter mentions. As there's been a few. Here we go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like after years of nothing new coming out of Blizzard Entertainment, Overwatch 2 is still just a dream. Diablo 4 is a distant memory of things that may happen one day. Who knows when that will come? But it does seem like Blizzard haven't exactly been resting on their laurels. They have indeed done something. You know, they've been working on a brand new survival game. Now, off the bat, I haven't read the article at all. I literally saw this, I retweeted it so that I had it. Right off the bat, this seems to me like Blizzard being late to the party once again. Survival games have been a massive thing for a long time. Since then, they've really gone downhill. There's very few survival games, with the exception of Valheim. There's very few survival games that actually still capture the imagination. Considering the most survival games have inherent issues within it that I'll discuss afterwards, for those of you that is interested in my thoughts on survival games. But let's get into what Blizzard actually says about this game. Now, not much will be known about it, because it's effectively just Blizzard announcing their work on this new game. I don't think they're that far into production yet, to the point where we would get anything. Alright, so Blizzard is embarking on our next quest. We are going on a journey to a whole new universe, home to a brand new survival game for PC and console. A place full of heroes we have yet to meet, stories yet to be told, and adventures yet to be lived. A vast realm of possibility waiting to be explored. Now, right off the bat, I like the idea that there's discussions of heroes that still needs to be met, stories that needs to be told. Could this be one of those survival games where we finally get a survival game with some level of storytelling? Now, survival games do not thrive on their storytelling, and you don't need a hell of a lot of story in order to make a survival game work, but it definitely helps. Most of the survival games out there that tried to basically just be a survival game with little to no story have, for the most part, failed. Because people very quickly realize, wait a second, this is just the same shit over and over again. I'm eating, I'm building, I'm eating, I'm building. What am I doing this for? I actually think this is one of the things that made Valheim so successful, is the fact that it actually has story. Now, the story isn't super, shall we say, vast. It's not necessarily the most in-depth story, but it is a story, and that is important. There is story to uncover. So yeah, hopefully that spells something cool. Every story needs a teller, and every world needs builders. What if that could be you? It would be interesting to see Blizzard actually put the player at the forefront of storytelling. For 30 years, Blizzard has been creating universes for millions of players around the globe. This requires a diverse team of developers willing to lend their voices, to listen, and to be heard. That is our mission. The PR department worked overtime. I'm so proud of you, Blizzard. I'm so proud of you. Do you like survival games? Do you want to join a collaborative team of experienced developers at the early stage of a new project in a new world, and help write the next chapter in Blizzard's story? This is your call to adventure. Will you answer it? No, I will not. I will not be answering it, mainly because I think I would not get along with a single developer that works for Blizzard Entertainment, and also because I'm not convinced that this is going to be a good game. Now, for those of you that's saying, but Akelon, we know nothing about this game. There has been no information on this game. This is literally just an announcement. For that, we use track records. And we say, all right, what have you done in the last 10 years? What is your track record? Now, for Blizzard, the last 10 years basically spells the death of Heroes of the Storm due to malmanagement and horrible decisions by Blizzard Entertainment and the development staff that worked on Heroes of the Storm. We have Overwatch that has been not necessarily an abject failure, but let's be real, also not a glowing success, especially towards the later end of it. You have an Overwatch 2 that seems to be in perpetual developer hell. with God knows what's going on with that game. It is a new game, but it's not really a new game. It's basically the old game, just with better graphics. You have Diablo 3, which was, in fact, an abject failure. Again, due to decisions that Blizzard themselves made from the real money auction house that for some reason they thought was a good idea, even though anyone with half a brain would look at that idea and go, no, that is not a good idea. To the point where the game itself did not move the genre forward. And considering where Blizzard used to be, considering that Blizzard used to be the company that actually did move genres forward, that's what Blizzard was known for. Taking any game from any genre and actually making it better than any game in that genre is what made Blizzard the company that it was. So their track record, the last time they've had a good World of Warcraft game was Legion. Ever since then the game have effectively gone into managed decline mode. They have allegations upon allegations upon allegations of sexual misconduct. People drinking breast milk. You pick it. There is something at Blizzard going on similar to it. So the fact of the matter is, this company has an incredibly bad track record. Incredibly bad track record. So, of course, people like myself, with a responsibility to being honest with my community, has to point to this game and say, don't buy it. Don't pre-order. Wait. We have no evidence to suggest that this game is going to be anywhere near good. Like, zero evidence that this game is going to be anywhere near good. All we have is a promise that they're working on a brand new game and a new IP. Which is interesting because it will be one of the first times Blizzard goes into a new IP in a very long time. Now, hopefully we get some announcements. Actually, there is a little bit of bad news here from Mike Ybarra. Mike Ybarra actually tweeted out, when was this, last night. He tweeted out that next week we will get some information about Warcraft and Diablo. Next week or next month. Well, I guess the two is literally the same. But either he said next week or later next month. One of the two. But where Mike Ybarra effectively said more news about Warcraft and Diablo. And I was kind of sad that there wasn't at least a little bit of StarCraft in there. I think a lot of us would like to see at least something for StarCraft. But I'd settle for a Warcraft 4. Something in the RTS universe that you know, is just a little bit different than the same old bullshit that Blizzard keeps bringing out. You know, the $1 billion titles that they hope to constantly hit with. Now, of course, it would not be a World of Warcraft announcement without, shall we say, the shills. It will not be a World of Warcraft announcement without the shills. Now, I want to make one thing clear. I have nothing personal against Towelie at all. I enjoy him as a content creator. I enjoy him as a streamer. But I do think that people like Towelie do a lot more harm to World of Warcraft and the brand of World of Warcraft than what they realize. People like Towelie cutting Blizzard slack, consistently cutting Blizzard slack, regardless of what Blizzard does, continuously standing up for them, continuously wanting to come to their aid, signal boosts to people like Blizzard, who already have their heads so far up their assholes that they can't even tell where they start or end. There's signal boosting to these people that, hey, everything's fine, bro. We're over here just chilling. We just chilling, bro. Now, sometimes Towelie can have really balanced and well thought out takes. For example, when Towelie went after Shadowlands and said that he doesn't enjoy Shadowlands because of XYZ reasons. That was a good, balanced take. And I don't expect anyone to be as obnoxious or as holic as I am. I don't expect that. That is my own personality. I'm an asshole, and I like being an asshole, and I literally act the asshole at all times. But I do expect people to be honest. So Towelie tweets out, people complain Blizzard has no new games. New games get announced. and you see this shit. You see this shit like this. Not getting my hopes up for it considering their track record. Does the gaming world need to list their track record? Stop it. Yes. Yes, the gaming industry needs to list their track record. Of fucking course they do. What are you saying? Are you saying that every single game is a blank slate? Of course it isn't. You can absolutely look at the track record of Blizzard Entertainment and say, this is problematic. There is a very good chance that this game is going to be ridiculous. Very good chance that this game is going to be absolutely horrid because literally based on the track record of Blizzard Entertainment. How can you say that? If I made a statement and I said that the next EA game will have loot boxes and will be predatory, no one in chat would bat a fucking eyelid. Not a single one of you would go, you're wrong, fuck you. Everyone would agree. Yeah, probably, it's EA. How can I say that about EA games? Well, because of their track record. Every single game that they have ever released is filled with loot boxes and is predatory. So their track record proves what I need to be looking out for. So the argument here, Tali, that not getting my hopes up for it, considering their track record, does the gaming world need to list their track record, is yes. 100% yes. Stop telling people to stop it. You stop it. You stop it. Hold these fuckers to account. That is the only way we're gonna get any sort of change ever, is if people like you, larger content creators with actual connections to Blizzard, friends that work at Blizzard Entertainment, right? Not like me, who have people who sometimes leak stuff to me and refuse to actually discuss it with me. They just leak stuff to me. I don't have friends there. You have actual friends that work at Blizzard Entertainment. You should use that as the ability or as the platform to enact some kind of change. You should not be licking their assholes. Tali, you'd be fine if Blizzard stopped sponsoring you, I promise. You have more than enough viewers. You'll be fine. So what if Blizzard stops sending you a couple of merch items? So what if you don't get your next fucking... what shall we call it? So what if you don't get your next statue in the mail? You have enough money. I'm sure you can buy your own fucking statue. So what? Stand up for something, bro. Like, at least stand up for something, because you're causing a lot more damage than what you're actually saving. You're not saving Blizzard, you're damaging them. You need to be willing to stand up and say, this is okay. We should be cautious. We should absolutely be cautious. You should never get your hopes up for any game. Let me be clear on that. You shouldn't get your hopes up for any game. You can be excited for a game, but be cautiously excited. Be cautiously optimistic. Don't just dive straight in. People are telling me to check the replies to this. All right? You're beyond Copia, man. I get it that you have a relationship with the company and make a living off the game they made, but there has to be a line of common sense you don't cross. Just by looking at Warcraft 3 Reforged, I'll never pre-order anything from them ever again. I mean, I can name their track record of the past 4 years, which is a Diablo mobile game, Overwatch dying, HOTS dying, last 2 WoW expansions were shit, AC2 has been dead, Warcraft 3 Reforged, and adding microtransactions to Classic. Super pumped for Modern Blizzard. How can you mention Immortal? Have you even played it? It's probably going to be the best mobile game of 2022 if it launches this year. Wow. Way to not actually engage with the argument in front of you. And the best mobile game means fuck all. That's like saying you're the smartest kid in the dumb class. Like, what are you saying? You're the best mobile game? Alright, you're the best shit game. We get it. No one gives a fuck, bro. How can you mention Diablo Immortal? Easy. Because it should have been on PC and console. considering Blizzard's track record as longest running number one MMO, the most popular RTS games, one of the most popular team strat shooters, and one of the best top-down RPGs, I'd say I'm pretty hopeful. You can't use the track record from the moment that they started. When we say track record, you have to include all of it. Because you are right. Yes, Blizzard did have the longest running number one MMO. It's no longer the number one MMO, so they have lost that one. The most popular RTS games used to be the most popular RTS games. They haven't made an RTS game in fucking forever. One of the most popular team strat shooters used to be one of the most popular team strat shooters. It's dead now. And one of the best top-down RPGs. What are you talking about? One of the best top-down RPGs? Are you talking about Diablo 2? You're not talking about Diablo 3. Like, Diablo 2 maybe. ARPG, but never mind. We can call it an RPG if you want. Yeah. But even then, even if you were to talk about Diablo 2, I'd still say that there's a number of RPGs, top-down RPGs, that kick its ass. It's a good game, but it's by no means the best, or one of the best top-down RPGs. You're pretty hopeful? Hopium, my guy. Hopium. I don't know why you're upset by people basing their expectations of a company's new product based on their very much earned reputation for the past 5 or more years. And it's how being an unbiased consumer works. You don't get your hopes up for shit from a company that has disappointed. Tala's such a good take. Fuck yeah. You know, I was pretty cynical for a while about Blizzard, but I'm trying to move past any type of hatred for them, as I know where the real issues lie. I'm actually excited to have a first ever produced game for console from Blizzard. All the rest have been ports. Jesus, the copium is real in this one. All the rests have been ports. I'm pretty sure Overwatch was produced for console too. Sure, it was a PC first game, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't really change if you're literally designing the game from the ground up that it's going to work on console and PC. Then you could call it a port because it launched on PC first, but it's not really a port. It's not like the game has incredibly broken stuff that just will not work on one of the platforms. That's not how ports work. A port is where the game was designed for only a single platform, and then later on they decide, fuck it, we'll move that game to another platform. That's the port. When a game is designed from the beginning to be on multiple platforms, it doesn't actually matter that it first launches on PC and then a year later launches on console. It was still designed from the beginning to be on all of those consoles, on all of those platforms. So that's not really porting it. It's still technically porting, but it's not actually porting. Actually, yes, considering the last few years, absolutely. Beyond the legal stuff, there's StarCraft, Diablo being left in the dust, HOTS dead as fuck, Overwatch dying to terrible back-to-back WoW expansions, bleeding subs, Warcraft 3 Reforged, and screwing up PC Classic. True. Before or after approximately 2016, there is much Blizz needs to stop, and acknowledging at least their recent but sufficiently lengthy time frame to be considered a track record of mediocrity isn't one of them. Lots of the folks are legit, and then time can change people. You see, if Taliesin not Taliesin, Jesus, what am I saying? If Tali wanted to have at least a somewhat based take, he would say, let's wait and see. But this is 100% a BR take. This is 100% a take of let me defend my friends and my company. If you're a content creator, that is disgusting. Your audience trusts you. All you have is the trust of your audience. That's literally all you have. Now, will you piss off a lot of people when you say bad things about Blizzard Entertainment? Yes, you will. Will you lose a lot of subs when you say bad things about Blizzard Entertainment? Yes, you will. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. Because if you don't have your integrity, if you don't have your principles, then you may as well fuck off. And this, Tauli, is a pretty unprincipled take. You know as well as everyone else that Blizzard's track record isn't stellar. The sad part is that there are viewers of people like this who just wants to hear what makes them feel good rather than the truth. So this will change nothing. And that pisses me off quite a bit. Problem is when people like Tali get too close to the company and becomes a promoter rather than an independent streamer. The reason we fucking moved away from media, you know, the reason why things like IGN has been on the decline for the last decade, the reason why sites like Kotaku is diving into anime bullshit and TV series reporting is because most gamers have stopped trusting the mainstream gaming media. Because we've learned early on, years ago, that these guys are not above accepting money from big corporations to push their games. So if it's a shit game, as long as the corporation pays enough, they'll say it's a good game. So many viewers moved over to YouTubers. You move over to a YouTuber because at least with the YouTuber, you have a relatively decent chance, I want to say, of getting actual opinions. Actual opinions. Not some PR opinion that was pushed down and they're getting paid for it, but an actual opinion from an actual person based on exactly what they're playing, based on exactly what they're seeing. So when I review a game, when I make a video and I talk about a specific game, you may not agree with my take, but you can know damn well that that is 100% my take. I'm not lying. I'm not making it up. That is my take. That is genuinely what I believe. And there's something to be said for the importance of that. So when you have content creators like Tali, like Taliesin, who push these heavily RP or PR statements, it just hurts. Because it's not good overall for the creator community when you have creators that is... I don't know. I won't make the accusation that he's accepting money from Blizzard for posts like this, because I don't think that's the case. I think it's more a case of he has friends at Blizzard and he doesn't like when people insult his friends. D-Zach, how you doing, bro? The company and become a promoter. How he does whatever gets him paid. I don't even know if you can make that argument. I don't want to use... So, you see, the problem again with that is it's not necessarily something that I would ever lobby against someone, because that suggests malice. Right? So if you make the claim that Towley does whatever gets him paid, it suggests malice. So it suggests that Towley actively lies. He actively will lie if it gets him money. That's not an accusation that I can make, not in good faith, because I don't know, and I also don't think it is. I don't think that's the case. It's much easier that Towley doesn't want to offend his friends. He doesn't want to say something that might be mean to his friends, and he doesn't like when other people are mean to his friends, and so he actively simps for the game, knowing full well that that's not actually what he believes. View to the rest of us, he has friends there, and for him, he has an easier time giving them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, it might just be literally as simple as that, right? But Nick, the truth is, that's what my original community wanted as well. There are a bunch of names in this chat today missing that used to be here 6 months ago. People who left. People who refuse to fucking watch my content anymore because I wouldn't. I wouldn't toe the line. You know, I wouldn't sing the praises of Blizzard. And that's fine, you know. My stance on that is fuck off. I don't even wish you well. Just fuck off. Because if what you expect from me is to be dishonest in order for you to watch me, then you can fuck off. Because then I don't want you watching me. You're too stupid. I don't want that kind of stupid in my community. You'll rub off on other people, and then there's nothing worse than a stupid degenerate. Right? So it's far easier for me if you just fuck straight off and leave the intelligent people to hang out. If you're okay with being upset sometimes because I say things that you don't want to hear, hey, welcome to the channel. I'm happy to have you here. But if what you want is me just saying the things that makes you feel nice, fuck off. Like Empress, their copium getting tainted. It's going to be funny if Blizzard ever dies. I'm not saying Blizzard will die, but it's going to be funny. Fuck you, Cask. You leave Minfilia right where she is. She's happy. I'll take care of her. You're not taking Minfilia. Alright. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have to preface this once again by making it very clear. I will tolerate nothing bad said about fellow content creators. If anyone's going to say anything bad about content creators, it's going to be me. Don't attack them. Don't go after them. That's not the point of these videos. But I have reached the point now, during my time on YouTube, during my time on Twitch, I've reached a point where I have had it with content creators who have bad takes in defense of video games that do not at all earn or even deserve the defense that they're getting in any way, shape, or form. And I've had it with no one actually calling these people to account. We just did it with Towley. So, for those of you that's thinking, oh my god, Akalon is just punching sideways here. I don't even know how many subscribers Sol has. I'm pretty sure he has more subscribers than me. But the fact of the matter is, I have no problem punching everywhere. But someone has to start speaking out. Because it's getting fucking ridiculous. Now, I wanna be clear. Sol didn't actually reply to me here. So, I don't know whether or not this is a hot take or tongue-in-cheek. But, so, Sol tweeted out last night. Hot take. Vashj'ir was an awesome zone. If you didn't like it, it's because you don't like flying built into a zone. And given how people railed on it, that's why we might never see a flight-heavy zone or expansion again. Now, of course, I had to retweet this, and my genuine first word was, what? Is this a hot take or tongue-in-cheek? Because one of those two options is stupid as fuck. I'm gonna go with this was a hot take. Sol was absolutely not being tongue-in-cheek here. In which case, it makes Sol So Breezy's take here one of the stupidest fucking takes I've ever heard in my life. Without any reservation. This might be the stupidest take I've ever heard in my life. There is a number of reasons why Vashj'ir absolutely blew as a zone. For some people, there were people who liked Vashj'ir. But for some of us, it was an absolutely horrendous zone. The running animations were stupid as fuck. The fact that you had to swim was stupid as fuck. It wasn't a flying zone. All of the combat animations for almost every single caster was broken. It was broken. You're playing a warlock. You're casting Incinerate, and your Incinerate goes fucking straight down into the ocean floor and then just fucking pops up again against the character. It made no sense. It was such a horrible experience. It looks weird while you're trying to cast things. It looks weird while you're trying to fight things. The depth perception in the zone is completely off. It was just a horrible fucking zone. Not to mention the fact that the zone in no way, shape, or form lived up to its potential. There were so many things in that zone that could have been great if Blizzard actually completed it. But instead, it became this sort of weird zone with some kind of story, but the story doesn't actually get finished. It was just a failed zone. So to make this about flying, of all things, you make this about fucking flying. Where is your logic, Soul? Because I would love for you to show your fucking work. Show your work. Walk me through it. Because from the premise to the conclusion, I am fucking having a hard time following your argument. It's also so bullshit to me, like fucking bullshit, when you have these content creators that come up with these absolutist arguments. Like, this is similar to the lefties that go, if you don't agree with me, you're a racist. That's such an absolute bonkers fucking take on things. Because it is possible for me to disagree with you and not also be fucking part of the KKK. Like, I can look at the things that you're doing and say, well, I don't actually agree with that. I don't think that is a good idea. And also, fuck white nationalists, right? I don't have to agree with you on every single thing. Maybe sometimes you just have a bad fucking take, like this one, Soul. For the most part, I don't have a problem with anything that Soul puts out. Soul has always been a little bit more mellow, and he always defends Blizzard. You know, for example, a massive grind and time gate is called diligent farming. You know, so it's just a different use of words than what I would use to describe what fucking 9.2 is. I wouldn't use the words diligent farming, but then again, you know, I'm not Soul. But to have this take, to say that if people didn't like Vashj'ir, it's because they don't like flying built into a zone, is just absolutely fucking bonkers to me. It's like, what are you saying? None of that makes sense. It's surreal to me. It's literally fucking surreal to me, and I need you to stop. You, Townley, Taliesin, you need to stop. You need to take a good hard look at yourselves in the mirror. Realize that this is not helpful. Your general stance towards World of Warcraft and the gaming industry at large is not helpful. It's harmful. Defending Blizzard at every single fucking turn? Like, are you so desperate to defend Blizzard that you're now having hot takes about zones that launched almost a decade ago? What? We've moved on, Soul. We're no longer talking about how bad Vashj'ir is. We've accepted that Vashj'ir was a fucking lost zone. You could have made a tweet about the new cash shop mount, or you could have made a tweet about, I don't know, the new game that Blizzard announced. Why are you extending your copium to zones that launched more than a decade ago? I don't get it. Blizzard doesn't need this much defense. Who's paying you? You have to be paid at this point, right? If this is the level to which you will go to defend Blizzard Entertainment, someone is fucking paying you. This is by far, Sol, you've had some pretty bad hot takes in the past, I'll admit. You've had some good ones as well, but you've had some very bad takes. But this may be the worst bad take you've ever had in your life. Ever had in your life. So, yeah. If you want to come on the stream and actually have a discussion about this, Sol, I'd be happy to fucking talk over everything and all of your hot takes and shit. But this is just like, what the fuck? It hurts my brain to try and think through your logic here. It physically hurts the brain. Just stop. Just fucking stop. Please, let's not have any more of this. I am begging you. Let's not have any more of this. Jesus. I almost have a headache after this. Jesus. Wow. Alright, what do you guys think of this? What do you think of this hot take? I don't get it, but try. Try to get it. Like, try to think through this. Don't worry, no one fucking gets it. I think Sol is the new Slowpoke meme in human form. I really do believe, and I'm not trying to be facetious here, and please don't view it as facetiousness. Actually, view it however the fuck you want. But I really do think, in terms of people like Sol, they're trying really hard to get in Blizzard's good graces. I've had this feeling for a while. I never said it because I never wanted to badmouth fellow content creators. Nowadays, I don't give a fuck. Like I always thought, don't burn bridges. Now I'm like, give me a bridge and I'll fucking burn it. Because I've just reached the point where I'm so frustrated that I'll burn them all. Sol So Breezy strikes me as the kind of guy that is trying his absolute best to get to a point where Blizzard sends him goodie bags that he can open up on stream, and Blizzard gives him 100 or 200 beta keys to give away, and Blizzard gives him fucking new game keys to try out and shit like that, and he gets invited to Blizzard Entertainment. More importantly, and this can't be fucking stressed enough, I sometimes do wonder if Sol So Breezy might be shooting for a job at Blizzard one day. Hopeful. I believe he actually did apply for a position at Blizzard not long ago. He actually tweeted about him sending in his application for a job at Blizzard Entertainment. So I think this is why he's doing things like this. He's trying his absolute best to get into the good graces of Blizzard Entertainment, to make Blizzard realize that he is also there and he would be a great addition to their team, which he wouldn't. Considering most of his ideas, he would absolutely be horrendous as any sort of developer on World of Warcraft. But, it is what it is. I just feel like if you're going to be a content creator, if you're going to speak honestly and openly about a game, then you can't allow for things. Then be honest. Be 100% absolutely honest. And if you don't get the job because of your honesty, then at least you still have your principles. But this is not acceptable. You cannot do stuff like this. And again, I just have to be clear. There is more than enough stupid fucking idiots on the internet. The average voter is too stupid to realize that people like Sol are simply saying what they think everyone else wishes to hear. They're not actually saying what they believe. I mean, nothing stands out more than Sol's horrible takes on Final Fantasy XIV. If you want any evidence of Sol's allegiance to World of Warcraft and Blizzard Entertainment, take a look at Sol So Breezy's takes on Final Fantasy XIV. The dude skipped all of the cinematics, I believe ultimately boosted himself, skipped all of the story, and then went on to make a video about how the story made no sense and the story was bad and the game was bad without actually even trying the game. You see, because World of Warcraft was bleeding customers, it was bleeding players, he was probably bleeding video views, and he wanted to make sure that everyone understands, no, guys, actually, guys, no. Final Fantasy is bad. Final Fantasy is horrible. I tried it out. It's so shit. You shouldn't play it. Please, guys, don't play it. Don't play it. Come back. Come back to WoW. Watch my videos. Please, please. 20 minutes of copium. 20 minutes of hopium. I'll put more copium and more hopium into my videos. Just don't leave. Don't leave. It's like, bro, just be honest. Just say, guys, I really didn't want to like Final Fantasy XIV, so I didn't actually try to play it. But I'm going to make a video anyways, slacking it off, because I really want your money. I really don't want to lose viewers. And if all of you leave to play Final Fantasy, I will lose viewers, and I won't get my dream job at Blizzard Entertainment. It's fucking annoying. Back to Vashir is to collect hubs and, for the Veil of the Sands Mount. Mr. GM did that as well. I've heard Mr. GM criticize Blizzard. I don't think... I wouldn't put Mr. GM in the same boat as Solso Breezy or Tauli or Taliesin. I'm good friends with Mr. GM, and I have actually heard Mr. GM criticize Blizzard. Like, he does have his preference to World of Warcraft, definitely. But he also how do we put this? He has tried other games. He's played ESO. You know, he's tried a couple of other MMOs. And he enjoyed some of them. I think I heard him say that he really enjoyed ESO. So I don't necessarily think he is. I don't think he's as big of a shill, or even a shill. I just think it's not really Mr. GM's type of content. If you watch Mr. GM's content, he covers the news. He very rarely does opinion pieces. He just covers the news. He covers he loves data mining stuff and sort of finding hidden little gems within the data. So that's sort of what he does. And for that, you can't really say that he's I'd say you can't really call him a shill, because, you know, it's just what he does, you know? Did he have an argument with Pyromancer, Zakuza? I don't remember that. Solo's no content, only reactions. I don't want to watch CNN. I want to watch Netflix. So a stream of Taliesin playing Final Fantasy XIV was miserable. Could tell he didn't like the game and was just playing for the views. Maybe he doesn't like the game because he doesn't want to make content about Final Fantasy XIV. He wants to make content about Blizzard Entertainment. From what I can tell, the amount of times he's played it, like, he plays it all the time, so he must enjoy it. I don't really follow the spats that content creators have with one another. I couldn't give two fucks. Like, if they're gonna have an argument with one another, that's their problem. But I do remember they had a fight a few years ago. Before, this was actually around the time that Pyromancer quit Twitter entirely, if I'm not mistaken. Hansen, how you doing? Zakuza, link it to me on Discord. No, you can link whatever you want, bro. He played the 9.2 PTR and was basically disgusted. He's not wrong. Zek6 thanks for the 50, bro.
I feel like people are interpreting shill in different ways. Can you clarify what is a shill?
Alright, what is a shill in video games? It's someone that comes to the defense of a video game, even when, or specifically video games, but we can use shill in general. It's someone that comes to the defense of someone else, i.e. company, product, whatever. But it's someone that comes to the defense of something else where no defensible grounds exist. In other words, there is nothing to defend here. You can't defend this, right? And then they still find a way through some kind of skewed logic to defend whatever thing they're trying to defend. And then there's the flip side. So it's not just people that say good things about something. That's not a shill. That doesn't make a shill. The flip side of that is someone that shies away from any criticism levied in any way, shape, or form against the thing that they're trying to defend. And if they're pushed to the point where they have to criticize, they will criticize in a way that makes it easy to walk back later. Or usually they'll walk it back within the same video. So Soul will often do this. Very often when you watch Soul's or Breezy's videos, he'll have a criticism about something. Yeah, he'll say something negative about something in World of Warcraft, and then literally the next second, the next sentence, he walks back his criticism. Like, he sort of shifts it, you know? Yeah, a good example is I'm a shill for Minfilia. She can do no wrong. Isn't Zepna moving out of Ukraine because of the impending war with Russia? I have no idea. The original nomenclature is someone who's actively and fully pushing a product, idea, viewpoint, etc. Blasphemous cow, yeah. Can't do anything about it. Wait, these other streamers who play FF like they have to, not want to? I don't know how anyone can play FF and not love it. Gym Drama was about him comparing WoW to FF14's story, etc. And Pyro went on a big rant about it. Oh, I remember actually covering that, Zakuza. I remember covering that. Sorry, yeah, I remember that now. At the time, I came down kind of attacking both of them. Mr. GM for the take that I thought was just absolutely horrendous. And then Pyro for the way in which he handled it. Because instead of making a reasonable argument there, instead of actually setting up a reasonable argument, Pyromancer went straight for the kill. Which would be fine if you left it there, right? If you left it there. So you went straight for the kill. For example, I'm not going to get into any sort of argument with Salsa Breezy over this. This is a shit take. 100%. There's no way he can defend this take, and it would be a waste of my fucking time if he tried. I do it for content. Like, if he wanted to come on the stream, that would be free content. Let's go. But I won't really go after him on Twitter. If he tried to come up with any sort of defense for this, I would just ignore it. Because it is a bullshit take, and nothing you say can change that. But Pyromancer went after Mr. GM and then kept going after Mr. GM. For what he did and for what he said. And for that, I had a problem. Like, I had a problem with that. Don't hound someone. Because that also really doesn't help. If I ignore it, he wins? No, he doesn't. There's no way he can win. There's no way he can win. I don't have to argue with someone in order to beat them. Sometimes people make their own statements that's so bad that they're just beaten automatically. Pyro can be sometimes on edge, that's true. Connecting the pieces of WoW that Blizz kept retconning and lost it. Honestly, that's why I left. That is literally why I stopped making World of Warcraft content. Why I just can't bring myself to make World of Warcraft lore videos. It's because I would keep coming up with these incredible fucking theories on what could happen. For those of you that's new to the stream, you don't even know. This used to be a World of Warcraft lore stream. That's all we did. For about 4 hours a day, we spoke lore. We would hang out every single day and we would just talk about different lore theories, different discussions, different things that I could like fucking see and that could be so cool if it happened. And then I realized Blizzard isn't going to do any of this. Blizzard is just going to keep doing the same bullshit over and over again. So why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep getting my hopes up for good story when it's not going to fucking happen ever? King Julian, we'll see. Maybe, yeah. Plan for the channel now. Hachibachi to become the most hated streamer on Twitch. That's my plan. No. Just do whatever the fuck. Just have fun is the plan. Talk about things that I find interesting, which still games. Go after bullshit takes like I did today. Play Final Fantasy, play Star Wars The Old Republic, play Elder Scrolls Online, play whatever the fuck, you know? I don't really have... I don't want to ever get caught into a single game again, if that makes sense. I've had a ton of fun the last 2 days getting into a bit of politics and stuff. That's been super fun for me, because it's always been something that I really care about and that I'm really passionate about. Is politics. So I've had some great fun talking about politics. So yeah, I'd say probably more along the lines of that, right? So sort of merging gaming, politics. Basically, the best way to put it is whatever I find fun is what my plan is now. And hopefully those that want to join, and those who don't, you know. I'll build... Rylan, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Did you see the Tali video? No, but we will be watching it. We will be reacting to it. I will probably play Lost Ark, yes. In the past, I used to... By the way, Sayek, thanks very much. I really appreciate it. In the past, or at least most streamers, if you look at what most streamers do, most streamers build their brand on top of a single game or a single concept. Now, the issue with that is you're only ever as successful as the game or concept that you're building your brand on. Because your viewers will leave the second you move from, you know, whatever your brand was to a new brand. I'm reminded of streamers, and I'm not going to use names here, but there are streamers that I followed not too long ago who were all WoW streamers, and they had a good 2,000, 1,500 to 2,000 viewers every stream that they did. And then they were sort of forced off of World of Warcraft into playing other games, and now they're sitting with 500 viewers. That's because they built their entire brand on a single game. Instead, what I would like to do, if I can do it, is build my brand on me. So in other words, everyone comes here because they want to hang out with me. And whatever I do doesn't matter. I can literally do stuff in the background that, I can sit here and play a video game in the background, and the things we talk about is the reason why you guys are here. Not just, not just World of Warcraft, not just Final Fantasy. And I'm sort of, it's been nice. The last 2 days we didn't play Final Fantasy at all, right? And we still had 150, almost 200 viewers at some point. So it seems like people, it is slowly but surely getting to that point where people are going, hey, we just like hanging out with this fat fuck. And listening to his opinions. And if he plays Final Fantasy, that's great. If he plays Terraria, that's great, So we'll watch, because we're just here for the bands. Star Wars: The Old Republic is a really underrated MMO. I've really enjoyed it. I'm definitely going to try it. I've promised a lot of people that I will try Final Fantasy, Star Wars: The Old Republic. I agree with you. It's good to have varied content. True. I confess that I watch Akko, Noble, and Breach at the same time. Isn't that a bit confusing? Watching everyone at the same time. I bought a vacuum cleaner. I did buy a vacuum cleaner. Oh, Alex, are you here? Are you in stream? Is Alex here? No, I didn't buy an AC, but I did buy a vacuum cleaner. I don't want to spend money on an AC right now. There's too many variables. There's too many things that could go wrong. And I think it would be stupid of me to buy vacuum cleaners when I don't know what the future is going to hold. Alright, so Alex, myself and the stream have some critiques about the thumbnail. So if you have a problem with the critique of the thumbnail, you need to take it up with stream. It was all of them. I said nothing. I loved it, Alex. But everyone in stream, saw the thumbnail and went, oh my god, that is so low budget. So you should really attack them. For their bad takes on this one. But yeah, just to sort of discuss, people were talking about either bringing the Lich King picture here out a little bit more, right? So bringing that to the forefront and highlighting it with either a red border or something like that, but something that makes that picture stand out. Maybe changing the background picture to something that makes it pop a little bit. And then the wording can be what I DM'd you. So yeah, wow, shift the blame much? I did not shift the blame at all. I would never do a thing like that, Cask. What are you talking about? I think it should say World of Warcraft, the downfall. That's also quite nice, but that's a very long title to put on a video. Could you make that work, Alex? World of Warcraft, The Downfall. Or would you rather go The Downfall of World of Warcraft? So the text that I settled on, that I told Alex about, is to use The Fall of WoW.
Most of us are here because of you, Akko.
Thank you very much for the 100 bits, Adelia. I really appreciate that, and I'm very happy to have all of you here. I'll make some. All right, Alex. We'll give Alex some time. Let him work his magic, and then we'll see what the man can come up with. We have 25 minutes left before the video has to be uploaded, so we'll see what Alex can come up with before the video goes live. Chat is innocent. Grandorius, there is no way in hell that you as chat in this channel has ever been fucking innocent. What are you talking about? The day I get banned off of Twitch, I am throwing all of you fuckers under the bus. Instantly. Like, people will ask me, so why were you banned off Twitch? And I'll be like, it's my fucking chat. They're degenerate as shit. It's all of them. Like, 100% is their fault. I was the most wholesome streamer in the world. I said only good things. I don't even swear. And these fuckers got me banned off of Twitch. Hindenburg, take care of yourself, bro. Clean One, how you doing? Mousepad, how you doing? Agriel, how you doing, bro? Achibachi, how you doing? Dakeen, how you doing? Rotio, how you doing? Arcanox, how you doing? Echo plus chat versus Buzz? Check OnlyFans to find out. Erased all the chat box? Exactly. Flies, exactly. How you doing, bro? Flace X, how you doing, bro? I love your streams. Hindenburg, thanks very much. I love having you here. It is an honor to stream for all of you. It's an honor to entertain all of you. Reaction time. Yeah, wait, I need to react to that Taliesin video first. People have been hounding me over Talieson's take on a Frigiavi. So if I don't react to that, I'm gonna be in big fucking trouble.
This video.
So we'll react to that. Yeah, you guys just have to sit through this. I do apologize. Trim, how you doing, bro? Whoa, Netrix, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate it. Can we get some love and chat for Netrix? Comrade, thank you so much for redistributing that wealth. I promise to use it almost as responsibly as governments do. Thank you. Can we get some hearts in chat? Thank you, bro. Really appreciate that. Let me just quickly see here. Trimit the One. Thank you so much for the first chat. First time chat, really appreciate that. I seen like 50 of your videos, but never on stream. Hey, dude, happy to have you here, man. Very happy to have you here. That Born voice is coming along. Oh, yeah. Arcanox, of course. You just have to be breathy as fuck. All right, so we're gonna react to this. We're gonna react to Taliesin and Evital's video on a Frigiabi and the Sylvanas sabotage, as they themselves titled it. But before we get into that, let me quickly catch everyone up who don't know what this thing is about. Basically, we're blame shifting the living fuck out of the dumpster fire. Sorry, Alex, for that swear word. I really apologize. We're blame shifting like hell. Like hell. Basically saying that Steve Denuser and everyone else is completely innocent in Sylvanas' storyline and that it is 100% Alex Afriziabi. Now, I realize that it is the hot ticket to hate Alex Afriziabi. I have no time for the guy myself, but I have reservations. Now, I haven't watched the video yet. Chat's been hounding me to watch it, so we'll fucking watch it. But I really... I really don't know. Alex, by the way, cut out the part where we're looking into the thumbnail quickly. Where did you put the thumbnail? Alex? Yeah. Afriziabi is long gone. That makes him such a good fall guy. You know, it's sort of like whenever gangsters get caught, they'll blame the dead guy. You know, the gangster that was shot by the cops, like, fucking long ago? They'll blame that guy. You know? Because he's dead. He can't defend himself. Now, that is nice. What do you guys think of that thumbnail? Tolerable. Jesus. Sly, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I think this is a nice thumbnail. Alex, this is a really nice thumbnail. Yeah, we'll run with this one. Let's quickly change this. Alright, there we go. Now, just quickly have to... I agree, it's missing cat goals. WoW doesn't have cat goals. What are you guys saying? Yeah, plus if we keep using cat goals, that's going to be very fucking bad. Because then soon you guys are going to go, wait, what the fuck? More cat goals? We have to keep the cat goals for those special occasions when it's an absolute dog shit video, but I still need the money. Then I put some cat goals into the thumbnail, and all of you fucking degenerate cunts click, because why wouldn't you? It's cat goals. And that way everyone wins, you know? Popotos. Oh, we could probably put some potato people in there. Why not? Okay, Alex, we can resume the video from here. All right, so let's watch. Tell us how you really feel. Yeah, I make no, bro. Let's be real about one thing. Every single person on YouTube, every single content creator on YouTube puts out videos because they want to make money. That's it. There is not a single content creator on YouTube anywhere on the planet that puts out videos for the love of the fucking video. They all do it 100% for money. If there was no money in YouTube, very few people would keep doing it. There's money, so they make videos. And I don't think it's healthy to lie to your community about that. They know. No one imagines I sit here and stream for my health. You know? Everyone that comes here knows, oh my god, this guy, you know, obviously is streaming because he wants to make money. I can also enjoy it whilst I'm making money, right? So it's still very enjoyable. It's a fucking amazing job. But that doesn't change the fact that it is a job. And to pretend otherwise is stupid, because you're basically taking the piss out of your own community. You're telling your own community they're morons. You know, if you sit here and go, oh, I'm just streaming for friendship, guys. I'm streaming for friendship and shit. Your own community is sitting there going, fuck off, bro. We're not your friends. We're here to see you dance and entertain us. Like, stop lying. Just do funny shit, man. Do funny shit. So, yeah, to pretend like that's not why we're here. That's wrong. It doesn't mean we can't also do other things. There's secondary reasons for streaming and for content creation. So, for example, I love making videos, and I love seeing the feedback from videos, and I love the community that videos create. But it doesn't change the primary focus of videos. It just means that So here's the funny thing about that, and this is going to be so hard for Alex to edit, but fuck it. Here's the primary thing about that. The funny thing about it. Even though your primary focus is on making money, if all you were doing videos for was making money, you would probably not keep making money. Oh, probably not keep making videos. The money on streaming and videos is not enough to keep you motivated to keep doing it. Because you're going to have bad days of streaming where you make no money. I have many of those days. You're going to have bad days where your videos don't get the views that you want to get. I have many of those days. You're going to have days where there's just nothing to talk about. There's many days like that. If your only focus is money, I would say if the focus on money is so high, right? Even if there's other focuses, but if your focus on money and money alone is the highest thing, yeah, you're not going to keep making content. Because the other things collectively, so when you start putting together the other things, like having fun with your community, building a community, those things collectively should be higher priority than making money. In a one-for-one comparison, making money is the highest priority. But when you put all of the other reasons together, they should outstrip money. Otherwise, you won't keep making content. Never. You will not keep making content. You're going to get bored. You're going to lose interest. Because it's not like, at least in the beginning, it's not like you're making bags and bags full of cash. You know, I have currently, 147 viewers. That's sort of average for us right now. And I'm making about, this month, I'm on about $543, I think. That's how much I'm making off of Twitch. $543. Now you tell me, can you live on $543 a month? Of course you can't. Unless you're a fucking magician. You can't. So if money was my only reason for being here, I would not be here. Because yes, I am making money. But at least in the beginning, you're not making anywhere near enough money to say that can be the only focus. You'll not stick. What do you think about the idea of a WoW reset? Basically, there are hundreds of thousands of planets in the reality realm of Warcraft. Why not just restart the story on a new planet, new races, an entire new base to develop the lore? Donovan, how you doing, brother? So, I mean, we've discussed this at nauseum quite a few times before. My quick answer here would be not with the current development staff. They need to prove first that they can actually save this WoW before I would trust them with the WoW 2, because the WoW 2 is just going to have the same problems that WoW 1 has. I don't see that changing, but you are correct. There's nothing limiting you from making a WoW 2 anywhere in the story, because the story has such vast potential for a second, a third, or maybe even a fourth WoW at some point if you want to pull it off. So yeah, definitely, I can see that happening. Money is fine as long as you are entertaining. Yeah, true. You can't just sit here and want money, right? And you should also, I think, you should be very careful. It's very easy for some content creators to start looking at their community as only a bunch of payers, which I feel like is the worst way to look at your community, because none of your viewers is a walking ATM. They don't exist to give you money. You earn their money. So if you're not doing your absolute best to entertain them, to be the most entertaining person that you can be, to the point where they watch you and they go, I need to give this guy money because I'm enjoying what he does. You don't deserve their money. You're not owed your viewers' money. You earn it. There's a lot of streamers that don't understand that fundamental concept. Your viewers' money isn't your money by default. If you don't earn it, they don't have to give it to you. Oh, Sly Odenbean. I was literally thinking about the exact same thing just now. That girl who sat there for almost 10 minutes and went off on her fucking community. McLumens, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Went off on her community. She was like, I can't believe I've been sitting here for 5 minutes and none of you have subbed. Did I not just say 10 minutes ago that you guys have to sub? This isn't free content? And I sat there and I watched this clip. And I was like, what the fuck am I watching? Like, what the fuck? Why would people watch this person? That is such a toxic fucking mindset. Such a toxic mindset. I'll see if I can find it, Chimanita. I'll see if someone can find that clip for me. Please link it in content suggestions so we can watch it afterwards. But you'll see, it's the most bonkers thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. Big Bad Stinger, thanks for the prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it, bro. Because she is hot, Akko, but she isn't hot. That's the thing. She's not even that hot. If you compare her to most of the hot girls on Twitch, she's not even that hot. But okay, Alex, now we can start the video. So with all of that said, let's get into this and see what Taliesin and Evital has to say about Alexa Freesiabi.
This video is sponsored by Audible.
Burn it!
Hello Internet, Taliesin here, and this is a video I wasn't planning, but which I feel like I have to make for reasons that I hope will become clear as we go on. But today, Internet, we are talking about Sylvanas. We are talking her character and story arc from Battle of Azeroth and the Burning of Teldrassil onwards. And we are talking about whether disgraced ex-senior creative director Alex Afrasiabi sabotaged her as some sort of spiteful
Is that how you say his name? Alex Afrasiabi. Sounds like there might be a bit too much onus on that A. Alright.
parting shots to the company and the game, or perhaps just through sheer incompetence. It is a topic that's been gathering traction online recently since Bellular, a creator wildly more popular than me, and rightfully so, frankly, because I mean, have you seen this man's loft? That is one beautiful loft. That is a proper YouTuber loft right there. Fair play, I cannot compete with that kind of beamwork. But Bellular tweeted about this, inspired by Ian Bates, aka Red Shirt Guy, aka very close dear personal friend of mine ever since I touched his back that one time in the Warcraft Q&A. And in the Ian Bates tweet that Bellular was talking about, Ian Bates was talking about a tweet from last December from Michelle Morrow, the voice actor.
I just want to point out as well that Michelle Morrow has since come out at Ian Bates on Twitter, and she actually said that he is misrepresenting what she said, just for full disclosure. Now, based on her tweet suggesting that Ian Bates is misrepresenting what she said, I couldn't actually see how Ian Bates is misrepresenting her tweet, because her tweet says, pre-retcon Sylvanas, I'm saddened by the leaked cinematic. Her entire character was basically sacrificed for the worst storyline in Warcraft history. I heard from a trusted source, the burning of Teldrassil is Afrasiabi's fault. No idea, regardless, my goal has gone to the retcon. That's exactly what Ian Bates said. Literally, word for word, exactly what Ian Bates said, and she's saying that her tweet has been misrepresented. I don't know how you misrepresent something like this. It says what it fucking says. Like, you could dress it up however you want, but it's fucking what it says, Michelle. It's what it says.
Actor for Alleria in Hearthstone. And in that tweet, Michelle is talking about it. It being the idea that, in Bell's interpretation at least, Afrasiabi had the last laugh with Sylvanas, pretty much destroying her arc and surely leaving remaining writers in a strange position. And I know he's making a video on the subject which will be out before this video is published, but not before it's recorded. So this is not a response to his video because I haven't seen it. I've actually been in contact with him about it. No, rather this is to tell you what I know about the impact that Afrasiabi had on where Sylvanas and the story of WoW are at right now. Because
I'm really, really looking forward to this. The burning of Teldrassil and where Sylvanas' story is at right now is not and will not be connected in any way, shape, or form, not logically. The Trickstar, thank you very much for the primes. I did really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The burning of Teldrassil was absolutely terrible, but it did not leave the story of Sylvanas with no other way out. That is simply not true. It's not as if that moment was so large that there was just nothing else that you could do. You just had to sort of keep writing it that way. Because even after Afrasiabi was gone, they did nothing to change the story arc for Sylvanas. So let's see, but I'm pretty sure I'm already getting a good idea of things that I am going to disagree with here.
as it happens, I know a fair bit. As I hint at in this reply to Bell, I have heard some things on this subject, and judging by the responses of Morrow, Scott Johnson, and Towley, some other famously in with the devs personalities,
In with the devs is a good way of saying shilling, but okay.
I'm not the only one. And at this moment where this is a buzz topic and opinions about it are being formed and hot takes being made online, I think it's maybe important to share exactly what I know to help inform the wider conversation. Because, as I will show you, there is more than a little truth about the idea that Afrasiabi decided on a certain direction for Sylvanas, which the rest of the writers on WoW didn't necessarily share or agree with, and that the current team may have been essentially playing cleanup on ever since. And also, to be clear, this isn't a speculation video when it comes to that statement. I've got receipts. So allow me for one moment to talk about sources. Obviously, it is known that in my time covering World of Warcraft, I have come into contact with a number of talented and amazing people connected to the game in some way. Here's me touching Ian Bates' back, for example. And some of those people make the game. That basically can't be helped to a certain degree, and some of those people I become genuinely friendly with. Terran Gregory and Christy Golden are pretty obvious examples of people that I would consider real-life friends. More often than not, though, when it comes to people who work on WoW, I'm just someone who makes funny videos about their work, which get passed around the office every now and then. And what that means over the years is that people that I've met at BlizzCon or shared a few jokey emails with have, on occasion, shared with me certain little tidbits of information that they think I'll appreciate or enjoy, on the understanding that it's off the record and I'm not going to go around shouting it from the rooftops. And
Alright, in defense of Taliesin here, after almost a minute of just him explaining to us how popular he is in World of Warcraft and Blizzard Entertainment, I will say in defense to Taliesin, please never expect any YouTuber to reveal sources. Whilst we're not journalists, it is true that sometimes people do come to you and they speak to you, but they speak to you literally under the understanding that nothing that they tell you is going to trace back to them. So more often than not, you can't show the DMs, even with the names closed out. You can't show shit, right? Because if you show anything, it could lead back to someone else. Watching a WoW YouTuber talking about WoW, still don't have anything to do in your streams, non-WoW related. Chair sitter, why the fuck do you care? Still coming to my stream, even though you know that I just shit on WoW, why the fuck do you care?
And 9 times out of 10, this is stupid, harmless stuff. For example, did you know that the Nightborn were originally conceived to all have French accents in Legion? Because they were, and if you think about it, that's a really good idea on paper, right? You're talking about this decadent society with masked balls and vineyards and indulgent clothes. A lot of their design has a genuine 18th century let-them-eat cake feel to it, further solidified by all those Suramar quests that have you sneaking around, plotting to overthrow the corrupted monarch and getting fighting, or can you hear the people sing, building up Thalyssera's resistance army? Of course, you might consider giving them French accents. And honestly, how cool would that have been? What are you hiding? Something is not quite right. My grandmother was French, so... The team was apparently quite evenly split on the idea of giving the Nightborn French accents, with some convinced it was a goer, and some certain it would just be really annoying. And
What question, Arkil? What question would you like me to answer? If you have a question, ask it. I didn't see any questions. You submitted for points. Hold up. I'm not fucking seeing it, bro. Oh, here we go. Why do you love Steve Denuza? What the Arkil, go fuck yourself. Why do I love? Are you high? Why do I love Steve Denuza narrative and WoW? I don't. He's a moron. Dan, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go fuck yourself, Arkil.
And apparently, they got as far as a first draft of the Thalyssera cinematic being voiced by a French actress, which is the thing that made everyone watch it and decide that actually, yeah, it is really annoying. That's the story I've been told by people on the team, people plural. I happen to believe it because of who the sources that told me the story were, but also, I wasn't there. It might not be true at all. Other Legion devs could be watching this right now and shaking their heads in disbelief about this totally random made-up thing that I've just imparted to you. Like any report, you have to make decisions based on who is telling you, what their biases might be, and what their track record is. And that goes for whether I believe my sources as much as for whether you believe what I tell you. And on the other hand, there are some things that I get told that clearly aren't meant to be repeated in public. And in those cases, I am absolutely not going to betray the trust of my source, right? And not just because I want them to continue to trust that they...
Jesus, this is a fucking long way of saying, I can't tell you guys who the sources are, but just believe that I have the sources. Like, what the fuck? We get it. We get it. You can't tell us who the fucking sources are. No one is that stupid, Taliesin. Everyone understands this.
They can tell me funny stories about the Nightborn, but because on a human level, it would just be like a really shitty thing to do as a person. And this kind of information being given to me has happened a few times, and this stuff about Afrasiabi was one of those times, and one of those things.
We're still going.
Because over the course of about a year, I heard some of the things that I'm going to tell you now from no less than 4 different sources at different times in different contexts, all under the strictest confidence and very clearly
Jesus, this is like a fucking infomercial. More on the product next, and then they go on for another fucking 2 minutes telling you how cheap this product is and how you can't fucking save anywhere else as much as you're saving here, and then they're gonna tell you about the product, and then they fucking keep going faster and faster. It's like, holy shit, dude, just get to it. Lovely video, Audible. Jesus, we're halfway through the intro of this video, and we're like, what the fuck? We're at 6 minutes and 3 seconds, and in about 4 minutes we're at the point where they call out the sponsor of the video. We've not gotten into anything that's been shared
for public airing. And even though this shit is juicy AF, there was never any question that I would repeat it. Not properly anyway. Probably alluded it to in passing on stream, but no one really watches my streams, and I certainly wasn't about to make a video on it, you know? Now though, thanks to Belialar covering it, which he is perfectly entitled to do, and him being one of the biggest creators in the space, there isn't really much that I can achieve by staying quiet. At the moment, this entire conversation is happening on essentially fourth-hand information. I at least can offer some second-hand. And with the knowledge that I've been told this by so many different people now independently that I'm incredibly confident that it cannot be traced to the people who told me, I think it would be useful to share what I know. Oh, and by the way, just before that, I don't think I need to clarify this, but just in case, obviously, it is not Terran Gregory or Christy Golden that have told me this. Mostly because those motherfuckers don't tell me anything. Terran Gregory. Okay, so like
Yeah,
I say, I've had DMs on this.
I can confirm Terran refuses to tell you shit. They literally just will not tell you anything. I have tried multiple times to get Terran to tell me the smallest little thing whilst playing World of Warcraft and hanging out with Terran, and he just always goes, well, we'll see. Which is terribly frustrating. Even with small things, like things that literally wouldn't matter at all if anyone knew. He just always goes, we'll see.
This from 4 people that I've met in real life and know to be legit. I'm only going to show you the actual DMs from 2 of them because I think it's maybe possible that others might have identifying hints to them. And even then, I'm not going to show you every DM for the same reasons. So you're not going to get a whole conversation here, just the relevant bits. Right, in no particular order. One morning, I woke up to this. Would you like an off-the-record piece of information? Denusa didn't write the burning of Teldrassil.
When BFA was in development, Denusa wasn't even working on it. He was still on Legion quests, and now he's stuck with this crap and trying to do the best he can.
And I have to admit that these DMs made me laugh because I already knew all of this because I'd already talked to someone else about it like a month earlier. And so if I were to show you my side of this exchange, it was just me going, no, really? No way. Now, obviously, the most striking thing about this is how it could be read as a defense of Denusa rather than anything else, right? So let's get one thing straight here. I'm not interested in defending Denusa, okay? In terms of this whole
Taliesin, you've made a career out of defending Blizzard. What do you mean you're not interested in defending Denusa? You have at least a little interest in defending Denusa.
Afrasiabi thing, I'm just interested in the truth, and honestly, the revelation that Steve had very little to do with the main narrative event of BFA shouldn't really come as a surprise or revelation at all. A quick look at his LinkedIn tells you that he was on quest design until like a month before BFA and the burning of Teldrassil was announced at BlizzCon 2017. There's no way its conception has anything to do with him, and that's obvious to anyone. That's always been obvious. What's interesting here to me is the idea that Steve is now trying to resolve those problems that he and the rest of the team inherited.
All right, can we at least agree that it is very possible to judge someone's ability to do something in their ability to actually save something? If you're a good writer, you would have been able to save the story past the burning of Teldrassil. I can literally come up in literally a minute. I can come up with a way that you would have saved the story of burning of Teldrassil 100% to the point where you could actually redeem Sylvanas with no issues whatsoever. It took me, literally when I saw the first tweet of this go out, it took me less than 30 seconds to go, oh, but you could have done this, this, and this, and it would have been so fucking easy, the story would have been fixed. So here we go. Sylvanas burns the tree, and things continues as normal. At some point, we get a cinematic where Sylvanas gives us orders, and for a brief moment, the briefest of moments, you see Sylvanas' eyes change from the blood red to a tiny hint of blue, and she almost looks as if she spaces out, and she looks at the character directly into the camera, and suddenly you see the red return, and she goes back to just sort of, giving orders. That's a hint. It's the tiniest little hint, but it's a hint that something is not quite right here. Big Traveling, thank you for the 0 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The tiniest of hints, but it's enough for the player to realize that, hey, maybe we don't have the whole story. Then time goes on, things continue, and at one point you're being called by Nathanos. And Nathanos tells you that something is going on. Something is not right. And he's worried about the Dark Lady. And he sends you on a mission to go find out what exactly could it be. And your mission, maybe, Praetorican, thank you so much for the 5 community subs, dude. Really appreciate that. Can we get some love and chat for Praetorican Comrade? Thank you so much for the redistribution of wealth, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much to everyone for the support. It means the absolute world to me. And your quests inevitably lead you to Icecrown, where you talk to Bolvar. And Bolvar states that he has sensed a presence on Azeroth, but couldn't quite see where that presence is. He couldn't pinpoint where that presence is. But there is a presence that reaches from the beyond onto somewhere in Azeroth. And he can see that presence moving around, doing something, but he doesn't know exactly what it is. And this could actually be it. This could actually be what we're talking about, right? Just that. We could go further and we could actually bolt this out right up into the point where they redeem Sylvanas. That and that alone would have been enough for a redemption arc of Sylvanas, because the player would have very early on realized something is different here. Something is wrong. Everything doesn't sit quite right. Adelia, thank you for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. 19 gifted subs in the channel already. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in chat for Adelia and the 19 community subs so far? Thank you. So at the end of the day, the reason, and this is why I say this is such an illogical argument to make. Not necessarily from Taliesin, because he's only been really making his point for the last 2 minutes, and we're 8 minutes into the video. But we'll see where this video goes, you know, what turns and twists this take. But there are people who is now using this Afrijiabi stuff as justification, sort of forgiving Denuser for everything that's happened because it wasn't his fault. And the logic doesn't track. Because Steve Denuser decided to write the story of Sylvanas all the way to the end, and then in what can only be described as one of the most bonkers 180s I've ever seen in my life, to the point where almost every player has fucking whiplash, she goes, "I will never serve." And that is the first and only moment that we have that something may not have been right with Sylvanas. This is not the fault of Alex Afrijiabi. Yes, he took the story in a moronic position and direction, and the story that he took, the road that he took for the story makes little to no sense. But to blame him for the end result of Sylvanas is fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. Praetorican, thanks for the gift that's up. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There's another couple of DMs I want to show you from another source that follow a similar line, and this one is a bit spicier. Alex Afrijiabi unilaterally made the decision to burn the World Tree and set Sylvanas on her villain path. And he did it without a plan, and then he left the WoW team. None of the current narrative team are happy with the World Tree burning, but they couldn't pretend like it never happened. They are waiting for the day that they can move past the Sylvanas story and stop treating WoW like Game of Thrones. So to my mind, there's a clear picture.
Then you could have... oh my god, bro. You could have stopped this so much earlier. Why continue on a story that you're not happy with? Afrijiabi made a stupid fucking mistake. He made a stupid choice. Why continue this long? Why keep the story going, even after most people didn't enjoy the direction that the story was going in? I am not one of those people. I actually did enjoy the direction that the story was going in. But for me, right, if I had my way, Sylvanas would full on be a badass bitch villain. That is what I wanted for Sylvanas. The next big bad of the World of Warcraft universe. Because we already have sort of Sargeras being replaced. Sargeras is no longer really there, right? And he used to be the big bad guy of the World of Warcraft universe. And I genuinely argued back then even that if you're gonna have a next big bad, you can either bring in another cosmic level force that no one has ever heard about, and that could be very risky, or you use Sylvanas. You make Sylvanas the next big bad, the one that pushes stories forward, and maybe she fucking, you know, jets off to other planets to go gather new armies to fight the Azerothians. That's what I argued she should have been. She should have been the next big bad. But no. But fucking no. That's not the way they went. They also didn't, by the way, do what they wanted to do. They wanted to stop treating it like Game of Thrones. Instead, they shoehorned it 100% into Game of Thrones, yeah, and then made a 180 turn at the literal time where it doesn't make sense. I don't blame Alex Afrigiabi for that. That was 100% the decision of Steve Denuser. Gearday, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You mean to tell me that one man, Afrigiabi, had such influence that a whole team of writers could not have a say or influence the story otherwise? And if, let's say, that's the last thing he does, why are the same people... Hold up. Chat moved past that. Nick, holy shit. Thank you so much for the 10 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we get some love in chat? Comrade, thank you so much for redistributing the wealth. I promise to spend it, well, not wisely, but thank you. Really appreciate it, bro. All right, let's quickly see your you said influence story otherwise, and if let's say that is the last thing he'd do, why are the same writers who remain trying to double down on that ruined, spoiled plot with saying it's the grand finale of the Warcraft 3 saga? Because that's how Blizzard operates. Blizzard will never apologize. We're not saying that that this is a lie. Blasphemous Crow, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I should probably say thanks to Chairsitter and his moronic attempts at getting any sort of rise out of me. You guys are gifting subs, so I really appreciate it. Can we get a round of applause in chat for Mr. Chairsitter and his idiocy? It is very much appreciated. I really appreciate each and every one of you. It's very much what Blizzard does. Yeah, this is what Blizzard does. They don't apologize. They will not take the player into consideration. And perhaps, you know what? If they came out and they said, listen here, guys, this is what happened. Alex Afrigiabi painted us into a corner. It's miserable, and we're going to try and fix it, but this is the result of a man that is a fucking child that can't think for himself and that really just wanted to have the last laugh. I think the player base would have forgiven them. I really do believe that the player base would have forgiven them. The player base would have been like, hey, you know, yeah, we understand. Try to do the best you can. But they didn't do the best they could. I don't even think they did anything right after that at all. So yeah, it's kind of stupid to me that we even have this argument. It is clearly not that simple. The guy can't just write whatever he wants. Blizzard chiefs have to agree with it. Stop making sound it as if the whole thing is a simple job. If you are so good at it, apply for the job. If you are that good, you will get it. Give me some titles of some of your published books. What's that? None, I see. Oh, Velistrous. You're gonna make that argument. The man is literally the lead narrative designer for Blizzard Entertainment. He answers to no one when it comes to actually making decisions for the story of World of Warcraft. He is the fucking one people answer to. So are you a moron, or you just not know what the fuck you're talking about? Wobblewee, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. No, actually, Wobblewee, thanks for the 1 gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Ryu with the 5 community subs. Really appreciate it. Can we get some hearts in chat for Ryu, Wobblewee, and everyone else that is gifting subs? It is really very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dank, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Where in South Africa am I? Cape Town. Loomdog, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Happy to have you here. You're a moron if you actually fucking say that. And where are my published books? Why the fuck do I need a published book? Are you saying, in other words, that you can't actually say that a movie or a series is bad if you haven't made your own movie or series? Are you fucking physically saying that? Velistrous. Is that what you're actually saying? So in other words, if a human being has not done something himself, then they cannot in any way, shape, or form complain about the thing that has been done. You are a moron if you believe that. Absolutely devoid of any fucking intelligence, and you should shut the fuck up and leave, because you're making everyone else more stupid in this fucking chat. How in the god... Wow! What the fuck did I just listen to? How could anyone write that and think, yeah, hit enter, this is a good argument. I'm making such good arguments right now. Like, no, bro. Just fucking no. I don't need to publish a book to know that this is the worst story that has ever been written in World of Warcraft. I don't need to publish a book. I can literally just look at the story and say, wow, this is a bad story. Anyways, Dead War, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. CDJ for the gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate that. And Adelia with another gifted sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, back to the video.
Being built up here, corroborated by the other DMs that I'm not going to share, of a major
Holy
and controversial...
shit. Loomdog, thank you for the sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, that is not true. Is a non-scientist more credible than a published scientist? What the fuck?
That argument is self-inconsistent. You are criticizing a Cullen, who is a streamer, but you are not a Twitch streamer. So by that logic you should not be able to criticize him.
I don't know how to react to your statement. Writing and science is now the same. This just in, guys. J.K. Rowling can absolutely also be a scientist because she's a writer, and they're the same thing. One requires rigorous study for years at university, mathematic degrees, and an actual understanding of the knowledge behind the universe. The other requires a good idea, but they are the same, 100%.
narrative decision being decided on and championed by Afrasiabi, who in fairness was the senior creative director at Blizzard at the time. Like literally everyone else on the narrative team was below him in importance and power, which maybe wasn't so enthusiastically met by the rest of the senior narrative team at the time, which then got abandoned halfway through when Afrasiabi became too much of a liability and left the company, and which Steve Denuza, who was a quest designer when all this went down, is now in charge of resolving. Whether you think he's doing a good or a bad job of that is up to you to argue
Bad, 100% bad job.
about in the comments. But also,
And also, just by the way, Steve Denuza's track record on games that he's worked on is abysmal. Steve Denuza liked the new Star Wars movie. Steve Denuza liked season 8 of, or the last seasons actually, not just the last season, but the last seasons of Game of Thrones. He thought they were brilliant. So, Steve Denuza is his track record, and I realize this will trigger a Towley, but his track record is one of not knowing what the fuck he's doing.
totally irrelevant to what we're trying to work out here. I'm not interested in trying to defend or excuse any writing from any writer since. No one is trying to throw anyone under the bus. We're just asking what actually happened here. Because it's interesting to know, and sometimes the truth is just good for its own sake. So did he spitefully, purposely sabotage Sylvanas because he just wanted to piss everyone off? Was this his last laugh, his FU to a player base or a game?
Do we know how Afrasiabi left Blizzard Entertainment? Do we know? I know it was sort of hinted at that he got pushed out, but do we know that he got pushed out? Or is it more a case of he knew that the writing was on the wall, his depraved acts were going to get found out, and he decided to leave? Because I think that would go a long way to actually deciding what his motivations were. It's very difficult. This is going to be very difficult to figure out what the actual motivations were for why he decided to write the Savannah story the way that he did. But none of that actually defines the story right now. So I would like to know exactly how he left and under what circumstances he left.
or a team that he resented. Judging by what people have said to me, I don't think so, honestly. I think this story's a little bit more nuanced and actually a little bit more sad than that. Let's start.
Wow, I can actually say Taliesin has a good take there. Am I agreeing with Taliesin? I think I am. I did not expect that to be his fucking take. I did not expect that to be his take. Well done. Well done. Well done. Yeah.
With the burning of Teldrassil. Do I think that Alex Afrasiabi, whose job it was to come up with the ideas, burn Teldrassil as some kind of aggressive act, like to purposely F everyone over and be an absolute dick about it? No, I don't think so. And one of the main reasons I don't think that is because I think the burning of Teldrassil was quite good, actually. Okay, let me explain.
Agreed. Again. Okay, I should say agree again. The burning of Teldrassil was actually pretty good. It opened so many... I remember speculating on the burning of Teldrassil for months. We had so many speculations on what this could mean for the story moving forward. We had so many possible storylines that lined up with what Blizzard could have done. So to argue now that the burning of Teldrassil was a bad thing is honestly, I think, not necessarily good faith. Because the burning of Teldrassil wasn't bad. It was the handling thereof later. That's what made it bad. It's not the burning itself.
Hey everyone! So sometimes we kind of struggle to actually integrate these integrations, but it's funny, this one kind of just made sense. I think we can all agree that 2022 is going to be all about fresh starts, building self-awareness, and positive change. And we're really happy to be teaming up with Audible for this video, which has the largest selection of audiobooks out there, including a really great range of titles dedicated to self-reflection and generally not being a dickhead. And I mean, I'm not thinking of anyone in particular here. One of my recent favorites is the No Asshole
Thinking of
Rule
someone
by
in particular
Professor
there.
Robert I. Sutton. The definitive guide to building a better workplace, I don't know, like a game dev company, by dealing with, and I quote, bullies, creeps, jerks, tyrants, tormentors, despots, backstabbers, egomaniacs, and all the other assholes who do their best to try and destroy you. My personal favorite part is that it includes a self-diagnostic test to see if you are, in fact, the asshole.
I can say without reading the book, and I will never put myself through reading that drivel, but I can say that I am, in fact, the asshole. No matter where I would work, no matter who I would work with, I would be the asshole. So, good book. I really didn't need it, but hey, answered that question.
Not that anyone comes to mind here, but why not give it a try? Audible also comes with loads of member benefits you might not know about, including 1 credit per month for their premium collection and unlimited access to their new Plus catalog.
The asshole
which
deep
has
down.
literally
They were very true.
thousands of
Very fucking true.
audiobooks, guided meditations, podcasts, including How to Be a Better Person with Kate Hanley, in case that's useful, and even sleep tracks, because honestly, how do you sleep at night? If it sounds like you or someone you might know might enjoy
actually.
this kind of thing, you
Sleep
can try
really
it all
well.
for free for 30 days by clicking the link in the description, heading to audible.com/Taliesin-Evitel, or texting, Taliesin-Evitel to 500-500. Just Taliesin-Evitel, no pictures of yourself or parts of your body, please, thanks. Still not sure where to start with Audible? Why not take a leaf from one of Sarah Knight's titles and get your shit together? No one specific really comes to mind, but check it all out for free at audible.com/Taliesin-Evitel or text Taliesin-Evitel to 500-500. Happy 2022, everyone.
So, Alex Afrasiabi's job was to create a narrative for World of Warcraft that facilitated a cohesive through line of story and world development, but also to sell a video game. And there's nothing wrong with hype, There's nothing wrong with excitement and buzz around a story. In fact,
You need hype. You need excitement. So absolutely, again, in agreement there. If you tried to make a story with no hype, the story would just die. Literally no one would fucking watch. No one would come back to play. So yes, the burning of Teldrassil was a pretty amazing hook. to get people back. It was amazing because this was massive. This was huge. And I'm sure it led to a ton of people just wanting to see what the fuck is coming next, you know? So, yeah, I think it did what it needed to do, especially at a time where Blizzard wasn't doing too hot. It absolutely did what it needed to do.
I would say those are good things, and I think the burning of Teldrassil absolutely achieved what Alex Afrasiabi would have conceived it to. Like, that is one hell of an image to include in your expansion reveal, right? And to tell your players that the World Tree and the Undercity were going to get destroyed in the opening exchanges of a war. It was a dramatic image, a huge idea, a massive in-game event with lasting consequences, with one of the game's most loved and controversial figures at the very center of it all. It got everyone talking about it and discussing and speculating and often arguing for the best part of a year before it even actually happened. I would argue that at its most basic, the burning of Teldrassil is an example of Afrasiabi being very good at his job. The problem is not that he did it, the problem is that he clearly had no idea why it happened. He clearly had no idea what the end or even middle of this story was going to be. It's like the polar bear in Lost, right? The polar bear in Lost is incredibly cool. It is incredibly cool and intriguing and exciting that there is a polar bear on this tropical island. It's like, whoa, how did that get there? This is great. And it is, as long as the writers do know why it's there and didn't just put it there because it's cool with the intention of working out how it got there later. As it turns out, the writers on Lost had no idea why the polar bear was there, which is why Lost sucks. And Afrasiabi...
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We've gone from actual good takes to bad takes again. What the fuck are you saying, Taliesin? Lost sucks? How can you say that? Lost was fucking amazing. Anyways, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you over what is an amazing series and what isn't. But I will say that's sort of true for the whole of WoW. No one seems to have a clue what the future is. That's true for Denuser as well. It's literally true for everything right now in WoW. No one seems to have any plan of what is in the future, what comes next. So to say that it's only Afrasiabi, it's not just Afrasiabi, it's literally the whole of Blizzard. Now, this is where we could sort of make the argument, could the fact that you have Afrasiabi, because Taliesin actually makes a good point here, the fact that you have Afrasiabi, yeah, who had clearly no idea where he wanted to go with the story, he just sort of fucking went with the story. And now you have Steve Denuser, who clearly has no idea where he wants to go with the story. He just sort of writes, whatever the fuck is hype. May that signal a deeper problem within the game itself? In other words, the development of the game makes it almost impossible for the narrative designers to come up with a good story. Because they don't actually know what is going to happen next. What is this team going to work on? What is that team going to work on? Where are they supposed to take the story? Is it going to be time for them? Is there going to be time to implement a story? Or is that shit going to get cut? We all saw the ending of BFA. Every single person that saw the ending of BFA thought that this was a rushed end. It felt like they sort of just, they had to get it over with. There was no more time for any extra stuff. Just get it done. We need to move on. Maybe that is why everything's so sucking. And I would, like I said, from the beginning, I would be more than happy to walk back all of my criticisms on Steve Denuser. If it turns out that it is in fact not his fault that the story is in the sort of state that it is in, but rather than that other things are impacting their ability to actually tell a cohesive story. But so far, no one speaks out about that. There hasn't been a single Blizzard employee that actually gets up and says, look, we can't just talk about the sexual assault and stuff that's happening at Blizzard Entertainment. Can we also talk about the fact that we don't know how to run our departments? Because there's no cohesive plan. There's no idea of what's going to come next. It's just sort of this thrown together thing, last minute. No one knows what the hell's going on. Because then the player actually knows something needs to change, something isn't great here.
had no idea how he was going to resolve the events that he kickstarted with his cool burning tree. Because in hindsight, Alex clearly planned to basically just wing it, I guess, which is also very evident in the way BFA pans out. Quite a lot like Lost, actually, with its, ooh, here's an interesting thing, what's happening here? Well, maybe we'll tell you later when we've worked it out. Ooh, here's an interesting thing, what's happening here? Well, maybe we'll find out later when we work it out. Forever and ever, until you realize, you know what? I don't think they really are going to tell us.
I mean, this is sort of... Asmongold have made this argument in the past, where it's not... Blizzard treats secrets and sort of reveals not in the way that you would expect them to be treated. It's more a case of... Actually, it wasn't Asmongold that made the argument. Sorry, it was Apocalypse actually made this argument. Blizzard achieves secretive storytelling simply by not telling you. That's it. And the fact that this is true for BFA, and now also true for Shadowlands, leads me to believe that maybe this is a bigger structural problem within the company. Because literally the same thing can be said about Shadowlands that is said about BFA. The mystery in this game is only created by the fact that we are told fuck all. That's where the mystery comes from. They create mystery by just not telling you, which is actually not how you create mystery. You create mystery by telling the person, the player, 95% of everything, and then there's this one dark spot, like 5% of the story, is not colored in. The issue is Blizzard gives you 60% of the story, and then 40% is not colored in, because they don't know what that other 40% is going to be. And that is as true for BFA as it is for Shadowlands. There's no change in that.
Us after this stuff, because I don't think they know. That is definitely backed up by what people at Blizz have told me, and also by his behavior at the time too, because frankly, he was kind of acting weird. In fact, he was acting in a way that I can best describe as being on one. In the round of interviews straight after the BFA announcement, he said that he had been personally writing Sylvanas since 2006, and that's just not true, by all accounts. There was him saying randomly that Sylvanas was responsible for and planned the Wrathgate incident, as if that was established canon, which it wasn't, and hilariously, still isn't, as in his wake, the team appeared to have just completely ignored that. There was all that shit about firing the cannon that he just plucked out of thin air. Basically, there's a pattern here of impulsive decisions that affect very important and impactful parts of the story, which Afrasiabi seemingly decides on without much.
There is also, of course, a world in which Afrasiabi did actually have a plan for the story. And the narrative people that stayed after him, after he left, just decided not to go with his plan. Right? There is also that world. We have to keep that possibility open. That this was, in fact, not... that he didn't have a plan. He did have a plan. The cannon was going to be shot, and, Sylvanas planned the Wrathgate, and all of that was planned out. And then Steve Denuser took over, and he was like, screw all of that. I don't want to do any of that. I want to do this.
Consideration beyond the positive audience reaction that he's going to get in the moment that he says it.
We're going to fire that cannon.
The way people on the team have described his approach to...
Can I just say, and I realize that you should... People say you shouldn't judge a book by its covers, but...
the moment that he says it.
We're going to fire that cannon.
His face... It's just untrustworthy, dude. You look at this guy, and everything about his demeanor, the way he is, the way he answers things, the way he speaks, he just looks like a scumbag, I don't know why, but it just... I look at the guy, and I think he's a fucking asshole, is what he is.
The way people on the team have described his approach to me is that he was proud of treating every WoW expansion like it was the last WoW expansion. Which is great, until there's another WoW expansion with a story that needs to carry on from the...
Well, in in essence, that has been that has almost always been the WoW thing. I've made this argument in the past. If you look at how World of Warcraft functions, and this is why I so often say you can't actually compare the stories of Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft. Doing so is to compare a one-shot in D&D to a 9-month campaign in D&D. It's not comparable to each other because a one-shot is designed for something very specific to achieve something very specific, whereas a campaign is designed to do literally almost the complete opposite of what a one-shot does, right? A campaign is meant to be slow burn, and sometimes you get entire campaigns, like an entire evening of D&D in a campaign where there's no combat whatsoever. There's literally no fighting. It's just world building. Yeah. Whereas in a one-shot, you can't have hours and hours of world building. People would get bored. They want to fight. They want to have combat. They want to get loot. Right? So at the end of the day, this has always been what World of Warcraft has been. Their expansions are one-shots within an established narrative world. So there is a larger narrative within the world, but every expansion is sort of a mini one-shot within that world. And they're loosely connected. They're never concretely connected to one another. So for him to treat it as every expansion is WoW's lost, well, that's kind of how you treat one-shots as well. You can have one-shots that become sort of a series where every one-shot takes place in the same universe, but that has always been WoW's formula. They don't have that single narrative drive throughout every single story, right? Dimitri, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. It is always possible that he would have had ideas, but in an attempt to remain relevant, necessary for the company, he did not say more than strictly necessary to his own colleagues. And now that they fired him, he says goodbye with a fuck you because nobody knows what he wanted to do. Also, very possible. Also, very, very possible.
The last one. The cannon still hasn't been fired, obviously. So do I think there was a vendetta against Sylvanas from Afrasiabi? That, as...
Has the sword been used at all? Does anyone know? Because that was promised after Afrasiabi left. I believe it was Ian that told us that the sword still has to be used. And I don't think the sword has been used, so... Again, fucking promises of large things in the game being used that is never used.
As the rumor goes, he was annoyed at how Garrosh's story went in Mists and decided to get revenge on the Banshee. I'm just speculating here based on the evidence at hand, but I don't think so, no. It sounds like a guy who got an idea in his head that he knew would be a total showstopper and did it, without properly planning how it was going to resolve and without really listening to the people around him, confident that he could make it work as the expansion played out, kind of like the ultimate dude, trust me, but then got sacked from the company, finally, for being a complete piece of shit, leaving a team who never asked for this monumental, controversial, no-win story to somehow resolve it to everyone's...
You see, but this is the problem with we never asked for the story. The story doesn't belong to you. You don't get to ask for anything. As the narrative team for World of Warcraft, the story of World of Warcraft doesn't and will never belong to you. It belongs to the players. It's our story. You simply facilitate the telling thereof, but it's not your story. It can't be your story because the truth is that the vast majority of players have been with this story much longer than you. The vast majority of us have played this story much longer than what the Newser have written it. So the Newser and the narrative team can't for a moment pretend like this is their fucking story. It's not your story. You are simply facilitating the telling thereof. So you can't go, well, I don't want to do this. I instead want to do that. No one cares. This is the story. This is the hand that you've been dealt. Deal with it. Just write it. This is the hand that you've been dealt. Respect the players and write the story. Doesn't matter if you don't want to do it. You don't have that luxury, sadly. Come up with your own storylines and then write those, but this one has already been written. The die's been cast, as it were.
Liking. Did Danusa and his gang manage that? I think many of you would probably say no, and that is fair
Yes.
enough. I think in Shadowlands, they've probably tried to give the Sylvanas arc the
A critic, no. Considering the amount of people that have left World of Warcraft and considering most of the reports that myself, Ballilar, and a few other content creators have gotten, World of Warcraft is hovering anywhere from 1 million to 1,000,003 players. And some of the reports that I've heard actually puts it at less than 1 million players. So the truth is that we are definitely not in the minority. The majority of players. The only difference is that most people, like, here's the thing. The only people that you're actually still going to find talking about World of Warcraft are content creators like me that, you know, it's content, so why wouldn't I talk about it? And then people who still love the story. But remember, the vast majority, so you guys, people here who don't have YouTube channels and who don't have Twitch channels, what did you do when you realized you no longer enjoyed World of Warcraft? You left. Like, you didn't tweet it. You didn't scream it at the top of your lungs. You didn't make YouTube videos upon YouTube videos of how bad it is. You just unsubbed and left. That's it. You're going to go play something else. I guarantee you the vast majority of you didn't even make a forum post to complain about how bad the game is for you. Why would you? You no longer enjoy it. Why are you going to waste an evening of your time making a forum post on a game that you no longer enjoy? You're just going to leave. So you never know who the people are who no longer like your game, because they usually just fuck off. They usually don't stay. So you can only really, you can't really look at the responses. Now, to answer the second part of your question, it could have been about mechanics. Of course it could have been. But considering the amount of content creators that have left because of the story, or at least have moved on, even Noble is unhappy with the story, to the point where Noble doesn't even want to make videos about WoW, modern day WoW. He makes videos about the older stuff in WoW. Like, I had Noble for 3 hours in stream. We were discussing the story of WoW, and even Noble hates it. Right? And Noble is one of the most balanced guys you'll ever fucking meet. So at the end of the day, you don't, like, I think you could maybe look at, I think you could probably look at the content creator and say that might, at least to some extent, inform why some players would have left. Not all players, but some players may have left.
focus and weight and central part of the story that they felt the character deserved, and which the build-up in BFA kind of demanded. And whether or not this is their fault exactly, I think there's a huge part of the community which would quite reasonably hold the opinion that they have failed in various parts of that. And there's plenty of room for videos on YouTube discussing the things that are wrong with the Shadowlands story. But I think it is also true to recognize that it's not really the current team's story, that it was kind of dropped in their laps like a cool but problematic polar bear. And there is some truth in the idea that 10.0 will be the first real shot that Denusa has at his own thing. When 9.2 was announced and he said,
Eternity's End serves as the final chapter of one book of the Warcraft saga.
I think it's fair to interpret that not as him copying the language of Final Fantasy XIV, although why would that be bad, or claiming that he wrote Warcraft 3, but as basically closing the book on the story that he and his team inherited and being able to start telling their own tale. And of course, only time will tell if that's been worth the wait, but when it comes to Alex Afrasiabi's contribution to the current state of World of Warcraft, at the very least, there's a general sentiment among the devs that he started something which he had no idea how to finish, and that they've been trying to wrap it up for him ever since. You will make up your own mind, as you should. I'm just telling you what I know. So, thank you for joining.
All right. That took a surprising turn, and I did not think I would say this. I genuinely went into this video, and this is sort of where preconceived ideas bite you in the ass. I genuinely thought I would go into this video hating every single word coming out of Taliesin's mouth. And I ended up actually agreeing with, I'd say, 95% of everything he said. This was an extremely balanced take, and a very good take, actually, from Taliesin. It was balanced, it was logical, it had rational structure to it. So I appreciate watching this. It was actually good fun watching it. I did not expect I would have enjoyed it. I'm not a massive fan of Taliesin's content, sadly. His comedy is just not for me, and we have very different ideas about how the game should work. But I did not hate this. He makes good points, and it's nice to see that he didn't just throw Alex Afrasiabi under the bus. Now, to be clear, you can throw Alex Afrasiabi under as many buses as you want. I'm not trying to stick up for the dude. But I also don't like blame shifting. I fucking hate blame shifting. And there's so many content creators and people over on Twitter doing exactly that. Wanting to defend and forgive the current writing team for World of Warcraft based on Alex Afrasiabi's writings and this new reveal. Which just, you can't. I don't think his bad actions do not forgive the bad actions of Shadowlands. It doesn't. So, yeah, pleasantly surprised about this. Pretty decent video. Good job, Taliesin. I genuinely did not think that I would like this. But yeah, what did you guys think? At the end of the day, he is not the only one responsible. No, of course not. No one is suggesting that he's the only one responsible. To be clear, no one is suggesting that. But, are you talking about, Nick, are you talking about Alex Afrasiabi, or are you talking about Denuser? Afrasiabi. Yeah. I do not believe that he literally could do whatever the fuck he wanted and no one could tell him anything. I quit Shadowlands after 4 weeks because when I logged in for some fun after work, I was met with a laundry list of chores to do before I could raid, and I had enough. Well, yeah. I was pretty much exactly the same. But Blizzard doesn't learn. They do not learn from any of those mistakes. They continue to do the exact same things. Even now, they're doing exactly the same thing. I actually like Taliesin. He borderline shills true, but at least he can see other people's perspectives and doesn't try to tell people they're wrong for not agreeing with him. That's only true if you're not on his Twitch channel, though. It's the problem how far the team needs to plan things ahead. Cinematics VO. Raidman, so I think if you're gonna have a story, if you're gonna write a story, you have to have that story planned out at least almost a decade. And I'm not saying you have to have every single element of it planned out, but you have to at least know, say, the next 5 expansions. What are the big moments that you want for the next 5 expansions? Like, I think if anything short of that is just a problem. SVK, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're with him on Twitch. He becomes an ass. Yeah, I mean, on YouTube, yes. On YouTube, yes, Taliesin can say to people that they can disagree, and he doesn't mind disagreement, but I have more than enough viewers in my chat that is completely banned in Taliesin's chats. So I'm gonna say, and sometimes for stupid shit. Like, there have been people that's banned from Taliesin's chat for good reasons. Like, when they told me what they did, I was like, yeah, I think you fucking deserve that. I wouldn't ban you for it, but I can see why other streamers would. But then there's also been people who literally just have a disagreement. Like, they literally just disagree with one thing he says, and he's like, oh, fuck you. And he blocks you or bans you. I always found the story part of WoW more of a theme. Only stories I enjoyed was Wrath and Mob. The rest was meh. The stories in World of Warcraft has always been sort of... That's actually a great way to say it. Because it has always been just sort of a theme. Because that's exactly what it is. It's always been this sort of... There's an overarching theme for the expansion. And everything else is sort of loosely tied to that theme. And the theme really only exists to introduce different bosses, different raids, things like that. So in World of Warcraft, the story sort of exists to enable the end game. Whereas in Final Fantasy, the end game exists in order to enable the story. So it goes from two very different positions to get to what can be described as the end game, you know? Check my name. I am actually mod in his chat. Ryu, you're a mod for Taliesin? Wow. Nice. Well, we're supposed to be setting driven. FF is character driven. Ryu, how can you be a mod in Taliesin's chat and be so happy in this one? Because these are two very different chats we're talking about here. Nvidia, yes. Look, all stories have themes, yeah? So, yes, there are clear defined themes in Final Fantasy as well. But again, in this instance, what you need to understand is the themes exist in order to enable the story. Everything in Final Fantasy exists in order to enable the story. Almost nothing happens independent of the story. Every element of Final Fantasy has a story tied to it in some way, shape, or form. Whereas in World of Warcraft, the themes exist to enable the end game. That's why the themes are there, to enable the end game, to make sure that the PvP makes sense, and to make sure that the raids make sense, and the dungeons make sense, and things like that. So it's two fundamental different viewpoints from which they work. Cyclical nature of violence and vengeance, and how organized religion can suppress the masses. You still get to learn things about dragons and even an Endwalker. Yes, WoW has contained stories, as FF has a continuous that makes narrative meaning. I mean, it's two different ways of telling the story. That's basically all it is. It's two different ways of telling a story. So, for example, I would say, if you are interested in speculating, Final Fantasy is probably not your game. I don't think speculation YouTubers would have a lot of success in Final Fantasy because of the way they handle the story. Stories are incredibly heavily narrative driven and usually don't leave a lot of open ends. Sandman, thank you for doing something. Really appreciate that. 8 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, bro. How you doing, brother? I don't know. Is there any speculation YouTubers for Final Fantasy XIV that I don't know about? I mean, people who genuinely speculate as a rule on the lore of Final Fantasy. I'm not talking about people who's making videos just explaining the lore of Final Fantasy. Speculates a lot, but only live. Yeah, I mean, look, I speculate on Final Fantasy as well, but that's just because I'm still in Heavensward. So I have a literal, shall we say, ocean of lore and story that I haven't uncovered yet, and therefore I can speculate on those things because I haven't uncovered it yet. But if you think about the end game, so once you get to Endwalker, there's going to be, like, maybe 3 or 4 things that you can speculate on. Because everything else have ended. And you're most likely only going to start getting real speculation again once you hit patch 6.4 to 6.5. Because that's where it's sort of leading into the next story for the next expansion. So now you can sort of speculate a little bit on the next expansion. But again, the way the story is, the reason speculation in World of Warcraft has always been such a hot button topic and people love making speculation videos in World of Warcraft is so little is actually known about the story. So little is actually known. I will tell you about being a mod in that chat in private. I would love to fucking know, bro. I would love to know, Rio. Gigox did a good lore video on FF, but it's a one-off at this point. Pretty much no one else has done anything really great, I found. Trying not to spoil the story for Akko. Please don't spoil the story for me. Last time I saw Taliesin lose it with chat was when he was banning people that wouldn't agree with him that trans women are real women. why would you ban people for that? It seems to be something that we can absolutely discuss. But I would also, like, I wonder if you don't run the risk of erasing trans people, or trans women specifically, if you do make the claim that trans women are real women. I mean, there's a history there, there's a story there, and I don't know necessarily if that is I don't know if that's a helpful thing. I don't think that's a very helpful point of inquiry. Because if you're gonna talk about a real woman, right? There's certain categories and things that we need to be able to attach to that. What does that mean? And I don't necessarily think it's obvious to me that that's at all helpful and not actually quite harmful to say that trans women are real women, because you're erasing who they are. You're erasing their story, which I don't think is in any way, shape, or form fair. Because I have quite a few, just to be clear, I have quite a few trans people in my community, trans women, trans men, and I can tell you from having conversations with them, because I find people and their journeys quite interesting, a lot of them have quite the journey that they've gone through in order to get to where they want to be, right? And if you make that claim, you're basically saying they're no different to cis women, and that just means nothing, because they are. Their journeys are not the same. How we arrived at the points where we are isn't the same. So yeah, I think Taliesin's wrong on that. Talking about that, I don't give a fuck if people get offended by it. There literally just isn't the creators out there like Aklon for FF14. It would be difficult to have that conversation, to be honest. You don't care whatever people are? Oh, but Alex, I mean, that should go without saying. I don't judge people for anything. Whether you're trans, gay, I couldn't care less. Like, that's your life. Live it. Be happy. It's honestly, it means nothing to me. It's not my place or my right to tell you how to live or to tell you that you're wrong or right. Who knows? You're a human being and you're living your life. And as long as you're not hurting anyone else, I don't really see any issues with it. That is pretty thin-skinned, and from what I've seen, he does ban people and get nasty with people who don't agree with him. It's why I unsubbed years ago. I hear that quite often from people. Let's go without saying on the internet. This is probably true. This is a global thing. I thought it was just a thing here in the USA. Novak, what? That's Rain, how you doing? Flinderoinky said, I'm very happy to hear that. I always... Donovan, thanks for the gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Give me some hearts in chat for Donovan's gifted sub. Really appreciate it, bro. I always strive to make sure that people feel happy and welcome here. Unless you're a moron, in which case you're not allowed here. But if you're just... Whether you're bi, whether you're gay, whether you're straight, whether you're whatever, I don't give a fuck. Like, this is not the place... This is not a place of judgment, and I don't want people to feel judged here. And I usually have pretty strong stances on people judging it. Everyone is allowed to have their own opinions, as long as you can back those opinions up with facts, yeah? Or at least some kind of logic. I will allow any logical opinions in my chat. What I won't allow is people who just mouth off. You know, if you just have someone, like, clearly just saying, like, horrible shit about trans people or gay people, I don't want you here, because you're not adding anything to the conversation. You're just saying a bunch of horrible shit, you know? If you're not caught up, then, yeah, I get it. You can't see it. But as someone who was caught up, I want more creators like Aklon speculating. I love it. I mean, I would be happy to try. I would be happy to try eventually. I've always said, you do you unless you affect me or my family in a negative way, because I don't care what you are, even alien. Same. Who cares what someone does in bed or in their car in a dog parking lot? No one. As long as it's two consenting adults, no one should give a shit. If you do care, maybe that actually says a bit more about you than it does about the people doing it. Because you should really not live your life. I think it's a very unhealthy and unhappy life when you spend your life caring about what other people do. I think that it just leads to a lot of unhappiness. That's my opinion. I don't care. I want more story. Robert, it's not a WoW stream. It's just a stream. You guys decide what it is. People brought up trans women, and now that's what we're talking about. I don't do specialized streams anymore. I don't do streams anymore this is what the kind of stream is. It's just a stream. And that's it. Norwak, why do you care? Why do you care whether people are upgrading to Windows 11? What people do their lives, but don't try to force me to agree or celebrate what you do. No one should be celebrated for what they do. We're all just in this world. Do the best you can and fucking move on with your life. I won't celebrate people for anything, because I don't think it's brave or amazing or anything like that. You're just a normal human being like the rest of us. Now get on with your life, you know? Dimitri, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Upgrade en masse, then it will get fixed faster. Okay, so I will not upgrade to Windows 11. Here you go. Let me trigger you a little bit there. But I have been able to upgrade to Windows 11 for a long time now. And I even phoned, because I have a problem with my Xbox Game Pass right now, where I can't play EA Play games on my Xbox Game Pass. And I was actually on call with a Microsoft customer service guy. And he was like, okay, I can see the first problem here. You're not actually upgraded to Windows 11. Let's take care of that. And I was like, you fucking dare, and I will lose my shit. You will not upgrade me to Windows 11. Go fuck yourself. I will use Windows 10 until Windows 11 has 0 problems. Then we'll talk about me upgrading to it. What are other games with a comparable lore level as WoW? Well, before it was ruined. Donovan? I'd say you'd struggle to find that. I'd say you'd struggle to find a story quite as deep as World of Warcraft during its during its heyday, shall we say. For what it was. Like I said before, you can't actually compare Final Fantasy and WoW, so don't try to. But when you're asking about the same kinds of stories as WoW, it was very, very unique in how it did things and for how it worked. To manage to build such a vast world, an expansive universe, without actually having narrative-driven storylines is something quite spectacular, if you ask me. No. But again, with Baldur's Gate, with Divinity Original Sin, what you're talking about is narrative-driven games. And it's not fair to compare non-narrative-driven games. Now, I guess you could make the argument that WoW is, in a way, also a narrative-driven game. You could make that argument, because it's not like there are no narratives in World of Warcraft. But it's not necessarily... It's not the same kind of narrative, if that makes sense. I'm trying to figure out how would I explain this, and I'm coming up short on how exactly I would. Okay, so you would. It's so hard to explain, but Yeah, the same argument that I've made before is actually just the best way I have for it, and that is World of Warcraft is a one-shot of D&D. It's not D&D. And it's not a campaign of D&D. Games like Baldur's Gate, games like Final Fantasy XIV, games like Divinity Original Sin are campaigns within the D&D universe. And I'm not saying they're using the D&D universe. I'm using D&D as the sort of backdrop for this. They are campaigns. These are the 9-month campaigns that you and your friends run every single week, just for funsies. Yeah, every week you get together and you do things. WoW is one-shots. Now, in one-shots, you have things like Marula said there. You have things like the rule of cool. You know, in a one-shot, you can get away with a lot more than what you can get away with in sort of a campaign. Because in a one-shot, you can absolutely allow people to do ridiculous shit. And, you know, it's fine. It's a one-shot. Who cares? Plot-centric versus plot-adjacent. Also very, very, very nice, eloquent way of saying it, actually, Sly. Like that. Yeah. Nice way of saying that. What should be my first MMO you would recommend? I'll try anything at this point. Okay, so Donovan, I'm going to suggest Final Fantasy XIV because I've been having the time of my life in Final Fantasy XIV. And also, I think Final Fantasy XIV, for someone who has never played MMOs, is perhaps the best game to get into. Because Final Fantasy begins... So, the beginning of Final Fantasy XIV is actually very fucking tedious for people who know what MMOs are. So someone like myself who come from World of Warcraft almost from the beginning, it was incredibly tedious because they're teaching me things that I think should just be known. You know, they're teaching you what how tanking works and how healing works and how DPS works and how to move and stuff like that. And as an old school WoW player, you're sitting there going, but you should fucking know this, right? Why are you teaching people this? But then, for any new player, this is actually perfect. And actually, I believe, Donovan, they've just opened... They're either opening it today or tomorrow. When is sales opening for Final Fantasy again? Did it resume yesterday? I know there was stuff that was going to actually be a little bit sort of delayed, but all right, it's open and you don't have to buy anything, Donovan. Don't buy the game because it's free up to level 60. You literally don't have to pay. No, I think the free trial opens today. I think the free trial opens today. Or is it tomorrow? Because they had several dates. They had the 25th, the 26th, and then the 27th. And on each of those dates, different things happened. Free trial is still closed. When does free trial open back up? Is that tomorrow? Alright. Well, in that case, Donovan, I'm gonna say, go for Star Wars The Old Republic. I have not played it yet, but I have it on very good authority that it's an extremely underrated MMO. I have it on very, very good authority from a lot of people within my community. Donovan, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That it's an incredible game, and I think it's also free to play up until level 60 or something like that before you have to pay either the sub or buy the expansions or something like that in order to keep playing. But you can absolutely give that a go, see if you like it, and yeah, then make your decision. And at least it will keep you busy until Final Fantasy goes live again, and then you're good to go, you know? So you guys want me to react to the new Asmongold video? Do you seriously want me, small little Akalon, to react to Asmongold's new video? How do you feel about store mounts? I fucking hate store mounts. All right, link it. Link it, chat. Give me the link to Asmongold's new video. We will watch it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live. All right, Murata, thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
I'm gonna make.
All right, now before we even get into this, I want to be very clear. I don't just dislike store mounts in World of Warcraft. I loathe store mounts in World of Warcraft with a fucking passion. Do I hate store mounts in World of Warcraft? And actually, before we get into this, let me quickly show you guys on Twitter the great, shall we call it, triggering that took place today on Twitter. So we have Flex here, yeah, Flex, who tweeted the following: store mount means money. Money means resources. Resources means better game. I rest my case. So I replied, as you would, your premise is correct, your conclusion misses a literal heap of steps. The logic only follows if resources are actually pushed back into the game. So no, your case is still wide open. In World of Warcraft, it is not obvious to me that the money that they make in the store actually gets pushed back into the game. If it were, the game would actually be better, much better than what it is now. It is more probable and more believable for me to think that the game or the store mounts goes into bonuses for the executives. So, I want to be clear. Store mounts can be a good idea in Final Fantasy. You almost get the idea that the store is used as a way to spend more time making the game great. So it's almost as if the developers of Final Fantasy uses the store to keep the executives off their backs. They're sort of going, look, we're making you fucking money. Get off our backs so that we can make a good game. Don't hound us about engagement. Don't hound us about bullshit. Don't hound us about any of these mechanics that sounds good in an earnings call. We're giving you the money from the store. Now shut the fuck up and let us make a game. Yeah? And the executives from the other side goes, okay, you know what? We'll give you a cut so that you can push this back into the game. So that's when store mounts make sense. It's not obvious to me that it makes sense in World of Warcraft. But let's hear what the literal god has to say on this.
Make one thing clear. If 70% of the players said tomorrow, I will unsub, and they did because of the store mounts, the store would be removed from World of Warcraft that day.
True. So I have it on pretty good authority from people that not just work in World of Warcraft, actually developers that work on smaller games as well. Very few developers actually like store items. Very few developers actually like designing something that goes exclusively onto the store. For good reason. You're designing this really cool, really awesome thing, and now only a small part of the community is going to see this very cool, very awesome thing that you've just made. So they're actually not interested in making stuff like that. They make it because people buy it. If people actually just fucking woke up and stopped, we wouldn't be in this predicament.
It would be done. Yeah, here's what my problem with the store mounts is. Do a mount special.
Yeah, why not?
It's actually really, really good timing. So how many other mounts do that? Yeah, what's that? So do any other mounts do that? Let's look at some of the new mounts that got...
Oh my god, he's gonna go right for the jugular. Right for the fucking jugular. Asmongold is just ripping into it. No fucking foreplay. No buying them dinner. Straight up. You're making shit for the store that looks a million times better than anything you can get in game. Yo, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. If that's not scumbag at the highest level, I don't know what is. You're paying $15 a month for the best items in the game to then also have to be paid for.
Added in 9.1. Let's look at the Fallen Charger. Wow. Let's look at the Gladiator
More
mount.
horses. Yeah.
Wow. So the Chinese realms, they're not just getting this brand new mount, they are also getting no shit. The Chinese realms also have a bundle with the Swift Spectral Tiger.
How long do you think before you can buy the Swift Spectral Tiger in Europe and America? How long? Because I can tell you it is coming. Those mounts will fetch a juicy, juicy price tag. A very juicy price tag. One that I can almost guarantee you people like Bobby Kotick are getting semis on.
And it's only on Burning Crusade Classic. Which, by the way, didn't I say that they were going to add TCG mounts into Burning Crusade Classic as 6-month inducements? Didn't I say that? Yep.
Oh man, how does he know?
Wow. That's too bad, huh? They probably got the idea from you. I wouldn't be fucking surprised. So I'd like to just go ahead and see how much a TCG card is worth, right? Reigns of the Swift Spectral Tiger. You can get this mount. This mount can be yours for the low price of $7,599.
That is a lot of money.
So if you want to get this mount, you've got to shell out
Imagine what a slap in the face that is to people who actually bought those trading cards back in the day, actually managed to get this mount at some point, and then, you know, they were able to sort of proudly stand there and say, I have something that very few people will ever have. Oftentimes, maybe just one on a server. And now you're finding out that, oh, never mind, a lot of people can now buy this.
Fucking grand. Or you can buy a 6-month sub. So on the WoW China announcement post, they also included a short video for showing off the reigns of the Swift Spectral Tiger. Oh, here's the video. Let's watch the video. Here we go. This is straight from the CCP. Wow. Wow. Oh my god. Look at that.
It feels like I'm gonna throw this out here, and I realize this is heavy speculation, right? I have no evidence of this, but I'm just gonna throw this out there. This is a taste. This is a taste. Blizzard is trying to see how players will react to this, and whether or not the Western audience is ready for it. If players do not overreact, which of course they're not going to, because the only people that's still playing World of Warcraft are people who is 100% addicted to the game and they can't help themselves. If they don't see enough outrage over this, this is coming within 6 months to a World of Warcraft near you.
There it is. That's the world that we live in now. I do think that Blizzard won. They did. Yeah. Blizzard won. You're right. Blizzard did win. They've successfully demoralized the player base and removed the sense of integrity of the game.
It's not just Blizzard, though. This has been a push by the gaming industry for a long, long time. The gaming industry have been pushing for this. For a long time, they've been decentivizing the player base, slowly but surely, moving the player base ever closer to accepting these things as normal. You now have players that defend the cash shop items. That's how you know they've won. They have managed to convince a massive, massive group of the player base that it's normal. It's normal to pay $15 a month for a game and then also have to buy some really cool shit off the cash shop. It's normal. You should actually want to do it. You should actually be happy with it. Which brings me to my original point that I made like almost 2 years ago at this point. What is the fucking point then of me paying $15 a month? Because technically, you're stealing from me. Technically, the person who worked on this mount was using my money to develop this mount. He was working on my fucking dime to develop this mount. And now I do not get the mount. Even though I've paid for it, I do not get the mount. Like, how does that make sense?
So much that people don't care about it anymore. And because they don't care about it anymore, they're completely fine with new store mounts. They're even celebrating it on Twitter. It's because they don't give a shit anymore. The sense of satisfaction and fulfillment is now bought for a WoW token. I'm not going to support another movement of spitting on people or something like that.
Why not? You should.
Because nobody else will. I don't want to stand alone fighting against this while everybody else is acting better than.
Asmon, if I was still playing the game, sadly, my movement was to unsub from the game. That's the movement that I led. But if I didn't lead that movement, I would have absolutely been part of your let's spit on the players that have the mount. I would have been 100% a part of that. So yeah, sadly, you know, can't join you, but in spirit, I'm right there with you. In spirit, I'm right there with you.
Me. The truth is that whenever we started, McConnell and I started the spit on players with store mounts thing, I was universally disagreed with by pretty much every single other content creator. If all of the content creators supported me in this, I think that it would have had...
It's because they're a bunch of pussies. That's why so many content creators disagreed with him. Because they're a bunch of pussies. Because they want to appease the people who are absolutely fucking nuts. That's why. You shouldn't try to appease nutcases. There's no point to it. They will hang you anyways. The second you say something they do not agree with, they will fucking hang you. Because they're crazy. They're fucking crazy. Grady, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I cannot say your name, bro. Grady Colobo, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, bro.
Had a different impact. But it didn't, because nobody else supported me. And what I've learned is that if you want to make change, you have to do something that is abrasive. You have to do something that is personal. You have to make a real change. And you have to not be afraid to be a piece of shit.
The truth is, and I don't want to bring heavy-duty politics into this, yeah? I don't want to bring heavy-duty politics into this, but we kind of have to. MLK did not exact change in the US by being nice and sitting back and doing nothing. The dude was out there. Yes, they didn't cause violence. You know, they didn't burn shit down. But the dude was out there. They made it known. They showed the world the injustice of the American system. If you want to enact change, you have to be willing to showcase the injustice of it. You have to be willing to stand up and say no. Am I saying that us standing up against the cash shop is in any way the same as what MLK did? No, of course not. That if you thought that was the argument that I was making, you're a moron. Of course, that's not what I'm saying. It's not the same. But if you want Blizzard to listen, you can't just keep tweeting out, oh my god, I can't wait to get this mount. I'm sure they'll fucking listen eventually that they shouldn't put it on the store. No, you have to take a stand. And sometimes that gets ugly. That's true. Sometimes it gets ugly. Now, I will say I'm not in agreement with the use of violence, because violence almost never has the intended consequence that you wish it would have. Just look at modern day Black Lives Matter, right? Black Lives Matter did not serve to achieve what it wanted to achieve. In fact, all it did was divide the country even more, with people who agree and people who disagree. Because of the enactment of violence. The second violence became a part of the movement, you won't change hearts and minds. There's nothing you can do about that. You cannot change hearts and minds. The same with the people for January 6th. Exactly the same with the people for January 6th. If the people for January 6th were only peacefully marching, right? And that was the only reason they were there. They were very peaceful. They didn't storm the buildings. They just wanted someone to see them. They just wanted someone to notice their frustration. I guarantee you the response from the American public at large would have been far better. The problem is, the second it became violent, the vast majority of people went, no, I don't want any part of that. You can't, not violence. Violence is definitely not the way, but you have to be concise, you have to be clear, and you have to say, no, I will not stand for this.
And spitting on people like that and making a movement about it, you're kind of a piece of shit for doing that. But in my opinion, it was for a good cause. But the truth is that every other WoW player, every other WoW streamer, content creator...
Metaquil, I think the problem with there's a time and place for violence, I would say that time is never and the place is nowhere. The reason I say that is no amount of violence is ever going to change hearts and minds. And you have to decide what your movement is all about. Is your movement about actually getting change? Or is your movement simply to steamroll? Because if your movement is only to steamroll, then absolutely use violence as much as you want. Hitler didn't let something like non-violence stand in his way. He wanted the whole of Europe to be Germany, and, you know, he used violence to do so. He also didn't care too much for the Jews, and, you know, he did his thing. No one agreed with him, sadly, which was the whole, you know, reason for his downfall. Because everyone else was sort of looking, going, this is a bit cringe, bro. We think we're going to stop you. We think we're not going to go around with this. You know, we don't agree. Maybe if you came to us and you actually had a nice discussion and you told us why you think the whole Europe should be Germany, we could understand that. But your use of violence really put us off our breakfast here. So the truth is, I don't see how violence ever gets the point across. If your point is to change hearts and minds, I don't think violence gets the point across.
Disagreed with me. And I am not going to fight against the current here. I don't want to stand and fight this alone. I'm tired of doing it.
Hold up, I think I forgot to make this video public. I did actually forget to make this video public. Fuck my life. Chat, what the fuck? You guys are so distracting. You're such a distraction to me. Can't believe it. Interfering with my work. Alright, back to the video.
It's been 10 years now that we've had store mounts. When was the first time I put salt on my head for the store mount? In like 2011, 2012. Don't die on that hill? I don't need to die on the hill if
What
people
hill?
aren't trying to kill me. You're not going to die on any hill unless someone tries to come to kill you. So I think that's just such a stupid thing to say. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Actually, I just thought of a place where violence would work. I understand your argument now. The only time violence is an answer is if the other side responds with violence first. Then at no point should you just sit back and do nothing. Then violence could be warranted. But if the other side isn't violently coming after you and responding with violence, then, you know, maybe violence shouldn't be your go-to move. You can't blame us for your forgetfulness. I blame you 100%, Cardano.
For the contractors supported you, the players supported you, and those are the people that count. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. The truth is that it just was not enough to make a difference. Because I'm going to make one thing clear. If 70% of the players said tomorrow, I will unsub, and they did because of the store mounts, the store would be removed from World of Warcraft that day.
Yes.
It would be done. It
Oh
would
my
be
God, can you imagine?
100% done.
Can you
And
imagine that announcement? Oh my Jesus! I know we just have to imagine because it will never happen. But imagine you open Wowhead, and here's a big blue post going, "We hear you, guys. Put the Copium masks on. Just come on a journey with me very quickly. Get those Copium masks on. You open Wowhead tomorrow, and the announcement is there. We've heard you. We've listened. We've decided to remove the cash shop from the game." The joy, the absolute joyous nature of that moment. Oh my Lord. You think you do, but you don't want us to remove the store?
if you can get enough people together, you can do anything that you want. Why do you think the streamers didn't agree? Because it was a hostile action against other players, and they thought that it would put their relationship with Blizzard at risk. You don't want to shit where you eat, and they don't want to put that at risk because many other
The funny thing is that you don't want to shit where you eat is almost not ever the right way to make a name for yourself on social media. The way to make a name for yourself on social media is to be as offensive as humanly possible. It's to be as obnoxious as humanly possible, because that's how people start talking about you. That's how people start going, "Oh my God, you should hear what this guy says. He doesn't give a fuck." So it's very weird to me that so many of the content creators we have these days are content creators who just want to toe the company line, if you will. Very weird to me. From the Caribbean, during slavery, the reason colonizers retracted from Jamaica was because of the violent revolts that started affecting the safety of the colonizers and the money they were earning, in conjunction with thought leaders voicing peacefully against the oppression. It is a combination. I agree that one should strive for peaceful dialogue from the pragmatic standpoint. It is a complex web of different types of responses, aggression, peaceful, etc. So the reason that is not a comparable situation to either, the January 6th stuff, the MLK stuff, or the stuff that we're talking about in World of Warcraft right now. The reason that isn't comparable is because you have an aggressor from a foreign land occupying your land, right? And by the very nature of that sort of relationship, aggression and violence is baked into the reality of it. So by its very nature, it is violent. So therefore, peace and peaceful protest is most likely not going to lead to the outcomes that you want. But when you're talking about something like a civil unrest situation, like with MLK, like with the January 6th stuff, what you're talking about there is, one, MLK had the results of people actually paying attention, listening, and going, Jesus, this is abhorrent. What is happening to these people? The other had the opposite effect, where people went, whoa, gee, no. We don't want any part of this. This is just bullshit. Yeah, we don't. These January 6 people are fucking nuts. We'll steer clear of them, right? We don't want to be associated with it. Because when it comes to civil stuff, it's not automatically violent. There's not that sort of underscore of violence within it.
WoW content creators, let's be honest, if they try to stream another game, their channel dies. So that's why they didn't agree with me. Think they disagreed with being a piece of shit, which is a good thing? Well, yeah, but I thought it was for a good cause. And the truth is that it worked. So you can call me a piece of shit, but you can't say it was ineffective. It worked so well that Blizzard took it out of the game. They literally took it out of the game, a Burning Crusade. They banned you from typing /spit before they banned you from typing the N-word with the hard R. Think about that. It worked. I don't care about being mean. I care about doing something that works. That's it. That's all I give a shit about. Does it work? Okay, do it. That's it.
I don't get people so against being mean. Like, why? When did we decide that you're no longer allowed to be mean, chat? When was this decided? Because I was never invited to that meeting. I would have been 100% standing up saying, you guys are morons. I would have been mean, and then I would have left. I think people mistake meanness for effectiveness. To some extent, maybe, yes. I prefer people remain civil. Aaron, civility works only works for only so long, and it also depends on what you mean when you say civil. We tried to be civil. We tried. I made multiple videos in Legion already, making videos saying, Blizzard, please stop this. Stop the mounts. Stop doing what you're doing. This isn't fun. No one wants this. Please stop. They didn't listen. We made more videos. Every single mount that came out, I made a video saying, please, for the love of fuck, can you stop doing this? They didn't listen. At some point, civility is just no longer an option. At some point, I have to say, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you for what you're doing. You're a cunt.
Everything else is secondary to me. Only the goal matters. Ends justify the means? Yeah. Actual sociopath talk?
Blizzard, stop trying to make money. Yeah. Well done. Dropping in on the middle of a conversation and missing the whole fucking point. I would expect nothing less.
Actual, effectiveness. Call it whatever you want. Label it whatever you want. Talk shit as much as you want. It fucking worked. There are a lot of people out there that are looking for a sentence to live their life by. Stop looking for that. Stop looking for a sentence to live your life by that everything in your world has to conform to this sentence. Life is complex. There are exceptions to everything. Sometimes you have to take different perspectives in different times, and you have to take different approaches depending on the situation. Murdering people you don't like is effective too, doesn't make it right. Yeah, but the truth is that over the course of history, they've done that many fucking times. There is a level in which it's too much.
Probably true.
Right? Absolutely. But I don't think that spitting on somebody is the same as murdering somebody. These are not the same thing. What's your response to storm mount owners to contribute to counter-spitting measures, such as spitting on storm mount spitters? Spitception? Sounds fun to me. Yeah, I don't care. Really, the reason why I stopped promoting it, and I don't care about it anymore, is because literally everybody else disagreed with me. And I know whenever I'm going to come out ahead from something and whenever I'm not. And I realize that I'm not going to come out ahead from
Spirits of E, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you.
this. There's too many people that disagree with me collectively. And my opinion is not the majority opinion. I don't have enough people to enact the change.
It's kind of sad to see Asmongold get into this realization that it just no longer works. There's just no point in arguing against the average voter. There is just no point. The average voter is simply not intelligent enough to understand the nuance of any of these arguments. You guys can see it by looking at Chairsitter there. Perfect example of an average voter. Someone who just, they think they're intelligent. They think they're making intelligent sort of conversation. But for everyone else that has any sort of semblance of intelligence, they just come across as a monkey. A monkey that's trying really hard to be funny, but, just fails every single time because they haven't quite mastered the art of trolling, which is sad because it's actually not that hard. But at the same time, they also don't really understand how to be sociable and have any sort of social skills whatsoever. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, Mr. Chairsitter have been in the chat now for almost 2 hours. Almost 2 fucking hours. Telling me what a bad streamer I am, and yet he's still here. Still here. Contributing to my view count. Saying weird shit. Half of the stuff he says I don't even pay attention to. The other half is too stupid to actually respond to. But that's the sort of people you're dealing with here. That's the average voter you're dealing with. So next time you look at your country and you think, Jesus, my country is a shithole, remember that it is people like Mr. Chairsitter that got you where you are.
Too fucking bad. Go home. That's it. That's the way it goes. Sometimes you take an L. And that's just, yeah, know when to hold them, know when to fold them. It's the one I said earlier, right? The Azaro quote from fucking Path of Exile. And Emperor...
Night to you. Thank you so much for the what's up. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate that.
Must know precisely where he stands. It's important to...
I think it's pretty excluding, though, to dismiss people as unintelligent. It's damaging to elevate yourself above such a mass of people. Not really. How is it excluding? Stupid people do be stupid. There's not much I can do about it. I always think about what George Collins said. Thank you very much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Think about how stupid the average person is, then realize half of them are dumber than that. Very fucking true. Ivan, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Hey, this stream reminds me of South Park, reacting to reactions. Well, yeah. I basically react to whatever my channel wants me to react to. Thanks for the follow as well, by the way.
To know where you stand and where you're at. Would you say you swallowed your pride? I'd say I spit it out. A player base didn't disagree, only the content creators disagreed with you because they decided to make WoW their job, and so Blizzard's opinion is more important than them for what's good for the game. No, there were enough players that disagreed and not enough people stood behind me. They just didn't. They didn't stand behind me, they didn't support me, and I'm tired of being a punching bag. I don't...
The elation of all of this, like the absolute elation of all of this, is going. And by the way, guys, stop giving Mr. Chairsitter any sort of clout. I don't want to use the word clout because he probably wouldn't know what to do with it. But stop giving him any attention. He's really looking for a rise out of chat. He's looking for anyone that's willing to say anything to him so that he can respond. If you ignore him, he's going to go away. He's going to get bored. Just ignore the guy. And if he really does bother you guys, I'll ban him if you want me to. That wouldn't be an issue. So you can just let me know if you would prefer that he gets banned from the channel. That's not really a problem for me. But yeah, it's up to you guys. So what I wanted to say...
they didn't stand behind me, they didn't support me, and I'm...
The funny thing about what Asmongold is saying here is all of this comes crashing down the second economic situations change. I don't think I'm over-exaggerating when I say that every single person in the world is looking at the world economy and saying, bad things are about to happen. Right? Everyone can feel it. Some kind of economic meltdown is coming, and I think most people feel like this is going to be worse than 2008. On some level, this is going to be much worse than 2008. Something's got to give. That's when all of this falls flat. So all of those content creators that were 100%, for the mounts, that didn't want the mounts to be removed from the game, that refused to support Asmongold, their mounts are going away anyways, because people are not going to have the money to spend on bullshit like that. People are going to barely be able to buy food, the vast majority of people. So once that happens, it's a sad turn of events, but that's exactly when the cash shops of the gaming industry will die, and most of the AAA industry will die alongside it, because they've built their entire sort of, shall we say, they built their entire empire on sand. Their empire only makes money as long as people have money to burn, and they've set up their businesses in such a way that it consistently shifts and moves with people giving them money, right? More and more money. As soon as the people run out of that money, the business is gone. Because none of these companies know how to make a game that gets 10 million people to sub to it. Because it's an actual good game.
I'm tired of being a punching bag. I don't want to do it alone. You be selling notes game much? Yeah. As I said, these are some of the new samples that we got. I got the pants too. I know whenever, like, the thing is that there are times, and this is what I said before, right? I said this before with the Alinity thing. I said it with the being okay with your girlfriend doing OnlyFans. There have been many cases where my opinion on something is just simply not what other people think. Even though I think I'm right. You know desperately, you know inside of yourself with every fiber of your being that you are right, and no one agrees with you. Sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes you just get fucked. It sucks whenever that happens. Sometimes you can take up arms against it, and you can fight back. Other times you have to wait for other people to see your perspective through time. And other times you just lose. And that's the way it goes. Yep. Sometimes you're wrong, though, even though you thought you aren't. Well, if I think that I'm wrong, like I just said before, right, that I was wrong about the New World thing, I have no problem admitting whenever I'm wrong, but...
I have to say, this is actually one of the things I have the most respect for Asmongold for, because it is true. I've heard him admit that he's wrong. Sometimes in the same sentence, like he'll say something and chat will instantly challenge him, and he'll realize, wait a second, what I just said is wrong. And he'll like 100% walk it back. He'll be like, oh yeah, guys, I'm sorry. You're right. I was wrong. I don't know what I was thinking. That right there should tell you everything you need to know about why Asmongold is the streamer that he is, and why so many people respect his opinion on things.
Majority rule does not tell me that I'm wrong. I can have every single person in the world tell me that I'm wrong, and I'm still not wrong in my mind. I don't care about if a bunch of people tell me that I'm wrong. It doesn't really make a difference to me. Truth is not a democracy. However, to some degree, it can be a dictatorship, and it would.
I actually, my viewpoint is actually very different. I usually judge the truth based on what the majority believe. Not always, there are exceptions to the rule, but usually, when the majority believes something, you can almost bet your ass that it's not the truth. You can almost bet your ass. The majority of people believe that the Earth was the center of the universe and that every other planet was moving around it. One man came and said, actually, no, and almost got fucking killed for it. Actually, I think he did he not? No, Galileo just got, he was almost killed, and then he got, like, confined to his room, if I'm not mistaken. He got burned alive. Yeah, he did get killed for he insisted. Sorry, yeah, this is what happened. At first, they gave him a choice. They were like, you need to walk it back, right? And then he refused to walk it back. He refused. He was just like, no, this is the fucking truth. And I will stand on this truth. And then they killed him for it. The majority is almost 99% of the time. If the majority believes something, you should worry. Because if you're part of that majority, you're fucked. You're fucked. 99% of the time. Especially on new information.
It was just the wrong opinion to have. It's called being delusional? No, it's not. How is it not delusional to bend the way that you feel to a majority rule? Yeah, and if people think I'm delusional, that's fine. It doesn't really matter to me. That's the way it goes. COVID deniers not delusional, though? That's a ban. That's a ban. That's another fucking ban. I swear to God, guys, like, I am just so sick of these gotchas, these gotchas, like something that I didn't say that is now taken out of context.
What COVID denial? What? Can someone fill me in on exactly what that take was? What are they saying? Are you trying to tell me blondes don't have more fun? I think blondes have about as much fucking fun as everyone else. Yeah, but someone seems to be saying that he denied COVID. I mean, it must be very rare that there are actually people not believing that COVID is an actual thing. Like, we could have an argument about the vaccinations, yeah? And we could have all the arguments you want about whether or not they're good for you, bad for you, what's going to happen. That's fine. But if like, legit, what arguments that I will not fucking have is someone who comes at me and says, no, COVID is just made up. I've had it twice now, and a third time I think I had it. What the fuck did I have if it wasn't COVID? Right? So that wouldn't even be an argument. There's no chance that you're going to have that argument with anyone, even reasonable. Half reasonable people wouldn't even have that argument with you. So that would obviously be the stupidest fucking thing anyone could ever say. The Omark, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I do think that, like, for everything else, you could have an argument. We could absolutely say, let's have a discussion about the vaccinations and whether or not they're good for you. That I'm fine with. But anyone that says, no, there's no such thing as COVID, that's a moronic fucking take.
To mean something else. Like, no, we're not doing that. People coming out with this out of context comparisons because they're stupid and they think they're smart. Why don't you do the animation for this one, for the TBC mount? So it's got a little bug flying around and it eats the bug. There are arguments to be made about which one is better, which one you like more. And I think that, like, a matter of...
The Omark, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And also thank you for the first time chat. Very happy to have you here. Recently there's been conversations like that, people trying to trip him up and him having to explain almost everything he says. That happens, I think, as soon as you get to a large enough viewer count, but you're still basically doing just chatting. Because if you go to any Asmongold stream, it's effectively a just chatting stream whilst playing something in the background. Right? Because Asmongold, like, you can... I watched him last night or the night before. I was sitting there watching Asmongold play World of Warcraft. He doesn't say anything about WoW ever. Like, not once does he talk about the game. He's talking about all sorts of other shit whilst just sort of keeping himself busy with World of Warcraft in the background, you know. So you're always going to have people that come at you trying to get a gotcha moment, trying to get that moment where they go, oh my god, you did say that. I just heard you fucking say that. Because they're looking for clout. They're looking for a rise. They're looking for something. Something, the smallest thing that they can clip and tweet out and get some kind of fame for. That's just, you can't really do anything about it. That is just what it is.
Preference does, yeah, there's that one too. So if you look at a lot of these store mounts, you see that they have unique animations. They are not really reskins. Like this one, for example, is not a reskin. I think that maybe that spin around thing is a... there are other mounts that have that, but I'm not sure if it's the exact same. It's not that size of a mount. Higher res textures, yeah. So like if you look at these mounts, like this one right...
The thing is, you can... So... You don't even have to go into detail. Yeah? Halspawn, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. I care about balancing cosmetics when WoW content like events are lazy and boring as fuck. I can see that. I'll say, you see, the problem that I have with the store mounts, and you don't even have to go into a hell of a lot of detail on this. You can tell that there were more time spent making these store mounts look good than any of the other mounts that is ever added into the game. The vast majority of the other mounts that is added into a game, into every single patch when they do new mounts, is reskin. Literally the same mount that you had at the beginning of the expansion, now just in a different color. And in Shadowlands, Blizzard actually took that to a whole new fucking level, where some of their mounts weren't even a different color. It was like a slight different tint of the same color. So here we have yellow, here we have bright yellow, and here we have a slightly more dirty yellow. All fucking yellow, just slightly different kind of yellow. So they didn't even have they couldn't even be asked to actually choose a different color. They just went, no, I'm already on yellow. I may as well just lower the resolution a little bit here, right? I'm just gonna make it look a little dirty. It's like, Jesus, fuck. And then you look at every single store mount that comes out. They're all brilliant and beautiful and just perfect, right? It's these amazing mounts that you think to yourself, this would be so cool. So fucking cool. If this was at the end of a massive quest line or at the end of a raid, something that you could actually get in the game that was hard to get and you could sort of flex over people because you have it and they don't, which is a fundamental part of gaming, is that ability to flex over other people. What you just said about store mounts is my exact complaint with it too, and it goes past mounts. Look at the store of Transmogs too. The raid sets are a damn reskin, and in the store we get this awesome gear with effects. You don't have to like the store T-Mark, but to deny the store one took more effort is just ridiculous. Exactly. You can't deny it.
Right here. These are much more higher res textures.
Yep.
Than the mounts that we're getting in game in many regards. And
True.
The reason why I and a lot of other people don't like these store mounts is because of that disparity. For example, in Final Fantasy, I think that people are more okay with store mounts because the store mounts are not a measurable level of difference higher. All right, let's see this. Yeah. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Do the mount special.
What the? How cool is that?
That's.
How cool is that? Imagine if you could get that in the game. Now, onto his actual like Final Fantasy point. I've said this so many fucking times before. The reason I'm not even angry at the cash shop in Final Fantasy. Now, to be clear, would I have preferred if there was no cash shop in Final Fantasy? Of course I would. I would have preferred it because I think you're already getting $15 a month of my money. I don't think you then also need a store, but I accept it because there are some incredible mounts in the game. When I look at the mounts in the game, it's clear that there's a lot of thought put into those mounts. Those mounts look cool. They look cool as fuck. You look at some of the mounts that you get for the events that you do in the game, and there's some really awesome mounts there. You don't get the distinct feeling that the mounts that's added to the store just took a hell of a lot more work than the mounts that's added to the game. Or rather, actually the reverse. You don't get the feeling that the mounts in the game is sort of just rushed so that there's a bunch of mounts. You get the idea that every single mount that goes into the game was painstakingly created to fit where it should be in the game. To make sense for where it is in the game. And for players to feel proud of that in the game. That's the sense that you're getting from it.
Way cooler than a lot of the other things that we can get in game. So what I'm really trying to get at here is that I think any player of WoW should feel this way, because we pay for the game, we pay for a subscription to the game, we also pay for expansions, and even though we pay for the game 3 times, it's not enough. They have to make you pay 4 times. And
may I remind all of you that during the 9-month drought of World of Warcraft, the shop is the one place where there were no droughts whatsoever. The cash shop was alive and well during the drought. They couldn't be asked to give us content for 9 months, but you bet your fucking ass, when that 6 months rolled round, they had some content. Suddenly, here's some content. How do I remember this? Because people were saying, God, you're actually making mounts when you should be making the game. And then, of course, all the Twitterati came out and said, imagine thinking that the artists that work on the mount also create the raids and stuff. And it's like, bro, do you miss all points in your life or just this one? It's surreal when you think about the amount of crap that Blizzard players and WoW players specifically are willing to swallow just for the sake of it. Just for the sake of protecting and defending Blizzard. Canny Ass, thanks for the 2 months up. Did really appreciate that. 7 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And the thing is that now they are adding it into the store through the 6-month bundle. So it locks people into a sub, and also they get the mount for free. Because obviously, like,
I actually think that's more scumbag. I know some people use it as sort of a defense. Oh, but it's part of the 6-month sub. It's part of the 6-month sub. I actually feel like that's more scumbag. Because it gives Blizzard the ability to not have to care about new content for 6 months. Because they've locked you into the game. You've already paid for the next 6 months. So they may as well just not add like any content for at least 6 months. I actually feel like it's more of a scumbag move. Yeah, Taliesin will always defend it. Like, I have not heard Taliesin once say anything against the cash shop. Yeah, it should be explained that to mitigate excessive store product is because they have enough retention from subs through content in the game and the community events, which makes it easier to blockade more store purchase and mount congestion in stores. It's fascinating. It is almost like making a good game can allow you to double down and keep loyalty. I've said this before. If you want true engagement from a game, you don't need any of these other engagement metrics. You don't need to create engagement content. If you make a fun game, I promise I will be engaged. I guarantee you. If you make a fun game, I promise to be engaged. It not by choice. I wouldn't have a choice. I would have to be engaged because your game is really fun. You know, Blizzard have not figured this out. They still try to make the game as engaging as possible by time gating everything.
like that person is paying $77 as a guarantee. Many of the in-game mounts are on old skeletons. They reuse the same skeletons. Yeah. And so, like, you can make an argument that you prefer many of the in-game mounts and many of the in-game, like, aesthetics. But you cannot make an argument that many of these store mounts have unique animations that you don't see anywhere else.
True.
They also have, I think, objectively better design.
Yeah.
And what happens with these store mounts, and this is the trap that Blizzard has fallen into, is that the better looking a store mount is, the more it's going to sell, right? Because why would somebody want to buy a shitty looking mount? True. So they make the store mounts look comparatively better than the in-game mounts to create an inducement for people to buy them. Because people buy things like...
The funny thing is that the people who buy shit off of the store would buy it regardless. Even if the mount looked absolutely dog shit, they would buy it. Because these are people that don't want to lose out. They don't want to risk not having something, that could go away. Because Blizzard does have a history of actually removing stuff from the store after a while. So they would buy it either way. You could literally take all of these really cool looking mounts, put them in the game, move some of the recolors onto the store, and I'm pretty sure it would sell exactly the same. You would sell no more, no less, exactly the same amount would be sold. I'm pretty sure.
Like this to stand out and look special and look cool. And that's why they do it. And if you have something like that, you want people to feel as special as possible. A Store Mounts reskinned Recruiter Friend, isn't it? Recruiter Friend, it's all on the same spectrum, but it's like at some point, like I usually buy the collector's edition and I get them out from that. But like, why do I really buy that? I don't know. Do you feel the same way about cosmetics in games that are free? No, I don't. I think that game...
That is such a weird question to ask, because the two is obviously not equatable. Obviously, games cost money. So if a game is completely free to play, then a store makes sense. They have to pay for it somehow. Do you imagine that those developers live on best wishes and fucking compliments? They still have to pay for shit. They still have to pay for servers. So of course that's where a store makes sense. But even there are games where the store goes way too far. Even in that, there are times where we would look at a store and go, wait, that's a bridge too far. we get that the game is free and we get that you have to make money, but you still can't. I mean, so the gaming industry is still pretty much united against pay to win. Yeah, we still do not like pay to win. Even in free games, you don't get away with adding pay to win elements to a game.
Games that are free, or even games that are buy to play that have continuous development, I'm much more okay with microtransactions because that's their business model.
All right, so Flinderoinkies, you see, I hate the argument that people make, and I hear this so goddamn often. People will go, and I'm not saying you're making that argument, but people will go, oh, I don't buy the mounts with real money. I buy it with the tokens. And it's like, okay, so where do you think the tokens come from? The tokens don't come from Blizzard's, good graces. It's not like Bobby Kotick is sitting there and going, well, I could use, 1 million less. Let's give them 1 million worth of fucking tokens. The tokens come from someone being incentivized to buy the token, for that token to then go onto the auction house, so that you can buy that token with gold and then transfer the money to your Battle.net account. So a massive transaction still took place. If anything, I have a bigger problem with the WoW token. Because the WoW token takes the monthly sub of players from $15 to $20. You can also not buy a monthly amount on the game through the purchase of a single token. You have to buy 2 tokens in order to get the mount. So thereby Blizzard knows that they've basically locked you in for at least the next mount. Because you're going to buy 2 tokens, you're going to be left with $15 more than what you can actually, use. You can't buy anything else. This is what you have. Yeah. And then the next one comes around and you're going to be like, well, I already have the $15. I may as well buy another token. And then you have $5 left. Yeah. So it consistently is keeping you in that loop. Actually, you have $10 left after the next mount. So then you think to yourself, well, may as well buy another one because, so they're basically just making sure that you keep buying. You keep buying. So I actually have a problem with the tokens more than I do with someone just swiping their fucking credit card. Because at least with swiping the credit card, you could say, well, I'm done. Not going to buy anything else. But that token system, you can bet your ass they had psychologists working on the token to make sure that it is as addictive as possible. It's not WoW that had the psychologists. The mobile gaming industry admitted this almost a decade ago. They admitted straight up, this is what they do. They have psychologists working day and night to make their games as addictive as possible. Every single purchase is put into the game to enable more purchases. This is why you never find a cash shop in a mobile game where you can spend X amount of money and that money will absolutely buy you the thing that you want. You're always going to either be left over with some of the currency or you're going to have to buy 2 of it in order to get enough to actually buy it. Because they're basically keeping you in check. They're making sure that you're constantly part of that rat race. And there's always something. And once you have someone, you've gotten them to purchase once, they'll never stop buying. They will always buy because now they're part of it. They have to. It becomes a compulsion. They need to spend that money.
A game like Guild Wars 2, or a game like New World, for example, or also a game that's free to play like Path of Exile. I'm completely okay with microtransactions in those games. And the reason for that is because that's their business model. And I think that you should have to pay for a game to some degree. Like, I don't think you should just be able to play every game for free, and anytime you have to pay for a game, it's bad. Like, I agree. I don't look at it like that. I think it's fair. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to for me. Why do they spend time doing high-res text for animation and mounts? Well, because it sells more. They get more people to buy it. And that's what happens. And I think that a lot of people in the game they see a mount like this, and this is a unique mount. It has a unique animation.
It's a cool
it's
animation,
not really
actually.
a reskin or a recolor. I mean, while it is effectively a tiger, and it shares a lot of the similarities with the tigers that exist in the game,
That
this
is a steal.
in many ways, a separate mount. In a lot of ways. It flies around, it has wings. There's a lot more to it. I think that cosmetics do matter. I think that cosmetics matter in every facet of human life and human psychology.
Well, yeah. Think about makeup. Think about tattoos. Think about earrings and piercings. For as long as humans have been around, they have found ways to basically put cosmetics on themselves, right? We've always been obsessed with our outer look. It's just ingrained within us. Different cultures have had different ways of expressing themselves, but in many ways, cosmetics is expression, right? It's self-expression. It's how do you express yourself? Even someone like me that have 0 piercings and 0 tattoos, it's my lack of cosmetics is an expression in and of itself. I am also expressing something, right? So all humans express something. Now, in video games, of course, your cosmetics is an expression of the self. It's so fundamental to human civilization that the guy who first thought of adding cosmetics to a game is a fucking genius. Because he drilled into that. He drilled into the very necessity for humans to be able to make ourselves look apart from everyone else, look different to everyone else, stand out a little bit more, maybe blend in a bit more. So yeah, 100%. Of course, how doesn't like to look better, me included? No, everyone wants to look a little bit better. Or you're like me and you just embrace the fact that you're a fat fuck on the internet. You grow a beard and you don't give a fuck. But that in and of itself is also an expression.
I think that cosmetics matter whenever somebody gets a Burger King crown and they feel special for it. I think that cosmetics matter whenever somebody buys a $200,000 car, not so they can go fast, so they can show off that they can afford a $200,000 car. I think that cosmetics matter whenever you have a gold star system that children usually have in school in order to get them to behave well.
Oh my God. Do
Why
you
are
remember the
behaving
star
well?
system
Well,
in
it's for
school?
the gold star system. But the gold star is just a cosmetic. Well, yeah, but it's a gold star, so I want it. Everybody cares about cosmetics.
I remember when I was like 8 years old, we had this chart at the back of the class, and every student's name was on the chart. And then you'd get a star for like everything that you did that was nice. And kids lost their fucking shit over that, right? Because everyone wanted to get their stars full. Like, you want to have the most stars in the class. I never even thought about that being an actual cosmetic, but it is. It is a cosmetic. Because that star means fuck all. It's not going to make your life any better or worse, whether you have the most or the least amount of stars. But at the end of the day, you want it because it's something that you can have. And the fact that it exists in the world means that someone out there is going to want it.
In all walks of life and pretty much everywhere. Unless you're living in a Tibetan monastery, cosmetics are a very strong form of status in games and also in real life. Do you really think that the Gucci bag that you buy for $4,700
Jesus.
is, 100 times better than the bag that you could get at Walmart for?
I love this argument, and I've always enjoyed when people bring this up. So I'm going to use makeup as the example here. Have any of you ever heard a girl say to you, I use makeup because it makes me feel good. I use it for me, not for anyone else. Have any of you ever heard that argument? I don't wear makeup for you, I wear it for someone else. I wear it for myself. It is the stupidest fucking argument, and it pisses me off so much when people use it. Because of course it isn't for you. If it was for you, you wouldn't be at home during the day alone, not wearing makeup. Which most girls do, by the way. Most girls, when they're at home and there's no one coming over, they sit in their slacks, no makeup on and watch TV like the rest of us. But then suddenly when they go out, the makeup goes on and no, I wear the makeup for myself because it makes me feel good. It makes you feel good because you look good to other people. Human beings are a social creature. We've always been a social creature. We care about what other people think about us. We have to. If we didn't, we wouldn't be human beings. It's extremely important to us that we look good to people around us. It's very important to us. And yeah, look, mind you, I'm not saying that all girls wear makeup. My ex-girlfriend absolutely never wore makeup. Like, never. She refused to. But even that was an expression of herself. She saw herself as that. That is what she wanted to be. My beard. I can sit here and tell you that, hey, my beard is for myself. I don't give a fuck about anything else. Of course that's not true. Let's think about what does my beard mean to me? What does my beard do for me? It can show me, like, it can show a bit more masculinity. That's true. And it does contrast the moobs, right? I have the boobs and I have the beard, so no one confuses that, oh my god, that is not a girl. That is actually a guy, right? It fights, the moobs make me look a little bit feminine. The beard just brings me back up to that masculine moment. Yeah? So that is true. It's also nice not to shave. But there's actually a bigger reason for it. It hides my double chin. It doesn't make me look quite as fat. That's why I do it. That's not what I thought when I first had the beard. But if I think about it, if I really drill down into the feelings that I have about the beard, that's why I have it. To hide the fact, and it doesn't do a good job of it, I'll admit, but in your mind, it does a good enough job at it. It hides the fact that you're so fat. Yeah? And that's the point of it. That's literally what it boils down to. Everything we do is for other people. Now, I 100% agree with who said that most girls, when they say that, it was clean. Clean? I 100% agree with you. Yes. Most girls don't wear makeup so that you can go in public and every single man can hit on them. But they absolutely do wear, from the clothes that they wear to the makeup that they have on, is for people to notice. Any girl that tells me you shouldn't be ogling me, you shouldn't be looking at me, you shouldn't even notice me, they're lying. They're lying. I once had this friend that said the difference between a compliment and sort of sexual, not sexual harassment, but I can't really find the word in Afrikaans or in English to translate from Afrikaans, so let's just use sexual harassment, is attractiveness. It depends on how attractive the guy is. Sexual attention, that's actually as close that you can get to it. It depends on how attractive the guy is. Because if a very attractive guy notices you, you'll almost immediately go like, oh my God, yes, he sees me. I look fantastic today. And then if you have someone like me noticing you, you'd be like, oh my God, creep? What the fuck is he looking at? I'm not here for your eyes, by the way, you know? So at the end of the day, that's what we all do. That's literally how we live. We want to be noticed. That's why we do things. And trying to pretend like you're not out doing that is just fucking stupid.
100 times less the price. No, it's not. It's not equivalent to that degree at all. I'm sure the Gucci bag might have a higher quality, but it's not equivalent to its price.
No, it's
and
not.
The reason for that is because people buy things like that. They're not buying it for the quality, they're buying it for the status. And the status of that is cosmetic. Cosmetics and status matter more to people in a lot of ways than things that people would say really matter. Like having good food or having a nice house or...
Salty, no, I think you are pretty alone in that one. I think you're on your own for that one.
having like, let's say, I don't know, like just different amenities that make your life easier. A brand new iPhone, yeah, sure. People care more about cosmetics than they do about their own quality of life in our culture. So
True.
I think to
Very
use the
fucking true.
argument that cosmetics don't matter and cosmetics are irrelevant is just completely ignorant of what drives our society fundamentally. I think that a lot of people are motivated by cosmetics. I think that a lot of people do care about cosmetics in game. And a lot of these guys, for example, what...
Whoa, Kanyas, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, comrade. Can we get some hearts in chat for Kanyas and the gifted sub? You guys have been far too kind today. Really appreciate it. I have to restart my no fap progress after watching Akalon. I can only apologize. Have you not heard of Pornhub? It's a much better way of breaking the no fap tradition.
What mount is this guy riding on? He's riding on a rare mount. He's riding on a rare mount. Rare mount. Very rare mount. Trust me, I know. Rare mount. All these...
Dick pics, or it didn't happen, Machendo? Precisely because cosmetics are so important is that they put them in stores. They know they are going to sell. True. You build them, they will come, right? That's literally what it is. If you make them, someone's going to buy them. There's people that is buying stuff off the Fallout 76 cash store. A game that is so fucking miserable that I couldn't even play it for more than 10 hours. There's people who is actually spending money. I go on Reddit every single day. I follow the Fallout 76 subreddit. And there are people every single day complaining about the shop not working and they really want to buy this thing off the shop and it's not working. And I just think to myself, wow, it's really true. If you build it, they will come. I never understand girls who drool buy designer bags. I would not pay that much money for bags or shoes. Yes, I wouldn't pay that much money for anything.
These people are on rare mounts. If I go down to the bottom of Oribos, you're going to see more people on rare mounts. Do you know why? Because they like showing them off. They like showing off the fact...
£300 on one bag. Do you have any idea? Any idea how many games I can buy with £300? And those games are with me forever. They're not going to go out of season. They're not going to be bad in 10 years from now. They're going to be good all the way. I would never spend £300 on any clothing item. In fact, I usually shop around for the cheapest possible shit. Because I don't care what I look like when I wear my clothes. What I care about is when I'm playing video games, do I have great games to play? I spend a lot of money on my PC because it needs to be good. But yeah, fuck my life. Spending actual money on clothing items, like that kind of money, too much.
that they had that accomplishment. People care about that. Azeroth's champion. Let's look at some of these titles, right? Grand Marshal, Hand of the Archon, Hero of the Alliance, the Party Herald. That one's actually kind of a pain in the ass to get, if you can believe that. So it's evidenced even in this very small sample. We see this many times. That's why you get high views on mount offs and...
Do you want to know why cosmetics... Why it isn't about quality? Like, do you want to know concretely why it isn't about quality when people buy these incredibly expensive things? My ex-girlfriend wears 1K Chanel shoes and bags. I knew then I wasn't her type. Very few people would be her type. I would be pissed if my wife came home and she told me, yeah, by the way, I spent $3,000 on shoes and a handbag. I'd be like, what? Why? you couldn't get that shit cheaper. But the reason you know that this isn't about quality is because the knockoff industry is actually larger than the real industry. People will spend money, granted not as much, but they will spend money on getting something that is much cheaper, cheaper make, cheaper everything, but it looks exactly the same as the real thing. That right there tells you that it has fuck all to do with quality. No one cares about quality. The people that can afford it will buy the real thing. The people that can't afford it will buy the knockoff thing. But everyone simply cares about the look, the status that it's going to provide you. Because not everyone's going to know that you bought a fake Guess wallet or whatever. They're going to have to inspect it very closely. But when you take out the wallet quickly to pay for something, they go, wow, this guy's got a Guess wallet. That must have money, you know?
Transmelt comps rather than mythic runs. Yeah, and also because they're better personality content that's accessible by more people. But of course, part of that is that as well. So what I'm saying is that to say that cosmetics don't matter, and look at this person, right? The original Brewfest mount on a Horde character. That's incredible. It's got to be fucking Tamon. Of course, this guy's like one of the only people in the game that has more shit than I do. A lot of these things here, and the way that people carry themselves in everyday life indicates that cosmetics matter. And I do think that it...
Wise Donkey, I just want to say a 1K graphics card actually has some utility. So, for example, if you compare a 1K graphics card to a $500 graphics card, the 1K graphics card is leaps and bounds better than the 500 one. Now, your point isn't completely wrong, though. Because it is absolutely true that there are a ton of people that walk around with a 1K graphics card, which they will never use. I myself, I have 64 gigs of RAM in my PC. I have never used more than 20 gigs of that RAM on anything. So the truth is, I could have gone for 32 gigs of RAM, and that would have been absolutely perfectly fine. But I didn't want to. I wanted to have 64. It was completely useless, right? But I still wanted it. That was incredibly shallow. That was absolutely for everyone else, not for me. And now it isn't even for everyone else because I don't think I actually put that anywhere. Like, I don't... Do I have a spec sheet? I don't think I have a spec sheet on my Twitch. Do I? Let's see. I may have one. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Let's see. No, I don't. I should actually just put that on there. This PC was fucking expensive. But, you know, so, yeah, you are absolutely correct. There is a difference in terms of use case scenarios, but I want to make one thing clear. I am not in any way, shape, or form judging anyone for the money that they spend on clothes or handbags or anything like that. So I'm not judging them for it. I just want people to be honest about why. So I judge the lack of self-awareness, not the fact that they're doing it, right? Because if you sit there and you tell me, no, I buy Gucci bags because of the quality, it shows an incredible lack of self-awareness. You're not aware of who you are as a person, because it's not because of quality. I'm sure there are incredibly high quality handbags that isn't $1,000 for the handbag. Handbags that will last you forever. That isn't $1,000 for the handbag. So I get more sort of... I don't like the fact that there's so little self-awareness in it, but it's definitely not something that I think you can judge. And I also don't think you should judge it, because like we spoke about earlier when we talked about gays and trans and shit like that. If something that someone else does has literal zero effect on your life, why the fuck does it matter to you? Why would you spend time worrying about it? They're not bothering you. They're doing nothing of the sort. They're literally nothing they do will affect you in any way, shape, or form, negatively or positively. So why are you worried? Let people live their fucking lives. And so what if you don't understand the choices that they're making? It's not your fucking choice, right? No one asked you to make the choice. Just let people be. Live and let live. That's sort of the best way you can. The reason I find the lack of self-awareness an issue is because oftentimes people with a lack of self-awareness will start to cause problems for people around them. Right? And that's why I say the problem I have is with the lack of self-awareness, not with the actual action. Because it's those people with a lack of self-awareness that does the stupidest shit that affects everyone else around them. And now everyone else's lives are thrown out of whack because this one person did something stupid. It's about responsible spending. If you can afford to spend after setting aside the necessary funds, spend ahead. Funnily enough, let's be honest, a lot of people who buy these things aren't really that responsible with their spending. But I do get what you're saying.
It really makes a difference. It makes people feel special, and they like that a lot. And I think that this is really what it is, right? Is like Blizzard, this is what they do with these store mounts, is that they add store mounts into the game. Like, do you really think that it was a coincidence that Blizzard added a store mount into the game on the same day that they announced a new project for Blizzard, the survival game? Do you really think that this was just some big coincidence? I don't think it was. I think that they did this on purpose so that they could mask the negativity surrounding it. So if you buy, oh wow, so the Spectral Tiger, they're selling this for $200. Look at this. So the bundle that includes the Swift Spectral Tiger.
Wait, it's more, about $267 for it.
The Winlow mount, that's the other Tiger mount that we saw earlier. The Goblin Kettle toy is $267. If you don't have the Spectral Tiger, it's only $49. So Blizzard is literally selling this for $200. Listen, you want the mount, $200. 200. Let me get my 200 and then I'm done. I want to also just, I want to suck my own dick just a little bit, okay? When did I say it was going to come out? With the tier releases. With tier 5 or tier 6.
Nice. Good call.
Man, that is just crazy. There's things I'm right about.
The reason I think they're doing it in China first, Dzak, I think it's a test. I think they're testing the waters. This is something Blizzard have done a lot in the past. They do stuff, they test the waters, they see what do people feel about it. I'm saying now, and I'll be more than happy to admit that I'm wrong, but I believe within the next 6 months to 2 years, this exact same thing will be in the West. This will launch in the West.
About and things that I'm not right about yet.
Very good video.
Ellen Reborn.
Very good video from Asmongold. Good takes all around. Although it did take me an hour and a half to get through his 20-minute video, so I can only apologize. I can only apologize to all of you. This one did take a hell of a lot longer than our usual reactions. But then again, that is what it is. What it is. I can't help it. One that make TCG mounts not special or rare. Yeah, that's exactly what it will do. It will 100% do that. By the way, Tisho, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. That's exactly what it will do. But remember, Blizzard doesn't actually care whether or not it's special. It's not why Blizzard is here. Blizzard is here because they want to make as much money as possible. And removing things from stuff like the TCG, which is actually considered by most WoW players as sacred, is only one of the things that they're going to do. Because that is easy money. It's already in the game. It's already in the game. Right? I mean, literally, they don't have to do anything to add the Spectral Tiger to the game. It's already there. It's free money. I hate everything that has to do with the TCG. You can hate it, but at the end of the day, it's still special. It's sort of like that special use case scenario that you can't really get past it. It is what it is. By the way, Alex, I need to upload these videos to you, and then I need you to edit them as fast as possible, because these are time-sensitive stuff, and I have forgotten to upload them to you. So I do apologize. But let's quickly get to it. Now I can't remember which videos are which. Fuck. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like after years. Oh, this is the new game that Blizzard announced. What do I fucking call that video? Blizzard just announced a new game. What do I call that? How do I title this video? Even from working chat? Very true. Like in Today Fast? Today Fast, Alex. Today Fast. Like, don't worry if it's like 2-3 hours from now. That's still fine, but they need to go up by tonight, at least. Blizzard makes survival game to emulate their workday. Oh shit, that's a good title. Old Man Crash, that is a good fucking title. Yes, we'll do that title. New Blizzard game in development, best survival game ever. Nice. This one's gonna go onto the main channel. We'll do that as the main channel. What video is this? What did I talk about here? So, ladies and gentlemen, I have to preface this once again by making... This is gonna be clips. Did I lose myself when we were talking about Soul So Breezy? Or didn't I? Yeah, Fastboy edits is fine. Just remember, one of these videos have that incredible long bits of me talking about bullshit. Bill Burr joke about Steve Jobs is Bobby Kotick with Blizz. Just gonna do this. React to Soul So Breezy's fucking hell. Soul So Breezy's. No, I have a different idea. Incredibly bad take. Akalon reacts to Soul So Breezy. Yeah, we'll do that one. This one can be for tomorrow. So I'm gonna label these as rush, the ones that's important. I'll label for you as rush, and then the ones that doesn't have to be rushed, that they can actually save this. This one doesn't have to be rushed as well. You can do this one for tomorrow. We'll go clips as well for this one. Let's go Tom for tomorrow. Alex, you can put that up tomorrow. And this is Blizzard Shift Blizzard's absurd blame game. Akalon reacts to Taliesin. And then this is the Asmongold one. This one has to be today as well. So this one will go main, rush, and we'll do so basically there's two rush videos. Main rush, Asmongold gives up. Akalon reacts to new door mount. All right, there we go. Now, Alex, I'm just going to drop all of this in here for you. This one is also for tomorrow. This one can also go tomorrow. There you go. Uploading it to you now. Yeah, it's just going to be 2. It's just going to be 2. So hopefully not too much. Is there going to be housing in Ishgard, you think? Do you transfer? Some housing plots opened up? Can I buy a house yet without hassle, or is it still competitive? From what I've heard, housing is always a fuck up in Final Fantasy. So I have a I think it's still gonna be a fuck up. You're always going to struggle. And I think that's actually kind of nice. It keeps things incredibly prestigious. If you open housing, like, it would be fun if you open housing to every single player, but it would only be fun for, like, the first month or 2. And then housing would lose a lot of its prestige, a lot of its allure. Because there's a lot of people that really want a house, right? They're dreaming of getting that house. And for a lot of people, the reason they're playing is to get a house one day. And as soon as you give every single person that house, it's no longer really as it's no longer really as good or as fun. Send you a thought in DM on DC. All right, I'll check it out. So Raven. Interesting coincidence that Yabara was employed. Yes, we have actually spoken about it. I spoke about it literally as soon as they announced the merger or the acquisition by Microsoft. I actually spoke about it, and I said it's interesting to me that Mike Ybarra came from Microsoft, got a job as the president of Blizzard, right? And then we hear, oh, by the way, also we are now getting bought by Microsoft. That is too perfect. That is too perfect to be a coincidence. Apartments could work. I think you could even take the inn system. You know, the inn houses that you get, like the inn room that you get. If you gave people like a little bit of an ability to change it and modify it quite heavily, not as much as you can do with housing, but to some extent, you know, you can change your inn room a little bit and make it look a little bit more like you. That would at least give people something. You know, apartments. I could see a world in where you make apartments available for everyone. Can you? Is apartments available for everyone, or is it also very limited? They're limited too. You see, that's where I would probably say it might be better to have apartments be available to everyone. So give everyone the ability to at least have an apartment. Because the apartment is limited housing. So you at least get something. But we'd have to wait and see what the islands bring. Correct? Because the islands is going to be a whole different, like, we don't know yet what comes with the island. It might be that the island is sort of your, if you need a fix for something, then the islands will do that for you. FCs FCs have apartments, and then there is that apartment building for everyone. Apartments are never full. Zion Wire, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. If you have an FC, you can buy a room in the house. Can everyone have a room inside their FC? How many people can be in an FC, and how many rooms can you have in an FC? Agriel, no, but I promise we will tomorrow. I promise that your videos is at the top of the list tomorrow. So we'll start tomorrow with your videos, and then we'll react to whatever else people wish to see react to. Today was a pretty heavy day for news. And as it stands, whenever I react to anything, it turns out that I spend almost 2 hours on a fucking 20-minute video. I think I talk too much. Glam chest in the inn forces you to go out, although I hate it. You play Final Fantasy this week, Echo? Yeah, we'll probably play some Final Fantasy tomorrow. I do want to finish the Hildebrand stuff. At some point. But I've been having so much fun with just chatting the last 3 days that you know, I've sort of forgotten to play Final Fantasy. I've just been having fun. It's been sort of fun for me to just have a break from the usual playing games and just sort of hang out with chat. You love your naughty chat? I really do. I really fucking do. I missed most of the good stuff then, but finally able to catch you online. Xeon Wired, I am very happy to have you here. I see, Yoshi P said that in testing glam chests in a publicly accessible area cause server crashes. Gridani is my easy access in room. It almost looks like someone's trying to breach your door with a blowtorch with how the sun's coming in. Oh yeah, the sun's coming in from, I think, that window there. In a very weird way. It usually doesn't happen that way. I don't think there's much that I can point to in Final Fantasy and say that the developers completely missed the mark. Which just goes to show that the developers actually play the game and actually know what the player base is thinking. Because I'm trying to think, for those of you that is more old school Final Fantasy players and you've played this game for years now, is there something in Final Fantasy, and be honest, don't think that this is going to reflect badly on your game, but is there something in your game where you look at that and you go, the developers completely missed the mark on this. This is just so wrong from what we thought it was going to be. And I don't think PvP can really be levied as that, Kaga. And just because the PvP is bad because of the server, because of how the game is designed. And I don't know if you can actually fix that. I don't know if there's any way to really fix the PvP is as good as it can be given the restraints that it is under. Glam system is better than WoW. Transmog could be better. WoW's is awesome. I didn't mind the Final, although I've only done Glam once, so maybe I don't have a clue. Relic weapons, when you're current content, the grind can be really bad and tedious and extremely burnt out, along with glamour dresses. Niara, how you doing? I just wish we had cleaner tabs for fishing and gathering. But it's pretty small. I don't like the new healer setting. Since I can't play AST without White Mage anymore. Wait, why can't you play AST without White Mage? But Shadow's getting also the relic weapons is meant to be a grind, isn't it? It's meant to be a grind. Isn't relic weapons complete cosmetic? Because in that case, I don't think that's a complaint. If you have something that is purely cosmetic, but also extremely special, it's very special, and they do a lot of effort to make those weapons really stand out. I think a grind makes sense. So they are your best. Someone told me, this was months ago, this was like 2-3 months ago, but someone told me that while the relic weapons... Wait, what's the difference between a relic weapon and ultimate weapons? Or are those the same? You just need to do extra work after you've cleared all of the ultimates in order to get the weapon. Relics are better. Ultimates are the cosmetics. Relics are the good ones. Okay. Okay, so I had it switched up in my head. Thanks. Really appreciate you guys putting me straight. Have you seen the latest Blizzard trolling about the Jailous Lock? No, I haven't. Rob, send me a link. weapons are grinded over time and are best to use. How much better is the relic weapons than the best weapons you can get in the game? Oh shit, Rob, I should have said send me a link on Discord, or Andy or any of the mods if you can unban him quickly, but also send the link through, please. Oh, it's Sibi. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Relics are end of expansion bis. However, they are bis when bis doesn't matter and are not necessary to clear. Right, so at 5 item levels, I'm gonna say at 5 item levels, they're not powerful enough to the point where I think a massive grind for them is a bad thing. If you guys told me they were like 20 item levels higher, I would have said, yeah, maybe remove that grind, because you are making it so that a lot of people are going to be severely underpowered as compared to the ultimate people, or the people that's running around with the relic weapons. But at 5 item levels, are you really that much more powerful than anyone who doesn't have it? Let me rephrase that. If you have 0 skill, yeah, and you have a relic weapon, and you go up against a hardcore, well-rounded raider without a relic weapon, are you going to do more DPS, or same DPS, or less DPS, given your relic weapon? Alright, then it doesn't matter. Then it doesn't matter. If the weapon isn't so fucking powerful that it actually trumps skill, so it actually puts it to the point where there's just no skill involved, you can play a bad class and you'll still, or you can play your class badly and you'll still fucking destroy everyone else that doesn't have the weapon, then it doesn't matter. So for example, to relay this to sort of what I know, back in World of Warcraft Legion, yeah, we had legendaries. Every class had like a bunch of legendaries, and it was all completely random when and where it dropped. You just basically had to keep the grind up and hope for the drop, yeah? There was a HUD right at the beginning for Affliction Warlocks, which is what I played. My whole WoW career, I played Affliction Warlock. If you didn't have the HUD, your DPS was on average anywhere from 10 to 20% lower than people who had the HUD. And we're talking about even if someone wasn't really as skilled. So if someone was completely dog shit, yes, you could still out DPS them. But if someone had some skill and they tried to play against you that had a lot of skill, their DPS would probably out DPS yours, because the helm was just incredibly unbalanced. They eventually sort of lowered and they buffed a couple of the other items, but that helm remained the best in slot item by a mile for like, I think right up until 7.2 actually. And then they nerfed it to the ground, because I remember as soon as I got the helm, the next week they nerfed it into the ground. So it almost became a non-usable item. And I was like, Jesus, I finally get the thing that I fucking wanted the whole expansion, and now it's nerfed. Now I no longer need it. So that was a horrible thing. And what made it even worse is I disenchanted my actual helm. Or I sold it, I think. No, I disenchanted my actual helm. Did I disenchant it? I can't remember. But I did something. I destroyed the helm. Because I got this new helm. It's shiny. This is the best in slot. It's been the best in slot this whole time. Why wouldn't I? Right? Sold my shit, or just I can't remember what I did with it. But the next week they announced, by the way, this is now completely nerfed into the ground. So I had to go back on the fucking website in order to get my old helm back, so that I didn't have no gear in my helm slot. It was an incredibly bad feeling. It's one of the reasons I like FF14's skill and knowledge matter, like what it used to in WoW before Legion. The reason skill is so important in Final Fantasy is because it's based around incredibly rigid rotations. Say what you will about almost any MMO, but rotations once you combine incredibly long, arduous, rigid rotations with boss mechanics, skill is supreme. Because it's only the most skillful player that is going to follow the mechanics whilst also keeping track of their rotation. World of Warcraft sort of did away with that by basically blending or compacting literally their entire rotation into, what is it, five buttons at the most, maybe. Alien, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate it. How much for me to dump milk on my head? I don't know. I wouldn't enjoy it. Though... I think I'm taking this more seriously than what I should, but I am now genuinely wondering. What would I charge for that? I'm gonna say 500 because I'm gonna have to clean the whole fucking room after that. So I'm gonna say 500. That's a lot of work to clean the whole fucking room so that everything doesn't stink of bad milk. And I would also not do it immediately because I know how that works. Donate 500 and immediately after it's done, redeem it. Like, just immediately go, no, refund. So I would literally wait for the money to clear 90 days and then I would do it. So, yeah. And now that Twitch also allows you to refund gifted subs and stuff, I wouldn't do it immediately either there. Do you get to shower right after, or do you have to sit there smelling like foul milk? Interesting question. We'd have to ask the guy that asked the question. Alien Kush, do you get to shower immediately afterwards, or must I sit here with the milk on my fucking body? Faulty of your damage? Bro, don't remind me of the terrible state of Legion. I don't want to think about it. So many people look at Legion and just go, best expansion ever, with very few people remembering the struggle of Legion. Very, very few people remember just how bad Legion was at the launch. Which is super annoying, because if they remembered, maybe we wouldn't have BFA, you know? Maybe we wouldn't have BFA. Legion was only good right at the end. When they fixed the legendary grind, when they fixed most of the issues. That's not to say that Legion was a bad expansion. Legion had some pretty incredible things. Don't get me wrong. Core Moon Hunter, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Legion had some incredible stuff to it. I'm not saying that Legion was a bad expansion, not in the least. But Legion wasn't as good as people want to make it out to be. Legion had its problems. You can already see some of the problems that would eventually become some of the reasons people quit in BFA, showing its face in Legion. Oh, it had a fucking wonderful story, you are correct. The story of Legion was the best time I ever had speculating in World of Warcraft. Should have subbed earlier, watching you often on YouTube. Core Moon Hunter, I am very happy to have you here. Welcome to the chat, bro. And yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying the YouTube content. I'm having the time of my life making it, so it's all good. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Bloodlet, Demon Hunter separated the men from the boys. I think what I loved the most was the class fantasy in Legion. Literally all the class holes. Bro, Camouflage, how you doing, brother? This might be a hot take depending on who you are. Canny has. Thank you for the gifted sub. Did really appreciate that. Are you just giving everyone that comes in the stream for the first time a gifted sub, Canny has? Because I really appreciate you redistributing that wealth. So thank you, thank you, thank you for that. This might be a hot take depending on who you are, but I believe that class order roles should never have been removed from the game. Lady Rand, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome. True as fuck. The class order roles would have been such a cool way to almost tell every single one of these expansion stories through the eyes of the different classes. Can you imagine BFA, where you have the main story for BFA, but then you also have the class order story? So your class also have things that they want there. You know, maybe your class sends you to infiltrate something, or your class sends you on this massive, nice storyline that teaches you about the powers that can be unlocked within this. It would have been so fucking good. Same with Shadowlands. Can you imagine the class order roles in Shadowlands? Every single class would have been able to unlock some kind of very secretive type of power, because every single class would have had some kind of powerful ally that died decades or even hundreds of years ago that you had to go look for in the Shadowlands. And this was like the first of your order, so to speak. So, for example, if you're a warlock, you actually find the very first warlock master inside the Shadowlands. You have to go hunt him down. You have to go look for him. And then you find him and he teaches you some, you know, rare talent that you never knew, and it was lost through the ages because, you know, the warlock order didn't survive, or whatever the case may be. There's so much that you could do with all of these stories that would have been so fucking cool. Rain, how you doing? We're going to change, and we're working on rebuilding the trust with our player base. Also, Blizzard. Laugh my ass off. Here's another 6-month bundle with a mount that uses unique skeleton and has unique animations and looks miles better than anything you can obtain by playing. True. To make more store mounts. Yep. It's what they do best. It's what they do best. It was so fucked up for me in Legion, spending time in Monk order roles, seeing all the Horde and Alliance monks together. Then in BFA, now kill them. The factions in World of Warcraft haven't made sense for a really, really long time. And it's because they constantly push us together and then pull us apart. Like, constantly. They push us together and they pull us apart. And it just makes no fucking sense. After a while, the player base does just lose interest. The player base just reaches a point where it's going, wait, I don't understand why I'm fighting them. How did I go from these are my friends, we're working together to fix the world, to no, kill all of them? Carl, how you doing, bro? Spectral Tiger for like $150 increase in the bundle. What the fuck? So it is only for China, and also remember that China does whatever China wants to do. You can have... So, factions can only exist. Factions can only exist in one of two ways. And I genuinely believe that World of Warcraft is at the point where it can't have... where it can't have the second option. They can only have the first option. Factions in World of Warcraft can only work as a PvP mechanism. And it's based on choice, so you choose whether you want to join the Horde war effort or the Alliance war effort, and it's only seen as war games, sort of similar to what you have in Final Fantasy, right? It's war games. It's just the Horde and the Alliance keeping their wits about them and making sure that they're still strong to fight each other, and you just sort of choose this faction because that's the cosmetics that you want. You want the cosmetics from the Horde or the cosmetics from the Alliance based on the PvP that you do. Yeah, that is option number one. The second one, in World of Warcraft, I think, is too far gone for this to actually function anymore. Minion, how you doing? Jamie Rush, how you doing? I think we're too far gone for this to actually function anymore, but the only other option I can see for factions in World of Warcraft actually working would have been if the World of Warcraft factions never worked together. So you have to keep them separated, basically with the Chinese wall. These factions can never work together. They can't form partnerships. They can't form groupings. They can't work together to save the world. They are effectively enemies at all times. Even when a big bad shows up, they're fighting each other and also fighting the big bad. This is what they do. It's what they do. It's what they live for. They fight each other and they fight the big bad. They don't give a fuck. And I showed you guys this before. Oh, do I see a new 40-minute Echo video? Not right now, I don't think. I have to go think about it a little bit more before I'll be willing to make a video on it. But it reminds me of this moment. I'll quickly show you guys. This is like one of the most perfect cinematics that showcases what World of Warcraft should have been. It just highlights it so wonderfully. What World of Warcraft what World of Warcraft should always have been.
To ask why we fight is to ask why the leaves fall. It is in their nature. Perhaps there is a better question.
This is why I say this is so perfect. They're in a strange land, right? They have no idea where the fuck they are. What are they doing? What are they doing? Who cares about this strange land? Who cares about exploration? Who gives a fuck? I just need to find that goddamn orc, because I need to kill him. That is all I care about. I don't give a fuck about this land. The people on this island, I don't care. Give me that orc. He needs to die. That's it. This is what we do. This was such a beautiful expansion as well. I still love this cinematic so much, dude. See, this is what I meant. We're still fighting each other. We're still not friends. But now there's someone bad here. Let's quickly sort them out and then get back to fighting. We're not working together. We're not planning together. We're not trying to fucking become friends. Just give me this weapon. Let's kill this fuck. And then I'm going to kill you with the weapon that you just gave me. Because we're not friends, you and I. We're not supposed to be friends. Mr. Pandaria actually still pulled that off. Because we were in this new world, but we were still fighting each other. Right? We're still fighting each other. We still don't like each other, even though we're in this new world. How shit you are is to have someone who isn't even trying and still kick your ass. I mean, yeah, they did kick our ass. Yeah, something like sibling energy. That's exactly it, Lady Daisy.
Why do we fight? To protect home and family. To preserve balance and bring harmony. For my kind, the true question is, what is worth fighting for?
Say what you will, but Mists of Pandaria is still one of the most beautiful expansions Blizzard have ever made. Every single one of those zones were absolutely picturesque, absolutely perfect in design, layout, beauty, feel. It just all felt so fun, so different, going from one place to the next. I remember in the starting zone when you got on that little boat, and the little boat takes you through the tunnel to the next zone. Not the starting, the four winds, Valley of the Four Winds, I believe, was from Valley of the Four Winds going to what's that other, the zone to the top, where you go through the cave and then you arrive at the valley. I remember that, and just the Kunlai, that's the one. Kunlai, just the beauty of it. It was just such a transformative experience. And then the daily set in, and that was, of course, where I bailed the fuck out, was when I realized there's hundreds of dailies that I have to do every single goddamn day. They eventually fixed that, but at launch, that was just miserable. That was just absolutely miserable. But yeah, it's sad when you think how far we've fallen. It's really sad when you think in such a short amount of time, because this was 10 years ago. August 16th, 2012. 10 years ago. In 10 short fucking years, we have what? We've gone from this was the stuff of legends, to where we are now, and you can't help but wonder what the fuck is wrong. What went wrong? Did you put it in content suggestions in Discord? Oh, you did, Rob? Okay, let me just see here. Ephemeral synergy. Luck is all that Duval needed for his escape from Maw. What? Is Blizzard now poking fun at their own fucking storyline here? So, yeah. So Blizzard themselves realize just how terrible the story is, to the point where this is what they do. Luck is all that Duval needed for his escape from the Maw. This doesn't sit right with me. I like the fact that there's some comedy back in WoW, because fuck knows, that's been missing for a while. But I don't think you joke about something that has pissed so many of us off. It feels a bit like a spit in the face, this. To just sort of go, lol, you guys actually bought into the whole nothing escapes the Maw. You actually thought that the Maw was inescapable. Lol, we didn't do a good job of telling the story. Lol, we actually fucking sold you on all the bullshit that we were talking. Here's an item that just basically jokes around. And it's just... It just feels bad. I'm not saying it's wrong. They can obviously do whatever the fuck they want. But it feels bad. What does this mean? You know, that sort of comes to mind if you care about the lore still. What does it mean? Is this just a joke? Are they literally just joking around? Or is this really true? So in other words, he was not actually ever locked inside the Maw. It was just very hard to escape. It's just luck of the draw, really, to get out. But it wasn't like he was really ever locked up. At this point, I genuinely don't... I don't know who's doing this at Blizzard Entertainment. I don't know why they would do this. Considering the state that your game is in, perhaps now is not the time to start punching the players with gut punch after gut punch of you making fun of your own fucking story. It's fine if we make fun of it because, well, technically we're the players. We can do whatever the hell we want, right? But I don't think it's fine if you start making fun of your story, specifically now. Can these try to improve, but they often opt in for the flashy big show off instead of solid but slow storytelling. That is so true, Core. So fucking true. Oh no, crafting tier state gear has a cooldown in patch 9.2, additional creation, catalyst details. So Silver Coppin, I'm not too worried about the crafting, like the tier set crafting thing, considering it's supposed to be bad luck protection. And I think a lot of people miss that bit. The fact that being able to craft your own tier sets is supposed to be bad luck protection. It's not actually supposed to be the way in which you acquire the tier sets. So for that, I don't necessarily have a problem. It kind of makes sense for what they want to do with the gear. Not that I necessarily agree with how Blizzard wants to approach gear. That was done dirty. I might have, it might have been PTSD seeing cooldown. I can see that. I can see why a lot of players are sort of, you hear cooldown and you immediately think, wait, what? Shit. Are you actually fucking, are you kidding me? More time gating, which is just bonkers. Blizzard loves their time gates, dude. You have no idea. My most recent meltdown over time gating in World of Warcraft is actually the stories. Like, that's my most recent gripe with World of Warcraft. The chapters that Blizzard runs. These fucking chapters, dude. I've had it up to year with chapters. Like, chapters make no sense. Why would you have a story artificially extended over the course of weeks when it doesn't make sense? I'm not saying that there isn't useful chapters. So, for example, you have the story that leads up to the raid, and then in order to continue the story, you need to kill Zuval so that the story can continue. That is a break in the story that makes sense to everyone. No one is going to sit there and go, what the fuck, right? But when you have when you have these sort of, like, look at the Covenant shit, right? Shockwave Dave, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Just another thing to keep you subbed. It's literally that. But look at the Covenant and how the story was released there. In no way, shape, or form did the release of the chapters of the Covenant make any sense to storytelling. No storyteller worth their salt would release a story like that. Have you seen the new animations they data mine for Sylvanas? Just jumping and diving down. I have a feeling that it's going to be a flashback of Sylvanas jumping off of Icecrown Citadel. it's entirely possible that we finally get to see the cinematic of Sylvanas jumping off the top of Icecrown Citadel and actually see what she saw by the end of that. That would actually be a cool cinematic. I would like to watch that. But more importantly, I would like to see what their explanation of it is. So yeah, I can actually get behind getting that cinematic. It would at least be something interesting, you know. Having it in game. Don't speak too soon. It might be a paid for cinematic. Blizzard haven't done those ever. Like that could be their newest stream of income. If you want to see the cinematics of the game, you have to pay for it on the cash shop. Otherwise, you just get a black screen that says cinematic goes here with a button that links you to the cash shop where you can fucking purchase it. And then you'll obviously hear the shills going, well, it makes sense, guys. Cinematics are very expensive to make. Of course, Blizzard has to recoup their costs. Like that will definitely, there will be someone that says some bullshit like that, obviously. Blue currency item making fun of Bulvar now. Cinematics come bundled with a 3-month sub. Yeah, if you get the 3-month sub, you get the cinematic for free. Otherwise, buy it on the store. Not with a 6-month sub, by the way. If you get the 6-month sub, you don't get the cinematics. You have to pay. The 3-month sub is the one where you get the cinematics. I can see Blizzard doing some shit like that. I wouldn't put it past them. They love doing crap like that. No, that's actually a good question. When's the last time anyone have heard about the community council? Jamie Rush, you can still 3-month sub with your credit card, I believe. Do they not still have that? It's 30 days, 90 days, and 180 days with credit card. I'm pretty sure you can still credit card 3 months. Recently, actually, Akalon, they shared more information on tier sets. $30 days is gone. No, how can 30 days be gone? 1 month sub is still a fucking thing. It has to be a thing. I'm not talking about the gift cards and shit that you buy. The gift cards is a different thing, or the game cards is a different thing. I'm literally talking only about when you'd use your credit or debit card in order to pay for World of Warcraft. You have the 1 month sub, the 3-month sub, and the 6-month sub. Pretty sure. I don't even have the Blizzard, I don't even have the Blizzard launcher installed. I'd have to go to Blizzard shop, Let's see here. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong on this, but I could be. Pretty sure. That would be the stupidest move ever if they actually did that. I don't want to buy game time. How can you not see the sub prices on the store? I'm fucking convinced it's 1 month, 3 month, 6 month. I know they removed the 3-month option and the 1 month option from the game cards. So for game cards, you can only buy 60 days, and I think you can only buy 60 days from game cards. But for the actual debit card, credit card purchasing, so normal subscriptions, it's 1 month, 3 month, 6 month. Want to buy a game time in the cash shop, you have to start at 60 days. You can set up auto-renew sub on a monthly basis. Yep, but Blizzard wouldn't want you to only sub for 1 month. Didn't you guys know? To play World of Warcraft, you need at minimum 6 months, because they're going to time gate the living fuck out of that, of any content that they have. It doesn't actually matter how much content Blizzard has. It will be time gated to make sure that it fills the whole 6 months. Blizzard doesn't fuck around, bro. They release 6 months worth of content every single patch. There's no discussions here even. And they're gonna FOMO you with mouths? Oh, true. Oh, true. It's what they do. It's what they do. Anyways, guys, I want to go get some dinner. I'm fucking hungry. And I still have to make fire and cook dinner. So I'm gonna love you and leave you. On this note, we've been here for 6.5 hours. It's been a hell of a lot of fun. I really appreciate each and one of you coming out. Today was absolutely stupendous. It was miraculous. I really love all of you. It's been fun. You guys can now go forth and prosper. My balls, you bastard. Hey, bro. Big sort of didn't happen. But no, very happy to have finished another day of streaming. I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, as always. We're probably going to play some Final Fantasy tomorrow, so come check it out if you're interested in that. Although most of the time I spend stalling. I don't actually play the game. I just stall and talk crap. So really not much different than what we did today. Take care of yourselves, guys. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. Try not to piss anyone else off, but, you know, that might be... It might be a tall order for some of you. So, I'm going to see all of you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, peace out, fam.